Section 18 of Volume 1C of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robin Cotter. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. By David Hume. Volume 1C, Section 18, Chapter 30, Part 1. Henry VIII. Notwithstanding the submissive deference paid to papal authority before the Reformation, the marriage of Henry with Catherine of Aragon, his brother's widow, had not passed without much scruple and difficulty. The prejudices of the people were in general bent against a conjugal union between such near relations, and the late king, though he had betrothed his son when that prince was but 12 years of age, gave evident proofs of his intention to take afterwards a proper opportunity of annulling the contract. He ordered the young prince, as soon as he came of age, to enter a protestation against the marriage; and on his deathbed he charged him as his last injunction not to finish an alliance so unusual and exposed to such insuperable objections. After the king's accession, some members of the Privy Council, particularly Warham, the primate, openly declared against the resolution of completing the marriage, and though Henry's youth and dissipation kept him during some time from entertaining any scruples with regard to the measure which he had embraced, there happened incidents sufficient to rouse his attention, and to inform him of the sentiments generally entertained on that subject. The States of Castile had opposed the Emperor Charles's espousals with Mary, Henry's daughter, and among other objections had insisted on the illegitimate birth of the young princess. And when the negotiations were afterwards opened with France, and mention was made of betrothing her to Francis or the Duke of Orleans, the Bishop of Tarbes, the French ambassador, revived the same objection. But though these events naturally raised some doubts in Henry's mind, there concurred other causes which tended much to increase his remorse and render his conscience more scrupulous. The queen was older than the king by no less than 6 years, and the decay of her beauty, together with particular infirmities and diseases, had contributed, notwithstanding her blameless character and deportment, to render her person unacceptable to him. Though she had borne him several children, they all died in early infancy, except one daughter, and he was the more struck with this misfortune, because the curse of being childless is the very threatening contained in the Mosaical law against those who espouse their brother's widow. The succession, too, of the crown was a consideration that occurred to every one, whenever the lawfulness of Henry's marriage was called into question, and it was apprehended that if doubts of Mary's legitimacy concurred with the weakness of her sex, the King of Scots, the next heir, would advance his pretensions, and might throw the kingdom into confusion. The evils as yet recent of civil wars and convulsions arising from a disputed title made great impression on the minds of men, and rendered the people universally desirous of any event which might obviate so irreparable a calamity. And the king was thus impelled, both by his private passions and by motives of public interest, to seek the dissolution of his inauspicious, and, as it was esteemed, unlawful marriage with Catherine. Henry afterwards affirmed that his scruples arose entirely from private reflection, and that, on consulting his confessor, the Bishop of Lincoln, he found the prelate possessed with the same doubts and difficulties. The king himself, being so great a casuist and divine, next proceeded to examine the question more carefully by his own learning and study, and having had recourse to Thomas of Aquin, he observed that this celebrated doctor, whose authority was great in the church and absolute with him, had treated of that very case, and had expressly declared against the lawfulness of such marriages. The prohibition, said Thomas, contained in Leviticus, and among the rest that of marrying a brother's widow, are moral, eternal, and founded on a divine sanction, and though the Pope may dispense with the rules of the Church, the laws of God cannot be set aside by any authority less than that which enacted them. The Archbishop of Canterbury was then applied to, and he was required to consult his brethren. All the prelates of England, except Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, unanimously declared, under their hand and seal, that they deemed the king's marriage unlawful. Wolsey also fortified the king's scruples, partly with a view of promoting a total breach with the emperor, Catherine's nephew, partly desirous of connecting the king more closely with Francis by marrying him to the Duchess of Alençon, sister to that monarch, and perhaps too somewhat disgusted with the queen herself, who had reproved him for certain freedoms, unbefitting his character and station. But Henry was carried forward, though perhaps not at first excited, by a motive more forcible than even the suggestions of that powerful favourite. Anne Boleyn, who lately appeared at court, had been appointed maid of honour to the queen, and having had frequent opportunities of being seen by Henry and of conversing with him, she had acquired an entire ascendant over his affections. This young lady, whose grandeur and misfortunes have rendered her so celebrated, was daughter of Sir Thomas Boleyn, who had been employed by the king in several embassies, and who was allied to all the principal nobility in the kingdom. His wife, mother to Anne, was daughter of the Duke of Norfolk. His own mother was daughter of the Earl of Ormond. His grandfather, Sir Geoffrey Boleyn, who had been mayor of London, had espoused one of the daughters and co-heirs of Lord Hastings. Anne herself, though then in very early youth, had been carried over to Paris by the king's sister, when the princess espoused Louis XII. Of France, and upon the demise of that monarch, and the return of his dowager into England, this damsel, whose accomplishments even in her tender years were always much admired, was retained in the service of Claude, Queen of France, spouse to Francis, and after the death of that princess, she passed into the family of the Duchess of Alençon, a woman of singular merit. The exact time when she returned to England is not certainly known, but it was after the king had entertained doubts with regard to the lawfulness of his marriage with Catherine, if the account is to be credited which he himself afterwards gave of that transaction. Henry's scruples had made him break off all conjugal commerce with the queen, but as he still supported an intercourse of civility and friendship with her, he had occasion, in the frequent visits which he paid her, to observe the beauty, the youth, the charms of Anne Boleyn. Finding the accomplishments of her mind no wise inferior to her exterior graces, he even entertained the design of raising her to the throne, and was the more confirmed in this resolution, when he found that her virtue and modesty prevented all hopes of gratifying his passion in any other manner. As every motive therefore of inclination and policy seemed thus to concur in making the king desirous of a divorce from Catherine, and as his prospect of success was inviting, he resolved to make application to Clement, and he sent Knight, his secretary, to Rome for that purpose. That he might not shock the haughty claims of the pontiff, he resolved not to found the application on any general doubts concerning the papal power to permit marriage in the nearer degrees of consanguinity, but only to insist on particular grounds of nullity in the bull which Julius had granted for the marriage of Henry and Catherine. It was a maxim in the court of Rome, that if the pope be surprised into any concession, or grant any indulgence upon false suggestions, the bull may afterwards be annulled, and this pretence had usually been employed wherever one pope had recalled any deed executed by any of his predecessors. But Julius's bull, when examined, afforded abundant matter of this kind, and any tribunal favourable to Henry needed not want a specious colour for gratifying him in his applications for a divorce. It was said in the preamble that the bull had been granted upon his solicitation, though it was known that, at that time, he was under 12 years of age. It was also affirmed as another motive for the bull that the marriage was requisite in order to preserve peace between the two crowns, though it is certain that there was not then any ground or appearance of quarrel between them. These false premises in Julius's bull seemed to afford Clement a sufficient reason or pretence for annulling it, and granting Henry a dispensation for a second marriage. But though the pretext for this indulgence had been less plausible, the pope was in such a situation that he had the strongest motives to embrace every opportunity of gratifying the English monarch. He was then a prisoner in the hands of the emperor, and had no hopes of recovering his liberty on any reasonable terms, except by the efforts of the league which Henry had formed with Francis and the Italian powers, in order to oppose the ambition of Charles. When the English secretary, therefore, solicited him in private, he received a very favourable answer, and a dispensation was forthwith promised to be granted to his master. Soon after, the march of a French army into Italy, under the command of Lautrec, obliged the imperialists to restore Clement to his liberty, and he retired to Orvieto, where the secretary, with Sir Gregory Cassili, the king's resident at Rome, renewed their applications to him. They still found him full of high professions of friendship, gratitude, and attachment to the king, but not so prompt in granting his request as they expected. The emperor, who had got intelligence of Henry's application to Rome, had exacted a promise from the pope to take no steps in the affair before he communicated them to the imperial ministers, and Clement, embarrassed by this promise, and still more overawed by the emperor's forces in Italy, seemed willing to postpone those concessions desired of him by Henry. Importuned, however, by the English ministers, he at last put into their hands a commission to Wolsey, as legate, in conjunction with the Archbishop of Canterbury, or any other English prelate, to examine the validity of the king's marriage, and of Julius's dispensation. He also granted them a provisional dispensation for the king's marriage with any other person, and promised to issue a decretal bull, annulling the marriage with Catherine. But he represented to them the dangerous consequences which must ensue to him, if these concessions should come to the emperor's knowledge, and he conjured them not to publish those papers, or make any further use of them, till his affairs were in such a situation as to secure his liberty and independence. And his secret advice was, whenever they should find the proper time for opening the scene, that they should prevent all opposition, by proceeding immediately to a conclusion, by declaring the marriage with Catherine invalid, and by Henry's instantly espousing some other person. Nor would it be so difficult, he said for himself, to confirm these proceedings, after they were passed, as previously to render them valid by his consent and authority. When Henry received the commission and dispensation from his ambassadors, and was informed of the pope's advice, he laid the whole before his ministers, and asked their opinion in so delicate a situation. The English councillors considered the danger of proceeding in the manner pointed out to them. Should the pope refuse to ratify a deed which he might justly call precipitate and irregular, and should he disavow the advice which he gave in so clandestine a manner, the king would find his second marriage totally invalidated, the children which it might bring him declared illegitimate, and his marriage with Catherine more firmly riveted than ever. And Henry's apprehensions of the possibility or even probability of such an event were much confirmed when he reflected on the character and situation of the sovereign pontiff. Clement was a prince of excellent judgment, whenever his timidity, to which he was extremely subject, allowed him to make full use of those talents and that penetration with which he was endowed. The captivity and other misfortunes which he had undergone by entering into a league against Charles had so affected his imagination, that he never afterwards exerted himself with vigour in any public measure, especially if the interest or inclinations of that potentate stood in opposition to him. The imperial forces were at that time powerful in Italy, and might return to the attack of Rome, which was still defenceless, and exposed to the same calamities with which it had already been overwhelmed. And, besides those dangers, Clement fancied himself exposed to perils which threatened still more immediately his person and his dignity. Charles, apprised of the timid disposition of the Holy Father, threw out perpetual menaces of summoning a general council, which he represented as necessary to reform the church, and correct those enormous abuses which the ambition and avarice of the court of Rome had introduced into every branch of ecclesiastical administration. The power of the sovereign pontiff himself, he said, required limitation, his conduct called aloud for amendment, and even his title to the throne which he filled might justly be called in question. That pope had always passed for the natural son of Julian of Medici, who was of the sovereign family of Florence, and though Leo X, his kinsman, had declared him legitimate, upon a pretended promise of marriage between his father and mother, few believed the declaration to be founded on any just reason or authority. The canon law, indeed, had been entirely silent with regard to the promotion of bastards to the papal throne. But what was still dangerous, the people had entertained a violent prepossession that this stain in the birth of any person was incompatible with so holy an office. And in another point the canon law was express and positive, that no man guilty of simony could attain that dignity. A severe bull of Julius II had added new sanctions to this law, by declaring that a simoniacal election could not be rendered valid, even by a posterior consent of the cardinals. But unfortunately Clement had given to Cardinal Colonna a billet, containing promises of advancing that cardinal, in case he himself should attain the papal dignity by his concurrence, and this billet Colonna, who was in entire dependence on the emperor, threatened every moment to expose to public view. While Charles terrified the Pope with these menaces, he also allured him by hopes, which were no less prevalent over his affections. At the time when the Emperor's forces sacked Rome and reduced Clement to captivity, the Florentines, passionate for their ancient liberty, had taken advantage of his distresses, and revolting against the family of Medici, had entirely abolished their authority in Florence, and re-established the democracy. The better to protect themselves and their freedom, they had entered into the alliance with France, England, and Venice against the Emperor, and Clement found that by this interest the hands of his confederates were tied from assisting him in the restoration of his family. The event which, of all others, he most passionately desired. The Emperor alone, he knew, was able to effect this purpose, and therefore, whatever professions he made of fidelity to his allies, he was always, on the least glimpse of hope, ready to embrace every proposal of a cordial reconciliation with that monarch. These views and interests of the Pope were well known in England, and as the opposition of the Emperor to Henry's divorce was foreseen, both on account of the honour and interests of Catherine, his aunt, and the obvious motive of distressing an enemy, it was esteemed dangerous to take any measures of consequence, in expectation of the subsequent concurrence of a man of Clement's character, whose behaviour always contained so much duplicity, and who was at present so little at his own disposal. The safest measure seemed to consist in previously engaging him so far, that he could not afterwards recede, and in making use of his present ambiguity and uncertainty, to extort the most important concessions from him. For this purpose, Stephen Gardiner, the cardinal's secretary, and Edward Fox, the king's almoner, were dispatched to Rome, and were ordered to solicit a commission from the Pope, of such a nature as would oblige him to confirm the sentence of the commissioners, whatever it should be, and disable him on any account to recall the commission, or revoke the cause to Rome. But the same reasons which made the king so desirous of obtaining this concession confirmed the Pope in the resolution of refusing it. He was still determined to keep the door open for an agreement with the Emperor, and he made no scruple of sacrificing all other considerations to a point, which he deemed the most essential and important to his own security, and to the greatness of his family. He granted therefore a new commission, in which Cardinal Campeggio was joined to Wolsey, for the trial of the king's marriage, but he could not be prevailed on to insert the clause desired of him. And though he put into Gardiner's hand a letter, promising not to recall the present commission, this promise was found, on examination, to be couched in such ambiguous terms as left him still the power, whenever he pleased, of departing from it. Campeggio lay under some obligations to the king, but his dependence on the Pope was so much greater that he conformed himself entirely to the views of the latter, and though he received his commission in April, he delayed his departure under so many pretences that it was October before he arrived in England. The first step which he took was to exhort the king to desist from the prosecution of his divorce, and finding that this counsel gave offence, he said that his intention was also to exhort the queen to take the vows in a convent, and that he thought it his duty previously to attempt an amicable composure of all differences. The more to pacify the king, he showed to him, as also to the cardinal, the decretal bull, annulling the former marriage with Catherine. But no entreaties could prevail on him to make any other of the king's council privy to the secret. In order to atone in some degree for this obstinacy, he expressed to the king and the cardinal the Pope's great desire of satisfying them in every reasonable demand, and in particular he showed that their request for suppressing some more monasteries, and converting them into cathedrals and episcopal sees, had obtained the consent of his holiness. These ambiguous circumstances in the behaviour of the Pope and the legate kept the court of England in suspense, and determined the king to wait with patience the issue of such uncertain counsels. Fortune, meanwhile, seemed to promise him a more sure and expeditious way of extricating himself from his present difficulties. Clement was seized with a dangerous illness, and the intrigues for electing his successor began already to take place among the cardinals. Wolsey, in particular, supported by the interest of England and of France, entertained hopes of mounting the throne of St. Peter, and it appears that if a vacancy had then happened, there was a probability of his reaching that summit of his ambition. But the Pope recovered, though after several relapses, and he returned to the same train of false and deceitful politics by which he had hitherto amused the court of England. He still flattered Henry with professions of the most cordial attachment, and promised him a sudden and favourable issue to his process. he still continued his secret negotiations with Charles, and persevered in the resolution of sacrificing all his promises, and all the interests of the Romish religion, to the elevation of his family. Campeggio, who was perfectly acquainted with his views and intentions, protracted the decision by the most artful delays, and gave Clement full leisure to adjust all the terms of the treaty with the emperor. The emperor, acquainted with the king's extreme earnestness in this affair, was determined that he should obtain success by no other means than by an application to him, and by deserting his alliance with Francis, which had hitherto supported, against the superior force of Spain, the tottering state of the French monarchy. He willingly hearkened, therefore, to the applications of Catherine, his aunt, and, promising her his utmost protection, exhorted her never to yield to the malice and persecutions of her enemies. The queen herself was naturally of a firm and resolute temper, and was engaged by every motive to persevere in protesting against the injustice to which she thought herself exposed. The imputation of incest, which was thrown upon her marriage with Henry, struck her with highest indignation. The illegitimacy of her daughter, which seemed a necessary consequence, gave her the most just concern. The reluctance of yielding to a rival who she believed had supplanted her in the king's affections was a very natural motive. Actuated by all these considerations, she never ceased soliciting her nephew's assistance, and earnestly entreating an evocation of the cause to Rome, where alone she thought she could expect justice; and the emperor, in all his negotiations with the pope, made the recall of the commission which Campeggio and Wolsey exercised in England a fundamental article. End of section 18, chapter 30, part 1.
Section 19 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 19, Chapter 30, Part 2. The two legates, meanwhile, opened their court at London, and cited the king and queen to appear before it. They both presented themselves, and the king answered to his name when called. But the queen, instead of answering to hers, rose from her seat, and throwing herself at the king's feet, made a very pathetic harangue, which her virtue, her dignity, and her misfortunes rendered the more affecting. She told him that she was a stranger in his dominions, without protection, without counsel, without assistance, exposed to all the injustices which her enemies were pleased to impose upon her, that she had quitted her native country without other resource than her connections with him and his family, and had expected that, instead of suffering thence any violence or iniquity, she was assured in them of a safeguard against every misfortune; that she had been his wife during 20 years, and would here appeal to himself, whether her affectionate submission to his will had not merited better treatment, than to be thus, after so long a time, thrown from him with so much indignity, that she was conscious, he himself was assured, that her virgin honour was yet unstained when he received her into his bed, and that her connections with his brother had been carried no further than the ceremony of marriage; that their parents, the kings of England and Spain, were esteemed the wisest princes of their time, and had undoubtedly acted by the best advice when they formed the agreement for that marriage, which was now represented as so criminal and unnatural, and that she acquiesced in their judgment, and would not submit her cause to be tried by a court whose dependence on her enemies was too visible ever to allow her any hopes of obtaining from them an equitable or impartial decision. Having spoken these words, she rose, and making the king a low reverence, she departed from the court, and never would again appear in it. After her departure, the king did her the justice to acknowledge that she had ever been a dutiful and affectionate wife, and that the whole tenor of her behavior had been conformable to the strictest rules of probity and honor. He only insisted on his own scruples with regard to the lawfulness of their marriage, and he explained the origin, the progress, and the foundation of these doubts, by which he had been so long and so violently agitated. He acquitted Cardinal Wolsey from having any hand in encouraging his scruples, and he craved a sentence of the court agreeable to the justice of his cause. The legates, after citing the queen anew, declared her contumacious, notwithstanding her appeal to Rome, and then proceeded to the examination of the cause. The first point which came before them was the proof of Prince Arthur's consummation of his marriage with Catherine, and it must be confessed that no stronger arguments could reasonably be expected of such a fact after so long an interval. The age of the prince, who had passed his 15th year, the good state of his health, the long time that he had cohabited with his consort, many of his expressions to that very purpose, all these circumstances form a violent presumption in favor of the king's assertion. Henry himself, after his brother's death, was not allowed for some time to bear the title of Prince of Wales, in expectation of her pregnancy. The Spanish ambassador, in order the better to ensure possession of her jointure, had sent over to Spain proofs of the consummation of her marriage. Julius's bull itself was founded on the supposition that Arthur had perhaps had knowledge of the princess. In the very treaty fixing Henry's marriage, the consummation of the former marriage with Prince Arthur is acknowledged on both sides. These particulars were all laid before the court, accompanied with many reasonings concerning the extent of the pope's authority, and against his power of granting a dispensation to marry within the prohibited degrees. Campeggio heard these doctrines with great impatience, and notwithstanding his resolution to protract the cause, he was often tempted to interrupt and silence the king's council when they insisted on such disagreeable topics. The trial was spun out till the 23rd of July, and Campeggio chiefly took on him the part of conducting it. Wolsey, though the elder cardinal, permitted him to act as president of the court, because it was thought that a trial managed by an Italian cardinal would carry the appearance of greater candor and impartiality than if the queen's own minister and favorite had presided in it. The business now seemed to be drawing near to a period, and the king was every day in expectation of a sentence in his favor, when, to his great surprise, Campeggio, on a sudden, without any warning, and upon very frivolous pretences, prorogued the court till the 1st of October. The evocation, which came a few days after from Rome, put an end to all the hopes of success which the king had so long and so anxiously cherished. During the time that the trial was carried on before the legates at London, the emperor had by his ministers earnestly solicited Clement to evoke the cause, and had employed every topic of hope or terror which could operate either on the ambition or timidity of the pontiff. The English ambassadors, on the other hand, in conjunction with the French, had been no less earnest in their applications that the legates should be allowed to finish the trial. But though they employed the same engines of promises and menaces, the motives which they could set before the pope were not so urgent or immediate as those which were held up to him by the emperor. The dread of losing England, and of fortifying the Lutherans by so considerable an accession, made small impression on Clement's mind, in comparison of the anxiety for his personal safety, and the fond desire of restoring the Medici to their dominion in Florence. As soon, therefore, as he had adjusted all terms with the emperor, he laid hold of the pretence of justice, which required him, as he asserted, to pay regard to the queen's appeal, and, suspending the commission of the legates, he adjourned the cause to his own personal judgment at Rome. Campeggio had beforehand received private orders, delivered by Campana, to burn the decretal bull with which he was entrusted. Wolsey had long foreseen this measure as the sure forerunner of his ruin. Though he had at first desired that the king should rather marry a French princess than Anne Boleyn, he had employed himself with the utmost assiduity and earnestness to bring the affair to a happy issue. He was not, therefore, to be blamed for the unprosperous event which Clement's partiality had produced. But he had sufficient experience of the extreme ardor and impatience of Henry's temper, who could bear no contradiction, and was wont, without examination or distinction, to make his ministers answerable for the success of those transactions with which they were entrusted. Anne Boleyn also, who was prepossessed against him, had imputed to him the failure of her hopes; and as she was newly returned to court, whence she had been removed, from a regard to decency during the trial before the legates, she had naturally acquired an additional influence on Henry, and she served much to fortify his prejudices against the cardinal. Even the queen and her partisans, judging of Wolsey by the part which he had openly acted, had expressed great animosity against him, and the most opposite factions seemed now to combine in the ruin of this haughty minister. The high opinion itself, which Henry had entertained of the cardinal's capacity, tended to hasten his downfall, while he imputed the bad success of that minister's undertakings not to ill fortune or to mistake, but to the malignity or infidelity of his intentions. The blow, however, fell not instantly on his head. The king, who probably could not justify by any good reason his alienation from his ancient favorite, seems to have remained some time in suspense, and he received him, if not with all his former kindness, at least with the appearance of trust and regard. But constant experience evinces how rarely a high confidence and affection receives the least diminution, without sinking into absolute indifference, or even running into the opposite extreme. The king now determined to bring on the ruin of the cardinal with a motion almost as precipitate as he had formerly employed in his elevation. The dukes of Norfolk and Suffolk were sent to require the great seal from him, and on his scrupling to deliver it without a more express warrant, Henry wrote him a letter, upon which it was surrendered, and it was delivered by the king to Sir Thomas More, a man who, besides the ornaments of an elegant literature, possessed the highest virtue, integrity, and capacity. Wolsey was ordered to depart from York Place, a palace which he had built in London, and which, though it really belonged to the see of York, was seized by Henry, and became afterwards the residence of the kings of England, by the title of Whitehall. All his furniture and plate were also seized. Their riches and splendor befitted rather a royal than a private fortune. The walls of his palace were covered with cloth of gold or cloth of silver. He had a cupboard of plate of massy gold. There were found 1,000 pieces of fine Holland belonging to him. The rest of his riches and furniture was in proportion, and his opulence was probably no small inducement to this violent persecution against him. The cardinal was ordered to retire to Asher, a country seat which he possessed near Hampton Court. The world that paid him such abject court during his prosperity now entirely deserted him on this fatal reverse of all his fortunes. He himself was much dejected with the change, and from the same turn of mind which had made him be so vainly elated with his grandeur, he felt the stroke of adversity with double rigour. The smallest appearance of his return to favour threw him into transports of joy unbecoming a man. The king had seemed willing, during some time, to intermit the blows which overwhelmed him. He granted him his protection, and left him in possession of the sees of York and Winchester. He even sent him a gracious message, accompanied with a ring, as a testimony of his affection. Wolsey, who was on horseback when the messenger met him, immediately alighted, and throwing himself on his knees in the mire, received in that humble attitude these marks of his majesty's gracious disposition towards him. But his enemies, who dreaded his return to court, never ceased plying the king with accounts of his several offences, and Anne Boleyn in particular contributed her endeavours, in conjunction with her uncle the Duke of Norfolk, to exclude him from all hopes of ever being reinstated in his former authority. He dismissed, therefore, his numerous retinue, and as he was a kind and beneficent master, the separation passed not without a plentiful effusion of tears on both sides. The king's heart, notwithstanding some gleams of kindness, seemed now totally hardened against his old favourite. He ordered him to be indicted in the Star Chamber, where a sentence was passed against him, and, not content with this severity, he abandoned him to all the rigour of the parliament, which now, after a long interval, was again assembled. The House of Lords voted a long charge against Wolsey, consisting of 44 articles, and accompanied it with an application to the king for his punishment, and his removal from all authority. Little opposition was made to this charge in the upper house. No evidence of any part of it was so much as called for, and as it chiefly consists of general accusations, it was scarcely susceptible of any. The articles were sent down to the House of Commons, where Thomas Cromwell, formerly a servant of the cardinal's, and who had been raised by him from a very low station, defended his unfortunate patron with such spirit, generosity, and courage as acquired him great honour, and laid the foundation of that favour which he afterwards enjoyed with the king. Wolsey's enemy, finding that either his innocence or his caution prevented them from having any just ground of accusing him, had recourse to a very extraordinary expedient. An indictment was laid against him, that, contrary to a statute of Richard II., commonly called the Statute of Provisors, he had procured bulls from Rome, particularly one investing him with the legatine power, which he had exercised with very extensive authority. He confessed the indictment, pleaded ignorance of the statute, and threw himself on the king's mercy. He was perhaps within reach of the law, but besides that this statute had fallen into disuse, nothing could be more rigorous and severe than to impute to him as a crime what he had openly, during the course of so many years, practised with the consent and approbation of the king and the acquiescence of the parliament and kingdom. Not to mention what he always asserted, and what we can scarcely doubt of, that he had obtained the royal license in the most formal manner, which, had he not been apprehensive of the dangers attending any opposition to Henry's lawless will, he might have pleaded in his own defence before the judges. Sentence, however, was pronounced against him, that he was out of the king's protection, his lands and goods forfeited, and that his person might be committed to custody. But this prosecution of Wolsey was carried no further. Henry even granted him a pardon for all offences, restored him part of his plate and furniture, and still continued from time to time to drop expressions of favour and compassion towards him. The complaints against the usurpations of the ecclesiastics had been very ancient in England, as well as in most other European kingdoms, and as this topic was now become very popular everywhere, it had paved the way for the Lutheran tenets, and reconciled the people in some measure to the frightful idea of heresy and innovation. The Commons, finding the occasion favourable, passed several bills restraining the impositions of the clergy, one for the regulating of mortuaries, another against the exactions for the probates of wills, a third against non-residents and pluralities, and against churchmen's being farmers of land. But what appeared chiefly dangerous to the ecclesiastical order were the severe invectives thrown out, almost without opposition in the House, against the dissolute lives of the priests, their ambition, their avarice, and their endless encroachments on the laity. Lord Herbert has even preserved the speech of a gentleman of Gray's Inn, which is of a singular nature, and contains such topics as we should little expect to meet with during that period. The member insists upon the vast variety of theological opinions which prevailed in different nations and ages, the endless inextricable controversies maintained by the several sects, the impossibility that any man, much less the people, could ever know, much less examine, the tenets and principles of every sect, the necessity of ignorance and a suspense of judgment with regard to all these objects of dispute, and upon the whole he infers that the only religious obligatory on mankind is the belief of one supreme being, the author of nature, and the necessity of good morals in order to obtain his favour and protection. Such sentiments would be deemed latitudinarian even in our time, and would not be advanced without some precaution in a public assembly. But though the first broaching of religious controversy might encourage the sceptical turn in a few persons of a studious disposition, the zeal with which men soon after attached themselves to their several parties served effectually to banish for a long time all such obnoxious liberties. The bills for regulating the clergy met with some opposition in the House of Lords. Bishop Fisher, in particular, imputed these measures of the Commons to their want of faith, and to a formed design, derived from heretical and Lutheran principles, of robbing the church of her patrimony, and overturning the national religion. The Duke of Norfolk reproved the prelate in severe and even somewhat indecent terms. He told him that the greatest clerks were not always the wisest men. But Fisher replied that he did not remember any fools in his time who had proved great clerks. The exceptions taken at the Bishop of Rochester's speech stopped not there. The Commons, by the mouth of Sir Thomas Audley, their speaker, made complaints to the king of the reflections thrown upon them, and the bishop was obliged to put a more favourable construction on his words. Henry was not displeased that the court of Rome and the clergy should be sensible that they were entirely dependent on him, and that his parliament, if he were willing to second their inclinations, was sufficiently disposed to reduce the power and privileges of the ecclesiastics. The Commons granted the king in another particular of moment. They granted him a discharge of all those debts which he had contracted since the beginning of his reign, and they grounded this bill, which occasioned many complaints, on a pretence of the king's great care of the nation, and of his regularly employing all the money which he had borrowed in the public service. Most of the king's creditors consisted of friends to the cardinal who had been engaged by their patron to contribute to the supply of Henry's necessities, and the present courtiers were well pleased to take the opportunity of mulcting them. Several also approved of an expedient which, they hoped, would ever after discredit a method of supply so irregular and so unparliamentary. The domestic transactions of England were at present so interesting to the king, that they chiefly engaged his attention, and he regarded foreign affairs only in subordination to them. He had declared war against the emperor, but the mutual advantages reaped by the commerce between England and the Netherlands had engaged him to stipulate a neutrality with those provinces, and except by money contributed to the Italian wars, he had in effect exercised no hostility against any of the imperial dominions. A general peace was this summer established in Europe. Margaret of Austria and Louisa of Savoy met at Cambray, and settled the terms of pacification between the French king and the emperor. Charles accepted of 2 millions of crowns in lieu of Burgundy, and he delivered up the 2 princes of France, whom he had retained as hostages. Henry was, on this occasion, so generous to his friend and ally Francis, that he sent him an acquittal of near 600,000 crowns, which that prince owed him. Francis's Italian confederates were not so well satisfied as the king with the peace of Cambray. They were almost wholly abandoned to the will of the emperor, and seemed to have no means of security left but his equity and moderation. Florence, after a brave resistance, was subdued by the imperial arms, and finally delivered over to the dominion of the family of Medici. The Venetians were better treated. They were only obliged to relinquish some acquisitions which they had made on the coast of Naples. Even Francis Sforza obtained the investiture of Milan, and was pardoned for all past offences. The emperor in person passed into Italy with a magnificent train, and received the imperial crown from the hands of the pope at Bologna. He was but 29 years of age, and having already by his vigor and capacity succeeded in every enterprise, and reduced to captivity the 2 greatest potentates in Europe, the one spiritual, the other temporal, he attracted the eyes of all men, and many prognostications were formed of his growing empire. But though Charles seemed to be prosperous on every side, and though the conquest of Mexico and Peru now began to prevent that scarcity of money under which he had hitherto labored, he found himself threatened with difficulties in Germany, and his desire of surmounting them was the chief cause of his granting such moderate conditions to the Italian powers. Sultan Suleiman, the greatest and most accomplished prince that ever sat on the Ottoman throne, had almost entirely subdued Hungary, had besieged Vienna, and, though repulsed, still menaced the hereditary dominions of the House of Austria with conquest and subjection. The Lutheran princes of the empire, finding that liberty of conscience was denied them, had combined in a league for their own defence at Smalkalde, and because they protested against the votes passed in the imperial diet, they thenceforth received the appellation of Protestants. Charles had undertaken to reduce them to obedience, and on pretence of securing the purity of religion, he had laid a scheme for aggrandizing his own family, by extending its dominion over all Germany. End of section 19, chapter 30, part 2. Section 20 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 20, Chapter 30, Part 3. The friendship of Henry was one material circumstance yet wanting to Charles. In order to ensure success in his ambitious enterprises, and the king was sufficiently apprised that the concurrence of that prince would at once remove all the difficulties which lay in the way of his divorce, that point which had long been the object of his most earnest wishes. But besides that, the interests of his kingdom seemed to require an alliance with France. His haughty spirit could not submit to a friendship imposed on him by constraint, and as he had ever been accustomed to receive courtship, deference, and solicitation from the greatest potentates, he could ill brook that dependence to which this unhappy affair seemed to have reduced him. Amidst the anxieties with which he was agitated, he was often tempted to break off all connections with the court of Rome; and though he had been educated in a superstitious reverence to papal authority, it is likely that his personal experience of the duplicity and selfish politics of Clement had served much to open his eyes in that particular. He found his prerogative firmly established at home. He observed that his people were in general much disgusted with clerical usurpations, and disposed to reduce the powers and privileges of the ecclesiastical order. He knew that they had cordially taken part with him in his prosecution of the divorce, and highly resented the unworthy treatment which, after so many services and such devoted attachment, he had received from the court of Rome. Anne Boleyn also could not fail to use all her efforts and employ every insinuation in order to make him proceed to extremities against the Pope, both as it was the readiest way to her attaining royal dignity, and as her education in the court of the Duchess of Alençon, a princess inclined to the reformers, had already disposed her to a belief of the new doctrines. But notwithstanding these inducements, Henry had strong motives still to desire a good agreement with the sovereign pontiff. He apprehended the danger of such great innovations. He dreaded the reproach of heresy. He abhorred all connections with the Lutherans, the chief opponents of the papal power, and having once exerted himself with such applause as he imagined in defence of the Romish communion, he was ashamed to retract his former opinions and betray from passion such a palpable inconsistency. While he was agitated by these contrary motives, an expedient was proposed, which, as it promised a solution of all difficulties, was embraced by him with the greatest joy and satisfaction. Dr. Thomas Cranmer, Fellow of Jesus College in Cambridge, was a man remarkable in that university for his learning, and still more for the candour and disinterestedness of his temper. He fell one evening by accident into company with Gardiner, now Secretary of State, and Fox, the king's almoner, and as the business of the divorce became the subject of conversation, he observed that the readiest way either to quiet Henry's conscience or extort the Pope's consent would be to consult all the universities of Europe with regard to this controverted point. If they agreed to approve of the king's marriage with Catherine, his remorses would naturally cease. If they condemned it, the Pope would find it difficult to resist the solicitations of so great a monarch, seconded by the opinion of all the learned men in Christendom. When the king was informed of the proposal, he was delighted with it, and swore with more alacrity than delicacy that Cranmer had got the right sow by the ear. He sent for that divine, entered into conversation with him, conceived a high opinion of his virtue and understanding, engaged him to write in defence of the divorce, and immediately, in prosecution of the scheme proposed, employed his agents to collect the judgments of all the universities in Europe. Had the question of Henry's marriage with Catherine been examined by the principles of sound philosophy, exempt from superstition, it seemed not liable to much difficulty. The natural reason why marriage in certain degrees is prohibited by the civil laws and condemned by the moral sentiments of all nations is derived from men's care to preserve purity of manners, while they reflect that if a commerce of love were authorized between near relations, the frequent opportunities of intimate conversation, especially during early youth, would introduce a universal dissoluteness and corruption. But as the customs of countries vary considerably, and open an intercourse more or less restrained between different families, or between the several members of the same family, we find that the moral precept, varying with its cause, is susceptible, without any inconvenience, of very different latitude in the several ages and nations of the world. The extreme delicacy of the Greeks permitted no communication between persons of different sexes, except where they lived under the same roof, and even the apartments of a stepmother and her daughters were almost as much shut up against visits from the husband's sons as against those from any stranger or more distant relation. Hence, in that nation it was lawful for a man to marry not only his niece, but his half-sister by the father, a liberty unknown to the Romans and other nations, where a more open intercourse was authorized between the sexes. Reasoning from this principle, it would appear that the ordinary commerce of life among great princes is so obstructed by ceremony and numerous attendants, that no ill consequence would result among them from marrying a brother's widow, especially if the dispensation of the supreme priest be previously required, in order to justify what may in common cases be condemned, and to hinder the precedent from becoming too common and familiar. And as strong motives of public interest and tranquillity may frequently require such alliances between the foreign families, there is the less reason for extending towards them the full rigor of the rule which has place among individuals. But in opposition to these reasons, and many more which might be collected, Henry had custom and precedent on his side. The principle by which men are almost wholly governed in their actions and opinions. The marrying of a brother's widow was so unusual that no other instance of it could be found in any history or record of any Christian nation. And though the popes were accustomed to dispense with more essential precepts of morality, and even permitted marriages within other prohibited degrees, such as those of uncle and niece, the imaginations of men were not yet reconciled to this particular exercise of his authority. Several universities of Europe, therefore, without hesitation, as well as without interest or reward, gave a verdict in the king's favor. Not only those of France, Paris, Orleans, Bourges, Toulouse, Angers, which might be supposed to lie under the influence of their prince, ally to Henry, but also those of Italy, Venice, Ferrara, Padua, even Bologna itself, though under the immediate jurisdiction of Clement. Oxford alone and Cambridge made some difficulty, because these universities, alarmed at the progress of Lutheranism and dreading a defection from the Holy See, scrupled to give their sanction to measures whose consequences they feared would prove fatal to the ancient religion. Their opinion, however, conformable to that of the other universities of Europe, was at last obtained, and the king, in order to give more weight to all these authorities, engaged his nobility to write a letter to the pope, recommending his cause to the Holy Father, and threatening him with the most dangerous consequences in case of a denial of justice. The convocations, too, both of Canterbury and York, pronounced the king's marriage invalid, irregular, and contrary to the law of God, with which no human power had authority to dispense. But Clement, lying still under the influence of the emperor, continued to summon the king to appear, either by himself or proxy, before his tribunal at Rome; and the king, who knew that he could expect no fair trial there, refused to submit to such a condition, and would not even admit of any citation which he regarded as a high insult and a violation of his royal prerogative. The father of Anne Boleyn, created Earl of Wiltshire, carried to the pope the king's reasons for not appearing by proxy, and as the first instance of disrespect from England, refused to kiss his holiness's foot, which he graciously held out to him for that purpose. The extremities to which Henry was pushed, both against the pope and the ecclesiastical order, were naturally disagreeable to Cardinal Wolsey; and as Henry foresaw his opposition, it is the most probable reason that can be assigned for his renewing the prosecution against his ancient favorite. After Wolsey had remained some time at Asher, he was allowed to remove to Richmond, a palace which he had received as a present from Henry in return for Hampton Court. But the courtiers, dreading still his vicinity to the king, procured an order for him to remove to his see of York. The cardinal knew it was in vain to resist. He took up his residence at Cawood in Yorkshire, where he rendered himself extremely popular in the neighborhood by his affability and hospitality, but he was not allowed to remain long unmolested in this retreat. The Earl of Northumberland received orders, without regard to Wolsey's ecclesiastical character, to arrest him for high treason, and to conduct him to London in order to his trial. The cardinal, partly from the fatigues of his journey, partly from the agitation of his anxious mind, was seized with a disorder which turned into a dysentery, and he was able with some difficulty to reach Leicester Abbey. When the abbot and the monks advanced to receive him with much respect and reverence, he told them that he was come to lay his bones among them, and he immediately took to his bed, whence he never rose more. A little before he expired, he addressed himself in the following words to Sir William Kingston, Constable of the Tower, who had him in custody: I pray you have me heartily recommended unto his royal majesty, and beseech him on my behalf to call to his remembrance all matters that have passed between us from the beginning, especially with regard to his business with the Queen, and then he will know in his conscience whether I have offended him. He is a prince of a most royal carriage, and hath a princely heart, and rather than he will miss or want any part of his will, he will endanger the one half of his kingdom. I do assure you that I have often kneeled before him, sometimes 3 hours together, to persuade him from his will and appetite, but could not prevail. Had I but served God as diligently as I have served the king, he would not have given me over in my grey hairs. But this is the just reward that I must receive for my indulgent pains and study, not regarding my service to God, but only to my prince. Therefore, let me advise you, if you be one of the privy council, as by your wisdom you are fit, take care what you put into the king's head, for you can never put it out again. Thus died this famous cardinal, whose character seems to have contained as singular a variety as the fortune to which he was exposed. The obstinacy and violence of the king's temper may alleviate much of the blame which some of his favourites' measures have undergone; and when we consider that the subsequent part of Henry's reign was much more criminal than that which had been directed by Wolsey's counsels, we shall be inclined to suspect those historians of partiality who have endeavoured to load the memory of this minister with such violent reproaches. If in foreign politics he sometimes employed his influence over the king for his private purposes, rather than his master's service, which he boasted he had solely at heart, we must remember that he had in view the papal throne, a dignity which, had he attained it, would have enabled him to make Henry a suitable return for all his favours. The Cardinal of Amboise, whose memory is respected in France, always made this apology for his own conduct, which was in some respect similar to Wolsey's, and we have reason to think that Henry was well acquainted with the views by which his minister was influenced, and took a pride in promoting them. He much regretted his death, when informed of it, and always spoke favourably of his memory, a proof that humour, more than reason, or any discovery of treachery, had occasioned the last persecutions against him. A new session of Parliament was held, together with a convocation, and the king here gave strong proofs of his extensive authority, as well as of his intention to turn it to the depression of the clergy. As an ancient statute, now almost obsolete, had been employed to ruin Wolsey, and render his exercise of the legatine power criminal, notwithstanding the king's permission, the same law was now turned against the ecclesiastics. It was pretended that every one who had submitted to the legatine court, that is, the whole church, had violated the statute of provisors, and the attorney general accordingly brought an indictment against them. The convocation knew that it would be in vain to oppose reason or equity to the king's arbitrary will, or plead that their ruin would have been the certain consequence of not submitting to Wolsey's commission, which was procured by Henry's consent and supported by his authority. They chose, therefore, to throw themselves on the mercy of their sovereign, and they agreed to pay £118,840 for a pardon. A confession was likewise extorted from them, that the king was the protector and the supreme head of the church and clergy of England, though some of them had the dexterity to get a clause inserted which invalidated the whole submission, and which ran in these terms: "In so far as is permitted by the law of Christ." The commons, finding that a pardon was granted the clergy, began to be apprehensive for themselves, lest either they should afterwards be brought into trouble on account of their submission to the legatine court, or a supply in like manner be extorted from them in return for their pardon. They therefore petitioned the king to grant a remission to his lay subjects, but they met with a repulse. He told them that if he ever chose to forgive their offence, it would be from his own goodness, not from their application, lest he should seem to be compelled to it. Some time after, when they despaired of obtaining this concession, he was pleased to issue a pardon to the laity, and the commons expressed great gratitude for that act of clemency. By this strict execution of the statute of provisors, a great part of the profit, and still more of the power of the court of Rome, was cut off, and the connections between the pope and the English clergy were in some measure dissolved. The next session found both king and parliament in the same dispositions. An act was passed against levying the annates, or first fruits, being a year's rent of all the bishoprics that fell vacant, a tax which was imposed by the court of Rome for granting bulls to the new prelates, and which was found to amount to considerable sums. Since the second of Henry VII., no less than £160,000 had been transmitted to Rome on account of this claim, which the parliament therefore reduced to 5% on all the episcopal benefices. The better to keep the pope in awe, the king was entrusted with the power of regulating these payments, and of confirming or infringing this act at his pleasure. And it was voted that any censures which should be passed by the court of Rome on account of that law should be entirely disregarded, and that mass should be said, and the sacraments administered, as if no such censures had been issued. This session, the Commons preferred to the king a long complaint against the abuses and oppressions of the ecclesiastical courts, and they were proceeding to enact laws for remedying them, when a difference arose which put an end to the session before the parliament had finished all their business. It was become a custom for men to make such settlements, or trust deeds, of their lands by will, that they defrauded not only the king, but all other lords of their wards, marriages, and reliefs, and by the same artifice the king was deprived of his premier seizin, and the profits of the livery, which were no inconsiderable branches of his revenue. Henry made a bill be drawn to moderate, not remedy altogether, this abuse. He was contented that every man should have the liberty of disposing in this manner of the half of his land, and he told the parliament in plain terms, if they would not take a reasonable thing when it was offered, he would search out the extremity of the law, and then would not offer them so much again. The lords came willingly into his terms, but the commons rejected the bill, a singular instance when Henry might see that his power and authority, though extensive, had yet some boundaries. The commons, however, found reason to repent of their victory. The king made good his threats. He called together the judges and ablest lawyers, who argued the question in chancery, and it was decided that a man could not by law bequeath any part of his lands in prejudice of his heir. The parliament being again assembled after a short prorogation, the king caused the two oaths to be read to them, that which the bishops took to the pope, and that to the king on their installation, and as a contradiction might be suspected between them, while the prelates seemed to swear allegiance to two sovereigns, the parliament showed their intention of abolishing the oath to the pope, when their proceedings were suddenly stopped by the breaking out of the plague at Westminster, which occasioned a prorogation. It is remarkable that one Thames ventured this session to move, that the House should address the king to take back the queen and stop the prosecution of his divorce. This motion made the king send for Audley, the speaker, and explain to him the scruples with which his conscience had long been burdened. Scruples, he said, which had proceeded from no wanton appetite, which had arisen after the fervours of youth were past, and which were confirmed by the concurring sentiments of all the learned societies in Europe. Except in Spain and Portugal, he added, it was never heard of that any man had espoused two sisters, but he himself had the misfortune, he believed, to be the first Christian man that had ever married his brother's widow. After the prorogation, Sir Thomas More, the Chancellor, foreseeing that all the measures of the king and parliament led to a breach with the Church of Rome, and to an alteration of religion, with which his principles would not permit him to concur, desired leave to resign the great seal, and he descended from his high station with more joy and alacrity than he had mounted up to it. The austerity of this man's virtue, and the sanctity of his manners, had no wise encroached on the gentleness of his temper, or even diminished that frolic and gaiety to which he was naturally inclined. He sported with all the varieties of fortune into which he was thrown, and neither the pride naturally attending a high station, nor the melancholy incident to poverty and retreat, could ever lay hold of his serene and equal spirit. While his family discovered symptoms of sorrow on laying down the grandeur and magnificence to which they had been accustomed, he drew a subject of mirth from their distresses, and made them ashamed of losing even a moment's cheerfulness on account of such trivial misfortunes. The king, who had entertained a high opinion of his virtue, received his resignation with some difficulty, and he delivered the great seal soon after to Sir Thomas Audley. During these transactions in England, and these invasions of the papal and ecclesiastical authority, the court of Rome was not without solicitude, and she entertained just apprehensions of losing entirely her authority in England. The kingdom, which of all others had long been the most devoted to the Holy See, and which had yielded it the most ample revenue, while the imperial cardinals pushed Clement to proceed to extremities against the king, his more moderate and impartial counsellors represented to him the indignity of his proceedings. That a great monarch, who had signalized himself both by his pen and his sword in the cause of the pope, should be denied a favor which he demanded on such just grounds, and which had scarcely ever before been refused to any person of his rank and station. Notwithstanding these remonstrances, the queen's appeal was received at Rome, the king was cited to appear, and several consistories were held to examine the validity of the marriage. Henry was determined not to send any proxy to plead his cause before this court. He only dispatched Sir Edward Carne and Dr. Bonner, in quality of excusators, so they were called, to carry his apology for not paying that deference to the papal authority. The prerogatives of his crown, he said, must be sacrificed if he allowed appeals from his own kingdom, and as the question regarded conscience, not power or interest, no proxy could supply his place, or convey that satisfaction which the dictates of his own mind alone could confer. In order to support himself in this measure, and add greater security to his intended defection from Rome, he procured an interview with Francis in Boulogne and Calais, where he renewed his personal friendship as well as public alliance with that monarch, and concerted all measures for their mutual defence. He even employed arguments by which he believed he had persuaded Francis to imitate his example in withdrawing his obedience from the bishop of Rome, and administering ecclesiastical affairs without having further recourse to that see. And being now fully determined in his own mind, as well as resolute to stand all consequences, he privately celebrated his marriage with Anne Boleyn, whom he had previously created Marchioness of Pembroke. Rowland Lee, soon after raised to the bishopric of Coventry, officiated at the marriage. The Duke of Norfolk, uncle to the new queen, her father, mother, and brother, together with Dr. Cranmer, were present at the ceremony. End of section 20, chapter 30, part 3. Section 21 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 21, Chapter 30, Part 4. Anne became pregnant soon after her marriage, and this event both gave great satisfaction to the king and was regarded by the people as a strong proof of the queen's former modesty and virtue. The Parliament was again assembled, and Henry, in conjunction with the great council of the nation, proceeded still in those gradual and secure steps by which they loosened their connections with the See of Rome, and repressed the usurpations of the Roman pontiff. An act was made against all appeals to Rome in causes of matrimony, divorces, wills, and other suits cognizable in ecclesiastical courts. Appeals esteemed dishonourable to the kingdom by subjecting it to a foreign jurisdiction, and found to be very vexatious by the expense and the delay of justice which necessarily attended them. The more to show his disregard to the Pope, Henry, finding the new queen's pregnancy to advance, publicly owned his marriage, and in order to remove all doubts with regard to its lawfulness, he prepared measures for declaring by a formal sentence the invalidity of his marriage with Catherine, a sentence which ought naturally to have preceded his espousing of Anne. The king, even amidst his scruples and remorses on account of his first marriage, had always treated Catherine with respect and distinction, and he endeavoured by every soft and persuasive art to engage her to depart from her appeal to Rome and her opposition to his divorce. Finding her obstinate in maintaining the justice of her cause, he had totally forborne all visits and intercourse with her, and had desired her to make choice of any one of his palaces in which she should please to reside. She had fixed her abode for some time at Amphill, near Dunstable, and it was in this latter town that Cranmer, now created Archbishop of Canterbury on the death of Warham, was appointed to open his court for examining the validity of her marriage. The near neighbourhood of the place was chosen in order to deprive her of all plea of ignorance, and as she made no answer to the citation either by herself or proxy, she was declared contumacious, and the primate proceeded to the examination of the cause. The evidence of Arthur's consummation of his marriage were anew produced. The opinions of the universities were read, together with the judgment pronounced 2 years before by the convocations both of Canterbury and York, and after these preliminary steps, Cranmer proceeded to a sentence, and annulled the king's marriage with Catherine as unlawful and invalid. By a subsequent sentence, he ratified the marriage with Anne Boleyn, who soon after was publicly crowned queen, with all the pomp and dignity suited to that ceremony. To complete the king's satisfaction on the conclusion of this intricate and vexatious affair, she was safely delivered of a daughter, who received the name of Elizabeth, and who afterwards swayed the sceptre with such renown and felicity. Henry was so much delighted with the birth of this child, that soon after he conferred on her the title of Princess of Wales, a step somewhat irregular, as she could only be presumptive, not apparent heir of the crown. But he had, during his former marriage, thought proper to honour his daughter Mary with that title, and he was determined to bestow on the offspring of his present marriage the same mark of distinction, as well as to exclude the elder princess from all hopes of the succession. His regard for the new queen seemed rather to increase than diminish by his marriage, and all men expected to see the entire ascendant of one who had mounted a throne from which her birth had set her at so great a distance, and who, by a proper mixture of severity and indulgence, had long managed so intractable a spirit as that of Henry. In order to efface as much as possible all marks of his first marriage, Lord Mountjoy was sent to the unfortunate and divorced queen to inform her that she was thenceforth to be treated only as Princess Dowager of Wales, and all means were employed to make her acquiesce in that determination. But she continued obstinate in maintaining the validity of her marriage, and she would admit no person to her presence who did not approach her with the accustomed ceremonial. Henry, forgetting his wonted generosity towards her, employed menaces against such of her servants as complied with her commands in this particular, but was never able to make her relinquish her title and pretensions. When intelligence was conveyed to Rome of these transactions, so injurious to the authority and reputation of the Holy See, the conclave was in a rage, and all the cardinals of the imperial faction urged the pope to proceed to a definitive sentence and to dart his spiritual thunders against Henry. But Clement proceeded no further than to declare the nullity of Cranmer's sentence, as well as that of Henry's second marriage, threatening him with excommunication if before the 1st of November ensuing he did not replace everything in the condition in which it formerly stood. An event had happened from which the pontiff expected a more amicable conclusion of the difference, and which hindered him from carrying matters to extremity against the king. The pope had claims upon the duchy of Ferrara for the sovereignty of Reggio and Modena, and having submitted his pretensions to the arbitration of the emperor, he was surprised to find a sentence pronounced against him. Enraged at this disappointment, he hearkened to proposals of amity from Francis, and when that monarch made overtures of marrying the Duke of Orleans, his second son, to Catherine of Medici, niece of the pope, Clement gladly embraced an alliance by which his family was so much honored. An interview was even appointed between the pope and French king at Marseilles, and Francis, as a common friend, there employed his good offices in mediating an accommodation between his new ally and the King of England. Had this connection of France with the court of Rome taken place a few years sooner, there had been little difficulty in adjusting the quarrel with Henry. The king's request was an ordinary one, and the same plenary power of the pope which had granted a dispensation for his espousing of Catherine could easily have annulled the marriage. But in the progress of the quarrel, the state of affairs was much changed on both sides. Henry had shaken off much of that reverence which he had earlier imbibed for the apostolic see, and finding that his subjects of all ranks had taken part with him, and willingly complied with his measures for breaking off foreign dependence, he had begun to relish his spiritual authority, and would scarcely, it was apprehended, be induced to renew his submissions to the Roman pontiff. The pope, on the other hand, now ran a manifest risk of infringing his authority by a compliance with the king, and as a sentence of divorce could no longer be rested on nullities in Julius's bull, but would be construed as an acknowledgment of papal usurpations, it was foreseen that the Lutherans would thence take occasion of triumph, and would persevere more obstinately in their present principles. But notwithstanding these obstacles, Francis did not despair of mediating an agreement. He observed that the king had still some remains of prejudice in favor of the Catholic Church, and was apprehensive of the consequences which might ensue from too violent innovations. He saw the interest that Clement had in preserving the obedience of England, which was one of the richest jewels in the papal crown, and he hoped that these motives on both sides would facilitate a mutual agreement, and would forward the effects of his good offices. Francis first prevailed on the Pope to promise that if the king would send a proxy to Rome, and thereby submit his cause to the Holy See, he should appoint commissioners to meet at Cambray and form the process, and he should immediately afterwards pronounce the sentence of divorce required of him. Belay, Bishop of Paris, was next dispatched to London, and obtained a promise from the king that he would submit his cause to the Roman consistory, provided the cardinals of the imperial faction were excluded from it. The prelate carried this verbal promise to Rome, and the Pope agreed that if the king would sign a written agreement to the same purpose, his demands should be fully complied with. A day was appointed for the return of the messengers, and all Europe regarded this affair, which had threatened a violent rupture between England and the Romish Church, as drawing towards an amicable conclusion. But the greatest affairs often depend on the most frivolous incidents. The courier who carried the king's written promise was detained beyond the day appointed. News was brought to Rome that a libel had been published in England against the court of Rome, and a farce acted before the king in derision of the pope and cardinals. The pope and cardinals entered into the consistory inflamed with anger, and by a precipitate sentence the marriage of Henry and Catherine was pronounced valid, and Henry declared to be excommunicated if he refused to adhere to it. 2 days after, the courier arrived, and Clement, who had been hurried from his usual prudence, found that though he heartily repented of this hasty measure, it would be difficult for him to retract it or replace affairs on the same footing as before. It is not probable that the Pope, had he conducted himself with ever so great moderation and temper, could hope, during the lifetime of Henry, to have regained much authority or influence in England. That monarch was of a temper both impetuous and obstinate, and having proceeded so far in throwing off the papal yoke, he never could again have been brought tamely to bend his neck to it. Even at the time when he was negotiating a reconciliation with Rome, he either entertained so little hopes of success, or was so indifferent about the event, that he had assembled a parliament and continued to enact laws totally destructive of the papal authority. The people had been prepared by degrees for this great innovation. Each preceding session had retrenched somewhat from the power and profits of the pontiff. Care had been taken during some years to teach the nation that a general council was much superior to a pope, but now a bishop preached every Sunday at Paul's Cross, in order to inculcate the doctrine that the pope was entitled to no authority at all beyond the bounds of his own diocese. The proceedings of the parliament showed that they had entirely adopted this opinion, and there is reason to believe that the king, after having procured a favorable sentence from Rome, which would have removed all doubts with regard to his second marriage and the succession, might indeed have lived on terms of civility with the Roman pontiff, but never would have surrendered him to any considerable share of his assumed prerogative. The importance of the laws passed this session even before intelligence arrived of the violent resolutions taken at Rome, is sufficient to justify this opinion. All payments made to the apostolic chamber, all provisions, bulls, dispensations were abolished. Monasteries were subjected to the visitation and government of the king alone. The law for punishing heretics was moderated. The ordinary was prohibited from imprisoning or trying any person upon suspicion alone, without presentment by two lawful witnesses, and it was declared that to speak against the Pope's authority was no heresy. Bishops were to be appointed by a conge d'élire from the crown, or in case of the dean and chapter's refusal, by letters patent, and no recourse was to be had to Rome for pales, bulls, or provisions. Campeggio and Ginucci, two Italians, were deprived of the bishoprics of Salisbury and Worcester, which they had hitherto enjoyed. The law which had been formerly made against paying annates or first fruits, but which had been left in the king's power to suspend or enforce, was finally established, and a submission which was exacted 2 years before from the clergy, and which had been obtained with great difficulty, received this session the sanction of Parliament. In this submission, the clergy acknowledged that convocations ought to be assembled by the king's authority only. They promised to enact no new canons without his consent, and they agreed that he should appoint 32 commissioners in order to examine the old canons and abrogate such as should be found prejudicial to his royal prerogative. An appeal was also allowed from the bishop's court to the king in chancery. But the most important law passed this session was that which regulated the succession to the crown. The marriage of the king with Catherine was declared unlawful, void, and of no effect. The primate's sentence annulling it was ratified, and the marriage with Queen Anne was established and confirmed. The crown was appointed to descend to the issue of this marriage, and failing them, to the king's heirs forever. An oath likewise was enjoined to be taken in favor of this order of succession, under the penalty of imprisonment during the king's pleasure, and forfeiture of goods and chattels. And all slander against the king, queen, or their issue was subjected to the penalty of misprision of treason. After these compliances, the Parliament was prorogued, and those acts so contemptuous towards the Pope, and so destructive of his authority, were passed at the very time that Clement pronounced his hasty sentence against the king. Henry's resentment against Queen Catherine, on account of her obstinacy, was the reason why he excluded her daughter from all hopes of succeeding to the crown, contrary to his first intentions, when he began the process of divorce and of dispensation for a second marriage. The king found his ecclesiastical subjects as compliant as the laity. The convocation ordered that the act against appeals to Rome, together with the king's appeal from the Pope to a general council, should be affixed to the doors of all the churches in the kingdom, and they voted that the Bishop of Rome had, by the law of God, no more jurisdiction in England than any other foreign bishop, and that the authority which he and his predecessors had there exercised was only by usurpation, and by the sufferance of English princes. 4 persons alone opposed this vote in the lower house, and 1 doubted. It passed unanimously in the upper. The bishops went so far in their complaisance that they took out new commissions from the crown, in which all their spiritual and episcopal authority was expressly affirmed to be derived ultimately from the civil magistrate, and to be entirely dependent on his good pleasure. The oath regarding the succession was generally taken throughout the kingdom. Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, and Sir Thomas More were the only persons of note that entertained scruples with regard to its legality. Fisher was obnoxious on account of some practices into which his credulity, rather than any bad intentions, seems to have betrayed him. But More was the person of greatest reputation in the kingdom for virtue and integrity, and as it was believed that his authority would have no influence on the sentiments of others, great pains were taken to convince him of the lawfulness of the oath. He declared that he had no scruple with regard to the succession, and thought that the Parliament had full power to settle it. He offered to draw an oath himself which would ensure his allegiance to the heir appointed, but he refused the oath prescribed by law, because the preamble of that oath asserted the legality of the king's marriage with Anne, and thereby implied that his former marriage with Catherine was unlawful and invalid. Cranmer, the primate, and Cromwell, now Secretary of State, who highly loved and esteemed More, entreated him to lay aside his scruples, and their friendly importunity seemed to weigh more with him than all the penalties attending his refusal. He persisted, however, in a mild though firm manner to maintain his resolution, and the king, irritated against him as well as Fisher, ordered both to be indicted upon the statute and committed prisoners to the Tower. The Parliament, being again assembled, conferred on the king the title of the only supreme head on earth of the Church of England, as they had already invested him with all the real power belonging to it. In this memorable act, the Parliament granted him power, or rather acknowledged his inherent power, to visit and repress, redress, reform, order, correct, restrain, or amend all errors, heresies, abuses, offences, contempts, and enormities which fell under any spiritual authority or jurisdiction. They also declared it treason to attempt, imagine, or speak evil against the king, queen, or his heirs, or to endeavour depriving them of their dignities or titles. They gave him a right to all the annates and tithes of benefices which had formerly been paid to the court of Rome. They granted him a subsidy and a 15th. They attainted More and Fisher for misprision of treason, and they completed the union of England and Wales by giving to that principality all the benefit of the English laws. Thus the authority of the popes, like all exorbitant power, was ruined by the excess of its acquisitions, and by stretching its pretensions beyond what it was possible for any human principles or prepossessions to sustain. Indulgences had, in former ages, tended extremely to enrich the Holy See, but being openly abused, they served to excite the first commotions and opposition in Germany. The prerogative of granting dispensations had also contributed much to attach all the sovereign princes and great families in Europe to the papal authority. But meeting with an unlucky concurrence of circumstances was now the cause why England separated herself from the Romish communion. The acknowledgment of the king's supremacy introduced there a greater simplicity in the government, by uniting the spiritual with the civil power, and preventing disputes about limits which never could be exactly determined between the contending jurisdictions. A way was also prepared for checking the exorbitances of superstition, and breaking down those shackles by which all human reason policy, and industry had so long been encumbered. The prince, it may be supposed, being head of the religion, as well as of the temporal jurisdiction of the kingdom, though he might sometimes employ the former as an engine of government, had no interest, like the Roman pontiff, in nourishing its excessive growth, and, except when blinded by his own ignorance or bigotry, would be sure to retain it within tolerable limits, and prevent its abuses. And on the whole, there followed from this revolution many beneficial consequences, though perhaps neither foreseen nor intended by the persons who had the chief hand in conducting it. While Henry proceeded with so much order and tranquillity in changing the national religion, and while his authority seemed entirely secure in England, he was held in some inquietude by the state of affairs in Ireland and in Scotland. The Earl of Kildare was deputy of Ireland under the Duke of Richmond, the king's natural son, who bore the title of lieutenant; and as Kildare was accused of some violences against the family of Ossory, his hereditary enemies, he was summoned to answer for his conduct. He left his authority in the hands of his son, who, hearing that his father was thrown into prison and was in danger of his life, immediately took up arms, and joining himself to O'Neill, O'Carroll, and other Irish nobility, committed many ravages, murdered Alan, Archbishop of Dublin, and laid siege to that city. Kildare meanwhile died in prison, and his son, persevering in his revolt, made applications to the emperor, who promised him assistance. The king was obliged to send over some forces to Ireland, which so harassed the rebels that this young nobleman, finding the emperor backward in fulfilling his promises, was reduced to the necessity of surrendering himself prisoner to Lord Leonard Grey, the new deputy, brother to the Marquis of Dorset. He was carried over to England, together with his 5 uncles, and after trial and conviction, they were all brought to public justice, though 2 of the uncles, in order to save the family, had pretended to join the king's party. The Earl of Angus had acquired the entire ascendant in Scotland, and having gotten possession of the king's person, then in early youth, he was able, by means of that advantage, and by employing the power of his own family, to retain the reins of government. The queen dowager, however, his consort, bred him great disturbance; for having separated herself from him on account of some jealousies and disgusts, and having procured a divorce, she had married another man of quality, of the name of Stuart, and she joined all the discontented nobility who opposed Angus's authority. James himself was dissatisfied with the slavery to which he was reduced. He incited first Walter Scott, then the Earl of Lennox, to attempt by force of arms the freeing him from the hands of Angus. Both enterprises failed of success, but James, impatient of restraint, found means at last of escaping to Stirling, where his mother then resided, and having summoned all the nobility to attend him, he overturned the authority of the Douglases, and obliged Angus and his brother to fly into England, where they were protected by Henry. The King of Scotland, being now arrived at years of majority, took the government into his own hands, and employed himself with great spirit and valor in repressing those feuds, ravages, and disorders, which, though they disturbed the course of public justice, served to support the martial spirit of the Scots, and contributed by that means to maintain national independency. He was desirous of renewing the ancient league with the French nation, but finding Francis in close union with England, and on that account somewhat cold in hearkening to his proposals, he received the more favorably the advances of the emperor, who hoped by means of such an ally to breed disturbance to England. He offered the Scottish king the choice of 3 princesses, his own near relations, and all of the name of Mary, his sister, the Dowager of Hungary, his niece, a daughter of Portugal, or his cousin, the daughter of Henry, whom he pretended to dispose of unknown to her father. James was more inclined to the latter proposal, had it not, upon reflection, been found impracticable, and his natural propensity to France at last prevailed over all other considerations. The alliance with Francis necessarily engaged James to maintain peace with England, but though invited by his uncle Henry to confer with him at Newcastle, and concert common measures for repressing the ecclesiastics in both kingdoms, and shaking off the yoke of Rome, he could not be prevailed on, by entering England, to put himself in the king's power. In order to have a pretext for refusing the conference, he applied to the pope, and obtained a brief forbidding him to engage in any personal negotiations with an enemy of the Holy See. From these measures, Henry easily concluded that he could very little depend on the friendship of his nephew. But those events took not place till some time after our present period. End of section 21, chapter 30, part 4.
Section 22 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nathan Dickey. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 22, Chapter 31, Part 1. Henry VIII. The ancient and almost uninterrupted opposition of interests between the laity and clergy in England, and between the English clergy and the court of Rome, had sufficiently prepared the nation for a breach with the sovereign pontiff, and men had penetration enough to discover abuses which were plainly calculated for the temporal advantages of the hierarchy, and which they found destructive of their own. These subjects seemed proportioned to human understanding, and even the people, who felt the power of interest in their own breasts, could perceive the purpose of those numerous inventions which the interested spirit of the Roman pontiff had introduced into religion. But when the reformers proceeded thence to dispute concerning the nature of the sacraments, the operations of grace, the terms of acceptance with the deity, men were thrown into amazement, and were, during some time, at a loss how to choose their party. The profound ignorance in which both the clergy and laity formerly lived, and their freedom from theological altercations, had produced a sincere but indolent acquiescence in received opinions, and the multitude were neither attached to them by topics of reasoning, nor by those prejudices and antipathies against opponents, which have ever a more natural and powerful influence over them. As soon, therefore, as a new opinion was advanced, supported by such an authority as to call up their attention, they felt their capacity totally unfitted for such disquisitions, and they perpetually fluctuated between the contending parties. Hence the quick and violent movements by which the people were agitated, even in the most opposite directions; hence their seeming prostitution in sacrificing to present power the most sacred principles; and hence the rapid progress during some time, and the sudden as well as entire check soon after, of the new doctrines. When men were once settled in their particular sects, and had fortified themselves in an habitual detestation of those who were denominated heretics, they adhered with more obstinacy to the principles of their education, and the limits of the two religions thenceforth remained fixed and unchangeable. Nothing more forwarded the first progress of the reformers than the offer which they made of submitting all religious doctrines to private judgment, and the summons given every one to examine the principles formerly imposed upon him. Though the multitude were totally unqualified for this undertaking, they yet were highly pleased with it. They fancied that they were exercising their judgment, while they opposed to the prejudices of ancient authority more powerful prejudices of another kind. The novelty itself of the doctrines, the pleasure of an imaginary triumph in dispute, the fervent zeal of the reformed preachers, their patience, and even alacrity in suffering persecution, death, and torments, a disgust at the restraints of the old religion, an indignation against the tyranny and interested spirit of the ecclesiastics. These motives were prevalent with the people, and by such considerations were men so generally induced, during that age, to throw off the religion of their ancestors. But in proportion as the practice of submitting religion to private judgment was acceptable to the people, it appeared in some respects dangerous to the rights of sovereigns, and seemed to destroy that implicit obedience on which the authority of the civil magistrate is chiefly founded. The very precedent of shaking so ancient and deep-founded an establishment as that of the Romish hierarchy might, it was apprehended, prepare the way for other innovations. The republican spirit which naturally took place among the reformers increased this jealousy. The furious insurrections of the populace, excited by Munzer and other Anabaptists in Germany, furnished a new pretense for decrying the Reformation. Nor ought we to conclude, because Protestants in our time prove as dutiful subjects as those of any other communion, that therefore such apprehensions were altogether without any shadow of plausibility. Though the liberty of private judgment be tendered to the disciples of the Reformation, it is not in reality accepted of, and men are generally contented to acquiesce implicitly in those establishments, however new, into which their early education has thrown them. No prince in Europe was possessed of such absolute authority as Henry, not even the Pope himself, in his own capital, where he united both the civil and ecclesiastical powers, and there was small likelihood that any doctrine which lay under the imputation of encouraging sedition could ever pretend to his favor and countenance. But besides this political jealousy, there was another reason which inspired this imperious monarch with an aversion to the reformers. He had early declared his sentiments against Luther, and having entered the lists in those scholastic quarrels, he had received from his courtiers and theologians infinite applause for his performance. Elated by this imaginary success, and blinded by a natural arrogance and obstinacy of temper, he had entertained the most lofty opinion of his own erudition, and he received with impatience, mixed with contempt, any contradiction to his sentiments. Luther also had been so imprudent as to treat in a very indecent manner his royal antagonist, and though he afterwards made the most humble submissions to Henry, and apologized for the vehemence of his former expressions, he never could efface the hatred which the king had conceived against him and his doctrines. The idea of heresy still appeared detestable as well as formidable to that prince, and whilst his resentment against the see of Rome had corrected one considerable part of his early prejudices, he had made it a point of honor never to relinquish the remainder. Separate as he stood from the Catholic Church and from the Roman pontiff, the head of it, he still valued himself on maintaining the Catholic doctrine, and on guarding, by fire and sword, the imagined purity of his speculative principles. Henry's ministers and courtiers were of as motley a character as his conduct, and seemed to waver, during this whole reign, between the ancient and the new religion. The queen, engaged by interest as well as inclination, favored the cause of the reformers. Cromwell, who was created Secretary of State, and who was daily advancing in the king's confidence, had embraced the same views, and as he was a man of prudence and abilities, he was able, very effectually, though in a covert manner, to promote the late innovations. Cranmer, Archbishop of Canterbury, had secretly adopted the Protestant tenets, and he had gained Henry's friendship by his candor and sincerity, virtues which he possessed in as eminent a degree as those times, equally distracted with faction and oppressed by tyranny, could easily permit. On the other hand, the Duke of Norfolk adhered to the ancient faith, and by his high rank, as well as by his talents, both for peace and war, he had great authority in the king's council. Gardiner, lately created Bishop of Winchester, had enlisted himself in the same party, and the suppleness of his character and dexterity of his conduct had rendered him extremely useful to it. All these ministers, while they stood in the most irreconcilable opposition of principles to each other, were obliged to disguise their particular opinions, and to pretend an entire agreement with the sentiments of their master. Cromwell and Cranmer still carried the appearance of a conformity to the ancient speculative tenets, but they artfully made use of Henry's resentment to widen the breach with the see of Rome. Norfolk and Gardiner feigned an assent to the king's supremacy, and to his renunciation of the sovereign pontiff, but they encouraged his passion for the Catholic faith, and instigated him to punish those daring heretics who had presumed to reject his theological principles. Both sides hoped, by their unlimited compliance, to bring him over to their party. The king, meanwhile, who held the balance between the factions, was enabled by the courtship paid him both by Protestants and Catholics to assume an unbounded authority, and though in all his measures he was really driven by his ungoverned humor, he casually steered a course which led more certainly to arbitrary power than any which the most profound politics could have traced out to him. Artifice, refinement, and hypocrisy, in his situation, would have put both parties on their guard against him, and would have taught them reserve in complying with a monarch whom they could never hope thoroughly to have gained. But while the frankness, sincerity, and openness of Henry's temper were generally known, as well as the dominion of his furious passions, each side dreaded to lose him by the smallest opposition, and flattered themselves that a blind compliance with his will would throw him cordially and fully into their interests. The ambiguity of the king's conduct, though it kept the courtiers in awe, served in the main to encourage the Protestant doctrine among his subjects, and promoted that spirit of innovation with which the age was generally seized, and which nothing but an entire uniformity, as well as a steady severity in the administration, could be able to repress. There were some Englishmen, Tyndale, Joy, Constantine, and others, who, dreading the exertion of the king's authority, had fled to Antwerp, where the great privileges possessed by the Low Country provinces served, during some time, to give them protection. These men employed themselves in writing English books against the corruptions of the Church of Rome, against images, relics, pilgrimages, and they excited the curiosity of men with regard to that question, the most important in theology, the terms of acceptance with the Supreme Being. In conformity to the Lutherans and other Protestants, they asserted that salvation was obtained by faith alone, and that the most infallible road to perdition was a reliance on good works, by which terms they understood as well as the moral duties as the ceremonial and monastic observances. The defenders of the ancient religion, on the other hand, maintained the efficacy of good works, but though they did not exclude from this appellation the social virtues, it was still the superstitions gainful to the Church which they chiefly extolled and recommended. The books composed by these fugitives, having stolen over to England, began to make converts everywhere, but it was a translation of the Scriptures by Tyndale that was esteemed the most dangerous to the established faith. The first edition of this work, composed with little accuracy, was found liable to considerable objections, and Tyndale, who was poor, and could not afford to lose a great part of the impression, was longing for an opportunity of correcting his errors, of which he had been made sensible. Tunstall, then Bishop of London, soon after of Durham, a man of great moderation, being desirous to discourage in the gentlest manner these innovations, gave private orders for buying up all the copies that could be found at Antwerp, and he burned them publicly in Cheapside. By this measure he supplied Tyndale with money, enabled him to print a new and correct edition of his work, and gave great scandal to the people, in thus committing to the flames the word of God. The disciples of the Reformation met with little severity during the ministry of Wolsey, who, though himself a clergyman, bore too small a regard to the ecclesiastical order to serve as an instrument of their tyranny. It was even an article of impeachment against him that by his connivance he had encouraged the growth of heresy, and that he had protected and acquitted some notorious offenders. Sir Thomas More, who succeeded Wolsey as chancellor, is at once an object deserving our compassion and an instance of the usual progress of men's sentiments during that age. This man, whose elegant genius and familiar acquaintance with the noble spirit of antiquity had given him very enlarged sentiments, and who had in his early years advanced principles which even at present would be deemed somewhat too free, had, in the course of events, been so irritated by polemics, and thrown into such a superstitious attachment to the ancient faith, that few inquisitors have been guilty of greater violence in their prosecution of heresy. Though adorned with the gentlest manners, as well as the purest integrity, he carried to the utmost height his aversion to heterodoxy; and James Bainham, in particular, a gentleman of the Temple, experienced from him the greatest severity. Bainham, accused of favoring the new opinions, was carried to More's house, and having refused to discover his accomplices, the chancellor ordered him to be whipped in his presence, and afterwards sent him to the Tower, where he himself saw him put to the torture. The unhappy gentleman, overcome by all these severities, abjured his opinions, but feeling afterwards the deepest compunction for his apostasy, he openly returned to his former tenets, and even courted the crown of martyrdom. He was condemned as an obstinate and relapsed heretic, and was burned in Smithfield. Many were brought into the bishop's courts for offences which appear trivial, but which were regarded as symbols of the party; some for teaching their children the Lord's Prayer in English, others for reading the New Testament in that language, or for speaking against pilgrimages. To harbor the persecuted preachers, to neglect the fasts of the church, to declaim against the vices of the clergy, were capital offences. One Thomas Bilney, a priest, who had embraced the new doctrine, had been terrified into an abjuration, but was so haunted by remorse that his friends dreaded some fatal effects of his despair. At last his mind seemed to be more relieved, but this appearing calm proceeded only from the resolution which he had taken of expiating his past offence by an open confession of the truth, and by dying a martyr to it. He went through Norfolk, teaching the people to beware of idolatry, and of trusting for their salvation either to pilgrimages, or to the cowl of St. Francis, to the prayers of the saints, or to images. He was soon seized, tried in the bishop's court, and condemned as a relapsed heretic, and the writ was sent down to burn him. When brought to the stake, he discovered such patience, fortitude, and devotion, that the spectators were much affected with the horrors of his punishment, and some mendicant friars, who were present, fearing that his martyrdom would be imputed to them, and make them lose those alms which they received from the charity of the people, desired him publicly to acquit them of having any hand in his death. He willingly complied, and by this meekness gained the more on the sympathy of the people. Another person, still more heroic, being brought to the stake for denying the real presence, seemed almost in a transport of joy, and he tenderly embraced the faggots which were to be the instruments of his punishment, as the means of procuring him eternal rest. In short, the tide turning towards the new doctrine, those severe executions which, in another disposition of men's minds, would have sufficed to suppress it, now served only to diffuse it the more among the people, and to inspire them with horror against the unrelenting persecutors. But though Henry neglected not to punish the Protestant doctrine, which he deemed heresy, his most formidable enemies, he knew, were the zealous adherents to the ancient religion, chiefly the monks, who, having their immediate dependence on the Roman pontiff, apprehended their own ruin to be the certain consequence of abolishing his authority in England. Pato, a friar, preaching before the king, had the assurance to tell him that many lying prophets had deceived him, but he, as a true Micaiah, warned him that the dogs would lick his blood as they had done Ahab's. The king took no notice of the insult, but allowed the preacher to depart in peace. Next Sunday he employed Dr. Corran to preach before him, who justified the king's proceedings, and gave Pato the appellations of a rebel, a slanderer, a dog, and a traitor. Elston, another friar of the same house, interrupted the preacher, and told him that he was one of the lying prophets, who sought to establish by adultery the succession of the crown, but that he himself would justify all that Pato had said. Henry silenced the petulant friar, but showed no other mark of resentment than ordering Pato and him to be summoned before the council, and to be rebuked for their offense. He even here bore patiently some new instances of their obstinacy and arrogance, when the Earl of Essex, a privy councillor, told them that they deserved for their offense to be thrown into the Thames. Elston replied that the road to heaven lay as near by water as by land. But several monks were detected in a conspiracy which, as it might have proved more dangerous to the king, was on its discovery attended with more fatal consequences to themselves. Elizabeth Barton, of Aldington, in Kent, commonly called the Holy Maid of Kent, had been subject to hysterical fits, which threw her body into unusual convulsions, and having produced an equal disorder in her mind, made her utter strange sayings, which, as she was scarcely conscious of them during the time, had soon after entirely escaped her memory. The silly people in the neighborhood were struck with these appearances, which they imagined to be supernatural, and Richard Masters, vicar of the parish, a designing fellow, founded on them a project from which he hoped to acquire both profit and consideration. He went to Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury, then alive, and having given him an account of Elizabeth's revelations, he so far wrought on that prudent but superstitious prelate as to receive orders from him to watch her in her trances, and carefully to note down all her future sayings. The regard paid her by a person of so high a rank soon rendered her still more the object of attention to the neighborhood, and it was easy for Masters to persuade them, as well as the maid herself, that her ravings were inspirations of the Holy Ghost. Knavery, as is usual, soon after succeeding to delusion, she learned to counterfeit trances, and she then uttered, in an extraordinary tone, such speeches as were dictated to her by her spiritual director. Masters associated with him Dr. Bocking, a canon of Canterbury, and their design was to raise the credit of an image of the Virgin, which stood in a chapel belonging to Masters, and to draw to it such pilgrimages as usually frequented the more famous images and relics. In prosecution of this design, Elizabeth pretended revelations which directed her to have recourse to that image for a cure, and being brought before it in the presence of a great multitude, she fell anew into convulsions, and after distorting her limbs and countenance during a competent time, she affected to have obtained a perfect recovery by the intercession of the Virgin. This miracle was soon bruited abroad, and the two priests, finding the imposture to succeed beyond their own expectations, began to extend their views, and to lay the foundation of more important enterprises. They taught their penitent to declaim against the new doctrines, which she denominated heresy, against innovations in ecclesiastical government, and against the king's intended divorce from Catherine. She went so far as to assert that if he prosecuted that design, and married another, he should not be a king a month longer, and should not an hour longer enjoy the favor of the Almighty, but should die the death of a villain. Many monks throughout England, either from folly or roguery, or from faction, which is often a complication of both, entered into the delusion, and one Deering, a friar, wrote a book of the revelations and prophecies of Elizabeth. Miracles were daily added to increase the wonder, and the pulpit everywhere resounded with accounts of the sanctity and inspirations of the new prophetess. Messages were carried from her to Queen Catherine, by which that princess was exhorted to persist in her opposition to the divorce. The Pope's ambassadors gave encouragement to the popular credulity, and even Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, though a man of sense and learning, was carried away by an opinion so favorable to the party which he had espoused. End of section 22, chapter 31, part 1. Recording by Nathan Dickey, Ashland, Oregon, journeymanheretic.blogspot.com. Section 23 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nathan Dickey. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1C, Section 23, Chapter 31, Part 2. The king at last began to think the matter worthy of his attention, and having ordered Elizabeth and her accomplices to be arrested, he brought them before the Star Chamber, where they freely, without being put to the torture, made confession of their guilt. The Parliament, in the session held at the beginning of this year, passed an act of attainder against some who were engaged in this treasonable imposture, and Elizabeth herself, Masters, Bocking, Deering, Rich, Risby, Gold, suffered for their crime. The Bishop of Rochester, Abel, Addison, Lawrence, and others were condemned for misprision of treason, because they had not discovered some criminal speeches which they heard from Elizabeth, and they were thrown into prison. The better to undeceive the multitude, the forgery of many of the prophetess's miracles was detected, and even the scandalous prostitution of her manners was laid open to the public. Those passions which so naturally insinuate themselves amidst the warm intimacies maintained by the devotees of different sexes had taken place between Elizabeth and her confederates, and it was found that a door to her dormitory, which was said to have been miraculously opened in order to give her access to the chapel for the sake of frequent converse with heaven, had been contrived by Bocking and Masters for less refined purposes. The detection of this imposture, attended with so many odious circumstances, both hurt the credit of the ecclesiastics, particularly the monks, and instigated the king to take vengeance on them. He suppressed 3 monasteries of the Observantine friars, and finding that little clamor was excited by this act of power, he was the more encouraged to lay his rapacious hands on the remainder. Meanwhile, he exercised punishment on individuals who were obnoxious to him. The Parliament had made it treason to endeavor depriving the king of his dignity or titles. They had lately added to his other titles that of supreme head of the church. It was inferred that to deny his supremacy was treason, and many priors and ecclesiastics lost their lives for this new species of guilt. It was certainly a high instance of tyranny to punish the mere delivery of a political opinion, especially one that nowise affected the king's temporal right, as a capital offense, though attended with no overt act, and the Parliament, in passing this law, had overlooked all the principles by which a civilized, much more a free people, should be governed. But the violence of changing so suddenly the whole system of government, and making it treason to deny what during many ages it had been heresy to assert, is an event which may appear somewhat extraordinary. Even the stern, unrelenting mind of Henry was at first shocked with these sanguinary measures, and he went so far as to change his garb and dress, pretending sorrow for the necessity by which he was pushed to such extremities.
Still impelled, however, by his violent temper, and desirous of striking a terror into the whole nation, he proceeded, by making examples of Fisher and More, to consummate his lawless tyranny. John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, was a prelate eminent for learning and morals, still more than for his ecclesiastical dignities, and for the high favor which he had long enjoyed with the king. When he was thrown into prison, on account of his refusing the oath which regarded the succession, and his concealment of Elizabeth Barton's treasonable speeches, he had not only been deprived of all his revenues, but stripped of his very clothes, and, without consideration of his extreme age, he was allowed nothing but rags, which scarcely sufficed to cover his nakedness. In this condition he lay in prison above a twelvemonth, when the Pope, willing to recompense the sufferings of so faithful an adherent, created him a cardinal, though Fisher was so indifferent about that dignity, that even if the purple were lying at his feet, he declared that he would not stoop to take it. This promotion of a man merely for his opposition to royal authority roused the indignation of the king, and he resolved to make the innocent person feel the effects of his resentment. Fisher was indicted for denying the king's supremacy, was tried, condemned, and beheaded. The execution of this prelate was intended as a warning to More, whose compliance, on account of his great authority both abroad and at home, and his high reputation for learning and virtue, was anxiously desired by the king. That prince also bore as great personal affection and regard to More, as his imperious mind, the sport of passions, was susceptible of towards a man who in any particular opposed his violent inclinations. But More could never be prevailed on to acknowledge any opinion so contrary to his principles as that of the king's supremacy; and though Henry exacted that compliance from the whole nation, there was as yet no law obliging any one to take an oath to that purpose. Rich, the solicitor general, was sent to confer with More, then a prisoner, who kept a cautious silence with regard to the supremacy. He was only inveigled to say that any question with regard to the law, which established that prerogative, was a two-edged sword. If a person answer one way, it will confound his soul; if another, it will destroy his body. No more was wanted to found an indictment of high treason against the prisoner. His silence was called malicious, and made a part of his crime; and these words, which had casually dropped from him, were interpreted as a denial of the supremacy. Trials were mere formalities during this reign. The jury gave sentence against More, who had long expected this fate, and who needed no preparation to fortify him against the terrors of death. Not only his constancy, but even his cheerfulness, nay, his usual facetiousness, never forsook him, and he made a sacrifice of his life to his integrity, with the same indifference that he maintained in any ordinary occurrence. When he was mounting the scaffold, he said to one, "Friend, help me up, and when I come down again, let me shift for myself." The executioner asking him forgiveness, he granted the request, but told him, "You will never get credit by beheading me, my neck is so short." Then, laying his head on the block, he bade the executioner stay till he put aside his beard; "for," said he, "it never committed treason." Nothing was wanting to the glory of this end, except a better cause, more free from weakness and superstition. But as the man followed his principles and sense of duty, however misguided, his constancy and integrity are not the less objects of our admiration. He was beheaded in the 53rd year of his age. When the execution of Fisher and More was reported at Rome, especially that of the former, who was invested with the dignity of cardinal, every one discovered the most violent rage against the king, and numerous libels were published by the wits and orators of Italy, comparing him to Caligula, Nero, Domitian, and all the most unrelenting tyrants of antiquity. Clement VII. Had died about 6 months after he pronounced sentence against the king, and Paul III., of the name of Farnese, had succeeded to the papal throne. This pontiff, who while cardinal had always favored Henry's cause, had hoped that personal animosities, being buried with his predecessor, might not be impossible to form an agreement with England, and the king himself was so desirous of accommodating matters that in a negotiation which he entered into with Francis a little before this time, he required that that monarch should conciliate a friendship between him and the court of Rome. But Henry was accustomed to prescribe, not to receive terms, and even while he was negotiating for peace, his usual violence often carried him to commit offences which rendered the quarrel totally incurable. The execution of Fisher was regarded by Paul as so capital an injury, that he immediately passed censures against the king, citing him and all his adherents to appear in Rome within 90 days, in order to answer for their crimes. If they failed, he excommunicated them, deprived the king of his crown, laid the kingdom under an interdict, declared his issue by Anne Boleyn illegitimate, dissolved all leagues which any Catholic princes had made with him, gave his kingdom to any invader, commanded the nobility to take arms against him, freed his subjects from all oaths of allegiance, cut off their commerce with foreign states, and declared it lawful for any one to seize them, to make slaves of their persons, and to convert their effects to his own use. But though these censures were passed, they were not at that time openly denounced. The Pope delayed the publication till he should find an agreement with England entirely desperate, and till the emperor, who was at that time hard pressed by the Turks and the Protestant princes in Germany, should be in a condition to carry the sentence into execution. The king knew that he might expect any injury which it should be in Charles's power to inflict, and he therefore made it the chief object of his policy to incapacitate that monarch from wreaking his resentment upon him. He renewed his friendship with Francis, and opened negotiations for marrying his infant daughter Elizabeth with the Duke of Angoulême, third son of Francis. These two monarchs also made advances to the princes of the Protestant League in Germany, ever jealous of the emperor's ambition, and Henry, besides remitting them some money, sent Fox, Bishop of Hereford, as Francis did Belay, Lord of Langley, to treat with them. But during the first fervors of the Reformation, an agreement in theological tenets was held, as well as a union of interests, to be essential to a good correspondence among states. And though both Francis and Henry flattered the German princes with hopes of their embracing the Confession of Augsburg, it was looked upon as a bad symptom of their sincerity that they exercised such extreme rigor against all preachers of the Reformation in their respective dominions. Henry carried the feint so far that, while he thought himself the first theologian in the world, he yet invited over Melanchthon, Bucer, Sturmius, Draco, and other German divines, that they might confer with him, and instruct him in the foundation of their tenets. These theologians were now of great importance in the world, and no poet or philosopher, even in ancient Greece, where they were treated with most respect, had ever reached equal applause and admiration with those wretched composers of metaphysical polemics. The German princes told the king that they could not spare their divines, and as Henry had no hopes of agreement with such zealous disputants, and knew that in Germany the followers of Luther would not associate with the disciples of Zwinglius, because, though they agreed in everything else, they differed in some minute particulars with regard to the Eucharist, he was the more indifferent on account of this refusal. He could also foresee that even while the League of Smalcalde did not act in concert with him, they would always be carried by their interests to oppose the emperor, and the hatred between Francis and that monarch was so inveterate that he deemed himself sure of a sincere ally in one or other of these potentates. During these negotiations, an incident happened in England which promised a more amicable conclusion of those disputes, and seemed even to open the way for a reconciliation between Henry and Charles. Queen Catherine was seized with a lingering illness, which at last brought her to her grave. She died at Kimbolton, in the county of Huntingdon, in the 50th year of her age. A little before she expired, she wrote a very tender letter to the king, in which she gave him the appellation of her most dear lord, king, and husband. She told him that as the hour of her death was now approaching, she laid hold of this last opportunity to inculcate on him the importance of his religious duty, and the comparative emptiness of all human grandeur and enjoyment; that though his fondness towards these perishable advantages had thrown her into many calamities, as well as created to himself much trouble, she yet forgave him all past injuries, and hoped that his pardon would be ratified in heaven, and that she had no other request to make than to recommend to him his daughter, the sole pledge of their loves, and to crave his protection for her maids and servants. She concluded with these words: "I make this vow, that mine eyes desire you above all things." The king was touched, even to the shedding of tears, by this last tender proof of Catherine's affection; but Queen Anne is said to have expressed her joy for the death of a rival beyond what decency or humanity could permit. The emperor thought that, as the demise of his aunt had removed all foundation of personal animosity between him and Henry, it might not now be impossible to detach him from the alliance of France, and to renew his own confederacy with England, from which he had formerly reaped so much advantage. He sent Henry proposals for a return to ancient amity, upon these conditions: that he should be reconciled to the see of Rome, that he should assist him in his war with the Turk, and that he should take part with him against Francis, who now threatened the duchy of Milan. The king replied that he was willing to be on good terms with the emperor, provided that prince would acknowledge that the former breach of friendship came entirely from himself. As to the conditions proposed, the proceedings against the Bishop of Rome were so just, and so fully ratified by the Parliament of England, that they could not now be revoked. When Christian princes should have settled peace among themselves, he would not fail to exert that vigor which became him against the enemies of the faith; and after amity with the emperor was once fully restored, he should then be in a situation, as a common friend both to him and Francis, either to mediate an agreement between them, or to assist the injured party. What rendered Henry more indifferent to the advances made by the emperor was, both his experience of the usual duplicity and insincerity of that monarch, and the intelligence which he received of the present transactions in Europe. Francis Sforza, Duke of Milan, had died without issue, and the emperor maintained that the duchy, being a fief of the empire, was devolved to him as head of the Germanic body. Not to give umbrage, however, to the states of Italy, he professed his intention of bestowing that principality on some prince who should be obnoxious to no party, and he even made offer of it to the Duke of Angoulême, third son of Francis. The French monarch, who pretended that his own right to Milan was now revived upon Sforza's death, was content to substitute his second son, the Duke of Orleans, in his place, and the emperor pretended to close with this proposal; but his sole intention in that liberal concession was to gain time till he should put himself in a warlike posture, and be able to carry an invasion into Francis's dominions. The ancient enmity between these princes broke out anew, in bravadoes, and in personal insults on each other, ill becoming persons of their rank, and still less suitable to men of such unquestioned bravery. Charles soon after invaded Provence in person, with an army of 50,000 men, but met with no success. His army perished with sickness, fatigue, famine, and other disasters, and he was obliged to raise the siege of Marseilles, and retire into Italy with the broken remains of his forces. An army of imperialists, near 30,000 strong, which invaded France on the side of the Netherlands, and laid siege to Peronne, made no greater progress, but retired upon the approach of a French army; and Henry had thus the satisfaction to find, both that his ally Francis was likely to support himself without foreign assistance, and that his own tranquillity was fully ensured by these violent wars and animosities on the continent. If any inquietude remained with the English court, it was solely occasioned by the state of affairs in Scotland. James, hearing of the dangerous situation of his ally Francis, generously levied some forces, and embarking them on board vessels which he had hired for that purpose, landed them safely in France. He even went over in person, and making haste to join the camp of the French king, which then lay in Provence, and to partake of his danger, he met that prince at Lyons, who, having repulsed the emperor, was now returning to his capital. Recommended by so agreeable and seasonable an instance of friendship, the King of Scots paid his addresses to Magdalen, daughter of the French monarch, and this prince had no other objection to the match than what arose from the infirm state of his daughter's health, which seemed to threaten her with an approaching end. But James having gained the affections of the princess and obtained her consent, the father would no longer oppose the united desires of his daughter and his friend. They were accordingly married, and soon after set sail for Scotland, where the young queen, as was foreseen, died in a little time after her arrival. Francis, however, was afraid lest his ally Henry, whom he likewise looked on as his friend, and who lived with him on a more cordial footing than is usual among great princes, should be displeased that this close confederacy between France and Scotland was concluded without his participation. He therefore dispatched Pommeraye to London in order to apologize for this measure; but Henry, with his usual openness and freedom, expressed such displeasure that he refused even to confer with the ambassador, and Francis was apprehensive of a rupture with a prince who regulated his measures more by humor and passion than by the rules of political prudence. But the king was so fettered by the opposition in which he was engaged against the pope and the emperor, that he pursued no further this disgust against Francis, and in the end everything remained in tranquillity both on the side of France and of Scotland. The domestic peace of England seemed to be exposed to more hazard by the violent innovations in religion; and it may be affirmed that, in this dangerous conjuncture, nothing ensured public tranquillity so much as the decisive authority acquired by the king, and his great ascendant over all his subjects. Not only the devotion paid to the crown was profound during that age, the personal respect inspired by Henry was considerable, and even the terrors with which he overawed every one were not attended with any considerable degree of hatred. His frankness, his sincerity, his magnificence, his generosity, were virtues which counterbalanced his violence, cruelty, and impetuosity; and the important rank which his vigor, more than his address, acquired him in all foreign negotiations, flattered the vanity of Englishmen, and made them the more willingly endure those domestic hardships to which they were exposed. The king, conscious of his advantages, was now proceeding to the most dangerous exercise of his authority; and after paving the way for that measure by several preparatory expedients, he was at last determined to suppress the monasteries, and to put himself in possession of their ample revenues. End of Section 23, Chapter 31, Part 2. Recording by Nathan Dickey, Ashland, Oregon, journeymanheretic.blogspot.com.
Section 24 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MicheleW. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 24, Chapter 31, Part 3. The great increase of monasteries, if matters be considered merely in a political light, will appear the radical inconvenience of the Catholic religion. and every other disadvantage attending that communion seems to have an inseparable connection with these religious institutions. Papal usurpations, the tyranny of the Inquisition, the multiplicity of holidays, all these fetters on liberty and industry were ultimately derived from the authority and insinuation of monks, whose habitations, being established everywhere, proved so many seminaries of superstition and of folly. This order of men was extremely enraged against Henry, and regarded the abolition of the papal authority in England as the removal of the sole protection which they enjoyed against the rapacity of the crown and of the courtiers. They were now subjected to the king's visitation. The supposed sacredness of their bulls from Rome was rejected. The progress of the Reformation abroad, which had everywhere been attended with the abolition of the monastic orders, gave them reason to apprehend like consequences in England. And though the king still maintained the doctrine of purgatory, to which most of the convents owed their origin and support, it was foreseen that, in the progress of the contest, he would every day be led to depart wider from ancient institutions, and be drawn nearer the tenets of the reformers, with whom his political interests naturally induced him to unite. Moved by these considerations, the friars employed all their influence to inflame the people against the king's government; and Henry, finding their safety irreconcilable with his own, was determined to seize the present opportunity, and utterly destroy his declared enemies. Cromwell, secretary of state, had been appointed vicar general, or vicegerent, a new office by which the king's supremacy, or the absolute uncontrollable power assumed over the church, was delegated to him. He employed Leighton, London, Price, Gage, Petrie, Ballasis, and others, as commissioners, who carried on everywhere a rigorous inquiry with regard to the conduct and deportment of all the friars. During times of faction, especially of the religious kind, no equity is to be expected from adversaries; and as it was known that the king's intention in this visitation was to find a pretence for abolishing monasteries, we may naturally conclude that the reports of the commissioners are very little to be relied on. Friars were encouraged to bring in informations against their brethren. The slightest evidence was credited, and even the calumnies spread abroad by the friends of the Reformation were regarded as grounds of proof. Monstrous disorders are therefore said to have been found in many of the religious houses. Whole convents of women abandoned to lewdness, signs of abortions procured, of infants murdered, of unnatural lusts between persons of the same sex. It is indeed probable that the blind submission of the people during those ages would render the friars and nuns more unguarded and more dissolute than they are in any Roman Catholic country at present; but still the reproaches, which it is safest to credit, are such as point at vices naturally connected with the very institution of convents, and with the monastic life. The cruel and inveterate factions and quarrels, therefore, which the commissioners mentioned, are very credible among men, who, being confined together within the same walls, never can forget their mutual animosities, and who, being cut off from all the most endearing connections of nature, are commonly cursed with hearts more selfish and tempers more unrelenting than fall to the share of other men. The pious frauds practised to increase the devotion and liberality of the people may be regarded as certain, in an order founded on illusions, lies, and superstition. The supine idleness also, and its attendant profound ignorance, with which the convents were reproached, admit of no question; and though monks were the true preservers, as well as inventors, of the dreaming and captious philosophy of the schools, no manly or elegant knowledge could be expected among men whose lives, condemned to a tedious uniformity, and deprived of all emulation, afforded nothing to raise the mind or cultivate the genius. Some few monasteries, terrified with this rigorous inquisition carried on by Cromwell and his commissioners, surrendered their revenues into the king's hands; and the monks received small pensions as the reward for their obsequiousness. Orders were given to dismiss such nuns and friars as were below 24, whose vows were, on that account, supposed not to be binding. The doors of the convents were opened, even to such as were above that age; and every one recovered his liberty who desired it. But as all these expedients did not fully answer the king's purpose, he had recourse to his usual instrument of power, the parliament; and in order to prepare men for the innovations projected, the report of the visitors was published, and a general horror was endeavored to be excited in the nation against institutions which, to their ancestors, had been the objects of the most profound veneration. The king, though determined utterly to abolish the monastic order, resolved to proceed gradually in this great work; and he gave directions to the parliament to go no further at present than to suppress the lesser monasteries, which possessed revenues below £200 a year. These were found to be the most corrupted, as lying less under the restraint of shame, and being exposed to less scrutiny; and it was deemed safest to begin with them, and thereby prepare the way for the greater innovations projected. By this act 376 monasteries were suppressed, and their revenues, amounting to £32,000 a year, were granted to the king, besides their goods, chattels, and plate, computed to 100,000 more. It does not appear that any opposition was made to this important law, so absolute was Henry's authority. A court, called the Court of Augmentation of the King's Revenue, was erected for the management of these funds. The people naturally concluded from this circumstance that Henry intended to proceed in despoiling the church of her patrimony. The act formerly passed, empowering the king to name 32 commissioners for framing a body of canon law, was renewed; but the project was never carried into execution. Henry thought that the present perplexity of that law increased his authority, and kept the clergy in still greater dependence. Further progress was made in completing the union of Wales with England. The separate jurisdictions of several great lords, or marchers, as they were called, which obstructed the course of justice in Wales and encouraged robbery and pillaging, were abolished; and the authority of the king's courts was extended everywhere. Some jurisdictions of a like nature in England were also abolished this session. The commons, sensible that they had gained nothing by opposing the king's will when he formerly endeavored to secure the profits of wardships and liveries, were now contented to frame a law such as he dictated to them. It was enacted that the possession of land shall be adjudged to be in those who have the use of it, not in those to whom it is transferred in trust. After all these laws were passed, the king dissolved the parliament, a parliament memorable not only for the great and important innovations which it introduced, but also for the long time it had sitten, and the frequent prorogations which it had undergone. Henry had found it so obsequious to his will, that he did not choose, during those religious ferments, to hazard a new election; and he continued the same parliament above 6 years, a practice at that time unusual in England. The convocation which sat during this session was engaged in a very important work, the deliberating on the new translation which was projected of the Scriptures. The translation given by Tyndale, though corrected by himself in a new edition, was still complained of by the clergy as inaccurate and unfaithful; and it was now proposed to them that they should themselves publish a translation which would not be liable to those objections. The friends of the Reformation asserted that nothing could be more absurd than to conceal in an unknown tongue the word of God itself, and thus to counteract the will of heaven, which, for the purpose of universal salvation, had published that salutary doctrine to all nations. That if this practice were not very absurd, the artifice at least was very gross, and proved a consciousness that the glosses and traditions of the clergy stood in direct opposition to the original text, dictated by supreme intelligence. that it was now necessary for the people, so long abused by interested pretensions, to see with their own eyes, and to examine whether the claims of the ecclesiastics were founded on that charter which was on all hands acknowledged to be derived from heaven; and that, as a spirit of research and curiosity was happily revived, and men were now obliged to make a choice among the contending doctrines of different sects, the proper materials for decision, and above all the Holy Scriptures, should be set before them, and the revealed will of God, which the change of language had somewhat obscured, be again, by their means, revealed to mankind. The favourers of the ancient religion maintained, on the other hand, that the pretence of making the people see with their own eyes was a mere cheat, and was itself a very gross artifice, by which the new preachers hoped to obtain the guidance of them and to seduce them from those pastors whom the laws, whom the ancient establishment, whom heaven itself had appointed for their spiritual direction; that the people were by their ignorance, their stupidity, their necessary avocations, totally unqualified to choose their own principles; and it was a mockery to set materials before them of which they could not possibly make any proper use; that even in the affairs of common life, and in their temporal concerns, which lay more within the compass of human reason, the laws had in a great measure deprived them of the right of private judgment, and had, happily for their own and the public interest, regulated their conduct and behavior; that theological questions were placed far beyond the sphere of vulgar comprehension; and ecclesiastics themselves, though assisted by all the advantages of education, erudition, and an assiduous study of the science, could not be fully assured of a just decision, except by the promise made them in Scripture that God would be ever present with his church, and that the gates of hell should not prevail against her; that the gross errors adopted by the wisest heathens proved how unfit men were to grope their own way through this profound darkness; nor would the Scriptures, if trusted to every man's judgment, be able to remedy; on the contrary, they would much augment those fatal illusions; that sacred writ itself was involved in so much obscurity, gave rise to so many difficulties, contained so many appearing contradictions, that it was the most dangerous weapon that could be intrusted into the hands of the ignorant and giddy multitude; that the poetical style in which a great part of it was composed, at the same time that it occasioned uncertainty in the sense, by its multiplied tropes and figures, was sufficient to kindle the zeal of fanaticism, and thereby throw civil society into the most furious combustion; that 1,000 sects must arise, which would pretend, each of them, to derive its tenets from the Scripture, and would be able, by specious arguments, or even without specious arguments, to seduce silly women and ignorant mechanics into a belief of the most monstrous principles; and that if ever this disorder, dangerous to the magistrate himself, received a remedy, it must be from the tacit acquiescence of the people in some new authority; and it was evidently better, without further contest or inquiry, to adhere peaceably to ancient, and therefore the more secure, establishments. These latter arguments, being more agreeable to ecclesiastical governments, would probably have prevailed in the convocation, had it not been for the authority of Cranmer, Latimer, and some other bishops, who were supposed to speak the king's sense of the matter. A vote was passed for publishing a new translation of the Scriptures, and in 3 years' time the work was finished and printed at Paris. This was deemed a great point gained by the reformers, and a considerable advancement of their cause. Further progress was soon expected after such important successes. But while the retainers to the new religion were exulting in their prosperity, they met with a mortification which seemed to blast all their hopes. Their patroness, Anne Boleyn, possessed no longer the king's favor, and soon after lost her life by the rage of that furious monarch. Henry had persevered in his love to this lady during 6 years that his prosecution of the divorce lasted; and the more obstacles he met with to the gratification of his passion, the more determined zeal did he exert in pursuing his purpose. But the affection which had subsisted, and still increased under difficulties, had not long attained secure possession of its object, when it languished from satiety; and the king's heart was apparently estranged from his consort. Anne's enemies soon perceived the fatal change, and they were forward to widen the breach, when they found that they incurred no danger by interposing in those delicate concerns. She had been delivered of a dead son; and Henry's extreme fondness for male issue being thus for the present disappointed, his temper, equally violent and superstitious, was disposed to make the innocent mother answerable for the misfortune. But the chief means which Anne's enemies employed to inflame the king against her was his jealousy. Anne, though she appears to have been entirely innocent and even virtuous in her conduct, had a certain gayety, if not levity of character, which threw her off her guard, and made her less circumspect than her situation required. Her education in France rendered her the more prone to those freedoms, and it was with difficulty she conformed herself to that strict ceremonial practice in the court of England. More vain than haughty, she was pleased to see the influence of her beauty on all around her; and she indulged herself in an easy familiarity with persons who were formerly her equals, and who might then have pretended to her friendship and good graces. Henry's dignity was offended with these popular manners; and though the lover had been entirely blind, the husband possessed but too quick discernment and penetration. Ill instruments interposed, and put a malignant interpretation on the harmless liberties of the queen. The Viscountess of Rochefort, in particular, who was married to the queen's brother, but who lived on bad terms with her sister-in-law, insinuated the most cruel suspicions into the king's mind; and as she was a woman of a profligate character, she paid no regard either to truth or humanity in those calumnies which she suggested. She pretended that her own husband was engaged in a criminal correspondence with his sister; and not content with this imputation, she poisoned every action of the queen's, and represented each instance of favor which she conferred on any one as a token of affection. Henry Norris, groom of the stole, Weston and Brereton, gentlemen of the king's chamber, together with Mark Smeaton, groom of the chamber, were observed to possess much of the queen's friendship; and they served her with a zeal and attachment which, though chiefly derived from gratitude, might not improbably be seasoned with some mixture of tenderness for so amiable a princess. The king's jealousy laid hold of the slightest circumstance; and finding no particular object on which it could fasten, it vented itself equally on every one that came within the verge of its fury. Had Henry's jealousy been derived from love, though it might on a sudden have proceeded to the most violent extremities, it would have been subject to many remorses and contrarieties, and might at last have served only to augment that affection on which it was founded. But it was a more stern jealousy, fostered entirely by pride. His love was transferred to another object. Jane, daughter of Sir John Seymour, and maid of honor to the queen, a young lady of singular beauty and merit, had obtained an entire ascendant over him; and he was determined to sacrifice every thing to the gratification of this new appetite. Unlike to most monarchs, who judge lightly of the crime of gallantry, and deem the young damsels of their court rather honored than disgraced by their passion, he seldom thought of any other attachment than that of marriage; and in order to attain this end, he underwent more difficulties and committed greater crimes than those which he sought to avoid by forming that legal connection. And having thus entertained the design of raising his new mistress to his bed and throne, he more willingly hearkened to every suggestion which threw any imputation of guilt on the unfortunate Anne Boleyn. The king's jealousy first appeared openly in a tilting at Greenwich, where the queen happened to drop her handkerchief, an incident probably casual, but interpreted by him as an instance of gallantry to some of her paramours. He immediately retired from the place, sent orders to confine her to her chamber, arrested Norris, Brereton, Weston, and Smeaton, together with her brother Rochefort, and threw them into prison. The queen, astonished at these instances of his fury, thought that he meant only to try her; but finding him in earnest, she reflected on his obstinate, unrelenting spirit, and she prepared herself for that melancholy doom which was awaiting her. Next day she was sent to the Tower, and on her way thither she was informed of her supposed offences, of which she had hitherto been ignorant. She made earnest protestations of her innocence, and when she entered the prison, she fell on her knees and prayed God so to help her as she was not guilty of the crime imputed to her. Her surprise and confusion threw her into hysterical disorders, and in that situation she thought that the best proof of her innocence was to make an entire confession, and she revealed some indiscretions and levities which her simplicity had equally betrayed her to commit and to avow. She owned that she had once rallied Norris on his delaying his marriage, and had told him that he probably expected her when she should be a widow. She had reproved Weston, she said, for his affection to a kinswoman of hers, and his indifference towards his wife; but he told her that she had mistaken the object of his affection, for it was herself, upon which she defied him. She affirmed that Smeaton had never been in her chamber but twice, when he played on the harpsichord; but she acknowledged that he had once had the boldness to tell her that a look sufficed him. The king, instead of being satisfied with the candor and sincerity of her confession, regarded these indiscretions only as preludes to greater and more criminal intimacies. Of all those multitudes whom the beneficence of the queen's temper had obliged during her prosperous fortune, no one durst interpose between her and the king's fury; and the person whose advancement every breath had favored, and every countenance had smiled upon, was now left neglected and abandoned. Even her uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, preferring the connections of party to the ties of blood, had become her most dangerous enemy; and all the retainers to the Catholic religion hoped that her death would terminate the king's quarrel with Rome, and leave him again to his natural and early bent, which had inclined him to maintain the most intimate union with the apostolic see. Cranmer alone, of all the queen's adherents, still retained his friendship for her, and, as far as the king's impetuosity permitted him, he endeavored to moderate the violent prejudices entertained against her. End of Section 24, Chapter 31, Part 3. Recording by MicheleW. Section 25 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MicheleW. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1C, Section 25, Chapter 31, Part 4. The Queen herself wrote Henry a letter from the Tower, full of the most tender expostulations and of the warmest protestations of innocence. This letter had no influence on the unrelenting mind of Henry, who was determined to pave the way for his new marriage by the death of Anne Boleyn. Morris, Weston, Brereton, and Smeaton were tried, but no legal evidence was produced against them. The chief proof of their guilt consisted in a hearsay from one Lady Wingfield, who was dead. Smeaton was prevailed on by the vain hopes of life to confess a criminal correspondence with the queen, but even her enemies expected little advantage from this confession, for they never dared to confront him with her, and he was immediately executed, as were also Brereton and Weston. Norris had been much in the king's favour, and an offer of life was made him if he would confess his crime and accuse the queen, but he generously rejected the proposal, and said that in his conscience he believed her entirely guiltless. But for his part he could accuse her of nothing, and he would rather die 1,000 deaths than calumniate an innocent person. The queen and her brother were tried by a jury of peers consisting of the Duke of Suffolk, the Marquis of Exeter, the Earl of Arundel, and 23 more. Their uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, presided as high steward. Upon what proof or pretence the crime of incest was imputed to them is unknown. The chief evidence, it is said, amounted to no more than that Rochford had been seen to lean on her bed before some company. Part of the charge against her was that she had affirmed to her minions that the king never had her heart, and had said to each of them apart that she loved him better than any person whatsoever, which was to the slander of the issue begotten between the king and her. By this strained interpretation, her guilt was brought under the statute of the 25th of this reign, in which it was declared criminal to throw any slander upon the king, queen, or their issue. Such palpable absurdities were at that time admitted, and they were regarded by the peers of England as a sufficient reason for sacrificing an innocent queen to the cruelty of their tyrant. Though unassisted by counsel, she defended herself with presence of mind, and the spectators could not forbear pronouncing her entirely innocent. Judgment, however, was given by the court, both against the queen and Lord Rochford, and her verdict contained that she should be burned or beheaded at the king's pleasure. When this dreadful sentence was pronounced, she was not terrified, but lifting up her hands to heaven, said, "O Father, O Creator, thou who art the way, the truth, and the life, thou knowest that I have not deserved this fate." And then turning to the judges, made the most pathetic declarations of her innocence. Henry, not satisfied with this cruel vengeance, was resolved entirely to annul his marriage with Anne Boleyn, and to declare her issue illegitimate. He recalled to his memory that a little after her appearance in the English court, some attachment had been acknowledged between her and the Earl of Northumberland, then Lord Percy; and he now questioned that nobleman with regard to these engagements. Northumberland took an oath before the two archbishops that no contract or promise of marriage had ever passed between them. He received the sacrament upon it before the Duke of Norfolk and others of the privy council; and this solemn act he accompanied with the most solemn protestations of veracity. The queen, however, was shaken by menaces of executing the sentence against her in its greatest rigor, and was prevailed on to confess in court some lawful impediment to her marriage with the king. The afflicted primate who sat as judge thought himself obliged by this confession to pronounce the marriage null and invalid. Henry, in the transports of his fury, did not perceive that his proceedings were totally inconsistent, and that if her marriage were from the beginning invalid, she could not possibly be guilty of adultery. The queen now prepared for suffering the death to which she was sentenced. She sent her last message to the king, and acknowledged the obligations which she owed him, in thus uniformly continuing his endeavours for her advancement. From a private gentlewoman, she said, he had first made her a marchioness, then a queen, and now, since he could raise her no higher in this world, he was sending her to be a saint in heaven. She then renewed the protestations of her innocence, and recommended her daughter to his care. Before the lieutenant of the Tower and all who approached her, she made the like declarations, and continued to behave herself with her usual serenity, and even with cheerfulness. "The executioner," she said to the lieutenant, "is, I hear, very expert, and my neck is very slender," upon which she grasped it in her hand and smiled. When brought, however, to the scaffold, she softened her tone a little with regard to her protestations of innocence. She probably reflected that the obstinacy of Queen Catherine and her opposition to the king's will had much alienated him from the Lady Mary. Her own maternal concern, therefore, for Elizabeth prevailed in these last moments over that indignation which the unjust sentence by which she suffered naturally excited in her. She said that she was come to die as she was sentenced by the law. She would accuse none, nor say anything on the ground upon which she was judged. She prayed heartily for the king, called him a most merciful and gentle prince, and acknowledged that he had always been to her a good and gracious sovereign; and if any one should think proper to canvass her cause, she desired him to judge the best. She was beheaded by the executioner of Calais, who was sent for as more expert than any in England. Her body was negligently thrown into a common chest of elm tree, made to hold arrows, and was buried in the Tower. The innocence of this unfortunate queen cannot reasonably be called in question. Henry himself, in the violence of his rage, knew not whom to accuse as her lover; and though he imputed guilt to her brother and 4 persons more, he was able to bring proof against none of them. The whole tenor of her conduct forbids us to ascribe to her an abandoned character, such as is implied in the king's accusation. Had she been so lost to all prudence and sense of shame, she must have exposed herself to detection, and afforded her enemies some evidence against her. But the king made the most effectual apology for her by marrying Jane Seymour the very day after her execution. His impatience to gratify this new passion caused him to forget all regard to decency; and his cruel heart was not softened a moment by the bloody catastrophe of a person who had so long been the object of his most tender affections. The Lady Mary thought the death of her stepmother a proper opportunity for reconciling herself to the king, who, besides other causes of disgust, had been offended with her on account of the part which she had taken in her mother's quarrel. Her advances were not at first received, and Henry exacted from her some further proofs of submission and obedience. He required this young princess, then about 20 years of age, to adopt his theological tenets, to acknowledge his supremacy, to renounce the pope, and to own her mother's marriage to be unlawful and incestuous. These points were of hard digestion with the princess; but after some delays and even refusals, she was at last prevailed on to write a letter to her father, containing her assent to the articles required of her, upon which she was received into favor. But notwithstanding the return of the king's affection to the issue of his first marriage, he divested not himself of kindness towards the Lady Elizabeth; and the new queen, who was blessed with a singular sweetness of disposition, discovered strong proofs of attachment towards her. The trial and conviction of Queen Anne, and the subsequent events, made it necessary for the king to summon a new parliament; and he here in his speech made a merit to his people, that, notwithstanding the misfortunes attending his 2 former marriages, he had been induced for their good to venture on a third. The speaker received this profession with suitable gratitude, and he took thence occasion to praise the king for his wonderful gifts of grace and nature. He compared him for justice and prudence to Solomon, for strength and fortitude to Samson, and for beauty and comeliness to Absalom. The king very humbly replied, by the mouth of the chancellor, that he disavowed these praises, since if he were really possessed of such endowments, they were the gift of Almighty God only. Henry found that the parliament was no less submissive in deeds than complacent in their expressions, and that they would go the same lengths as the former in gratifying even his most lawless passions. His divorce from Anne Boleyn was ratified. That queen and all her accomplices were attainted. The issue of both his former marriages were declared illegitimate, and it was even made treason to assert the legitimacy of either of them. To throw any slander upon the present king, queen, or their issue, was subjected to the same penalty. The crown was settled on the king's issue by Jane Seymour, or any subsequent wife; and in case he should die without children, he was empowered, by his will or letters patent, to dispose of the crown: an enormous authority, especially when entrusted to a prince so violent and capricious in his humor. Whoever, being required, refused to answer upon oath to any article of this act of settlement, was declared to be guilty of treason; and by this clause a species of political inquisition was established in the kingdom, as well as the accusations of treason multiplied to an unreasonable degree. The king was also empowered to confer on any one, by his will or letters patent, any castles, honors, liberties, or franchises; words which might have been extended to the dismembering of the kingdom, by the erection of principalities and independent jurisdictions. It was also, by another act, made treason to marry without the king's consent any princess related in the first degree to the crown. This act was occasioned by the discovery of a design formed by Thomas Howard, brother of the Duke of Norfolk, to espouse the Lady Margaret Douglas, niece to the king, by his sister the Queen of Scots and the Earl of Angus. Howard, as well as the young lady, was committed to the Tower. She recovered her liberty soon after, but he died in confinement. An act of attainder passed against him this session of Parliament. Another accession was likewise gained to the authority of the crown. The king or any of his successors was empowered to repeal or annul by letters patent whatever act of Parliament had been passed before he was 24 years of age. Whoever maintained the authority of the Bishop of Rome by word or writ, or endeavoured in any manner to restore it in England, was subjected to the penalty of a premunire, that is, his goods were forfeited, and he was put out of the protection of law. And any person who possessed any office, ecclesiastical or civil, or received any grant or charter from the crown, and yet refused to renounce the Pope by oath, was declared to be guilty of treason. The renunciation prescribed runs in the style of "So help me God, all saints, and the holy evangelists." The Pope, hearing of Anne Boleyn's disgrace and death, had hoped that the door was opened to a reconciliation, and had been making some advances to Henry. But this was the reception he met with. Henry was now become indifferent with regard to papal censures, and finding a great increase of authority, as well as of revenue, to accrue from his quarrel with Rome, he was determined to persevere in his present measures. This parliament also, even more than any foregoing, convinced him how much he commanded the respect of his subjects, and what confidence he might repose in them. Though the elections had been made on a sudden, without any preparation or intrigue, the members discovered an unlimited attachment to his person and government. The extreme complaisance of the convocation, which sat at the same time with the parliament, encouraged him in his resolution of breaking entirely with the court of Rome. There was secretly a great division of sentiments in the minds of this assembly; and as the zeal of the reformers had been augmented by some late successes, the resentment of the Catholics was no less excited by their fears and losses. But the authority of the king kept every one submissive and silent; and the new assumed prerogative, the supremacy with whose limits no one was fully acquainted, restrained even the most furious movements of theological rancour. Cromwell presided as vicar general; and though the Catholic party expected that on the fall of Queen Anne his authority would receive a great shock, they were surprised to find him still maintain the same credit as before. With the vicar general concurred Cranmer the primate, Latimer bishop of Worcester, Shaxton of Salisbury, Hilsey of Rochester, Fox of Hereford, Barlow of St. David's. The opposite faction was headed by Lee, Archbishop of York, Stokesley, Bishop of London, Tunstall of Durham, Gardiner of Winchester, Longland of Lincoln, Sherborne of Chichester, Nix of Norwich, and Kite of Carlisle. The former party, by their opposition to the Pope, seconded the king's ambition and love of power. The latter party, by maintaining the ancient theological tenets, were more conformable to his speculative principles; and both of them had alternately the advantage of gaining on his humour, by which he was more governed than by either of these motives. The church in general was averse to the Reformation; and the lower house of convocation framed a list of opinions in the whole 67, which they pronounced erroneous, and which was a collection of principles, some held by the ancient Lollards, others by the modern Protestants, or Gospellers as they were sometimes called. These opinions they sent to the upper house to be censured; but in the preamble of their representation they discovered the servile spirit by which they were governed. They said that they intended not to do or speak anything which might be unpleasant to the king, whom they acknowledged their supreme head, and whose commands they were resolved to obey, renouncing the pope's usurped authority, with all his laws and inventions now extinguished and abolished, and addicting themselves to Almighty God and his laws, and unto the king and the laws made within this kingdom. The convocation came at last, after some debate, to decide articles of faith; and their tenets were of as motley a kind as the assembly itself, or rather as the king's system of theology, by which they were resolved entirely to square their principles. They determined the standard of faith to consist in the Scriptures and the three creeds, the Apostolic, Nicene, and Athanasian, and this article was a signal victory to the reformers. Auricular confession and penance were admitted, a doctrine agreeable to the Catholics. No mention was made of marriage, extreme unction, confirmation, or holy orders as sacraments. And in this omission the influence of the Protestants appeared. The real presence was asserted conformably to the ancient doctrine. The terms of acceptance were established to be the merits of Christ, and the mercy and good pleasure of God, suitably to the new principles. So far the two sects seem to have made a fair partition by alternately sharing the several clauses. In framing the subsequent articles, each of them seems to have thrown in its ingredient. The Catholics prevailed in asserting that the use of images was warranted by Scripture; the Protestants in warning the people against idolatry, and the abuse of these sensible representations. The ancient faith was adopted in maintaining the expedience of praying to saints; the late innovations in rejecting the peculiar patronage of saints to any trade, profession, or course of action. The former rites of worship, the use of holy water, and the ceremonies practised on Ash Wednesday, Palm Sunday, Good Friday, and other festivals, were still maintained; but the new refinements, which made light of these institutions, were also adopted, by the Convocation's denying that they had any immediate power of remitting sin, and by its asserting that their sole merit consisted in promoting pious and devout dispositions in the mind. But the article with regard to purgatory contains the most curious jargon, ambiguity, and hesitation, arising from the mixture of opposite tenets. It was to this purpose, since according to due order of charity and the book of Maccabees and divers ancient authors, it is a very good and charitable deed to pray for souls departed, and since such a practice has been maintained in the church from the beginning, all bishops and teachers should instruct the people not to be grieved for the continuance of the same. But since the place where departed souls are retained before they reach paradise, as well as the nature of their pains, is left uncertain by Scripture, all such questions are to be submitted to God, to whose mercy it is meet and convenient to commend the deceased, trusting that he accepteth our prayers for them. These articles, when framed by the Convocation, and corrected by the king, were subscribed by every member of that assembly, while perhaps neither there nor throughout the whole kingdom could one man be found, except Henry himself, who had adopted precisely these very doctrines and opinions. For though there be not any contradiction in the tenets above mentioned, it had happened in England, as in all countries where factious divisions have place, a certain creed was embraced by each party. Few neuters were to be found, and these consisted only of speculative or whimsical people, of whom two persons could scarcely be brought to an agreement in the same dogmas. The Protestants, all of them, carried their opposition to Rome further than those articles. None of the Catholics went so far; and the king, by being able to retain the nation in such a delicate medium, displayed the utmost power of an imperious despotism, of which any history furnishes an example. To change the religion of a country, even when seconded by a party, is one of the most perilous enterprises which any sovereign can attempt, and often proves the most destructive to royal authority. But Henry was able to set the political machine in that furious movement, and yet regulate and even stop its career. He could say to it, "Thus far shalt thou go, and no farther;" and he made every vote of his parliament and convocation subservient, not only to his interests and passions, but even to his greatest caprices, nay, to his most refined and most scholastic subtleties. End of section 25. Chapter 31, Part 4. Recording by MicheleW.
Section 26 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emily Wallace. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1C, Section 26, Chapter 31, Part 5. The concurrence of these two national assemblies served, no doubt, to increase the king's power over the people, and raised him to an authority more absolute than any prince in a simple monarchy, even by means of military force, is ever able to attain. But there are certain bounds beyond which the most slavish submission cannot be extended. All the late innovations, particularly the dissolution of the smaller monasteries, and the imminent danger to which all the rest were exposed, had bred discontent among the people, and had disposed them to revolt. The expelled monks, wandering about the country, excited both the piety and compassion of men, and as the ancient religion took hold of the populace by powerful motives, suited to vulgar capacity, it was able, now that it was brought into apparent hazard, to raise the strongest zeal in its favor. Discontents had even reached some of the nobility and gentry, whose ancestors had founded the monasteries, and who placed a vanity in those institutions, as well as reaped some benefit from them, by the provisions which they afforded them for their younger children. The more superstitious were interested for the souls of their forefathers, which, they believed, must now lie during many ages in the torments of purgatory, for want of masses to relieve them. It seemed unjust to abolish pious institutions for the faults, real or pretended, of individuals. Even the most moderate and reasonable deemed it somewhat iniquitous that men who had been invited into a course of life by all the laws, human and divine, which prevailed in their country, should be turned out of their possessions, and so little care be taken of their future subsistence. And when it was observed that the rapacity and bribery of the commissioners and others, employed in visiting the monasteries, intercepted much of the profits resulting from these confiscations, it tended much to increase the general discontent. But the people did not break into open sedition till the complaints of the secular clergy concurred with those of the regular. As Cromwell's person was little acceptable to the ecclesiastics, the authority which he exercised, being so new, so absolute, so unlimited, inspired them with disgust and terror. He published, in the king's name, without the consent either of Parliament or Convocation, an ordinance by which he retrenched many of the ancient holy days, prohibited several superstitions gainful to the clergy, such as pilgrimages, images, relics, and even ordered the incumbents in the parishes to set apart a considerable portion of their revenue for repairs, and for the support of exhibitioners and the poor of their parish. The secular priests, finding themselves thus reduced to a grievous servitude, instilled into the people those discontents which they had long harbored in their own bosoms. The first rising was in Lincolnshire. It was headed by Dr. Mackerel, Prior of Barlings, who was disguised like a mean mechanic, and who bore the name of Captain Cobbler. This tumultuary army amounted to above 20,000 men, but notwithstanding their number, they showed little disposition of proceeding to extremities against the king, and seemed still overawed by his authority. They acknowledged him to be supreme head of the Church of England, but they complained of suppressing the monasteries, of evil counselors, of persons meanly born raised to dignity, of the danger to which the jewels and plate of their parochial churches were exposed, and they prayed the king to consult the nobility of the realm concerning the redress of these grievances. Henry was little disposed to entertain apprehensions of danger, especially from a low multitude whom he despised. He sent forces against the rebels, under the command of the Duke of Suffolk, and he returned them a very sharp answer to their petition. There were some gentry whom the populace had constrained to take part with them, and who kept a secret correspondence with Suffolk. They informed him that resentment against the king's reply was the chief cause which retained the malcontents in arms, and that a milder answer would probably suppress the rebellion. Henry had levied a great force at London, with which he was preparing to march against the rebels, and being so well supported by power, he He thought that, without losing his dignity, he might now show them some greater condescension. He sent a new proclamation, requiring them to return to their obedience, with secret assurances of pardon. This expedient had its effect. The populace was dispersed. Mackerel and some of their leaders fell into the king's hands and were executed. The greater part of the multitude retired peaceably to their usual occupations. A few of the more obstinate fled to the north, where they joined the insurrection that was raised in those parts. The northern rebels, as they were more numerous, were also on other accounts more formidable than those of Lincolnshire, because the people were there more accustomed to arms, and because of their vicinity to the Scots, who might make advantage of these disorders. On Aske, a gentleman, had taken the command of them, and he possessed the art of governing the populace. Their enterprise they called the Pilgrimage of Grace. Some priests marched before in the habits of their order, carrying crosses in their hands. In their banners was woven a crucifix with the representation of a chalice and of the 5 wounds of Christ. They wore on their sleeve an emblem of the 5 wounds, with the name of Jesus wrought in the middle. They all took an oath that they had entered into the pilgrimage of grace from no other motive than their love to God, their care of the king's person and issue, their desire of purifying the nobility, of driving base-born persons from about the king, of restoring the church, and of suppressing heresy. Allured by these fair pretenses, about 40,000 men from the counties of York, Durham, Lancaster, and those northern provinces flocked to their standard, and their zeal, no less than their numbers, inspired the court with apprehensions. The Earl of Shrewsbury, moved by his regard for the king's service, raised forces, though at first without any commission, in order to oppose the rebels. The Earl of Cumberland repulsed them from his castle of Skipton. Sir Ralph Evers defended Scarborough Castle against them. Courtenay, Marquis of Exeter, the king's cousin german, obeyed orders from court and levied troops. The Earls of Huntingdon, Derby, and Rutland imitated his example. The rebels, however, prevailed in taking both Hull and York. They had laid siege to Pomfret Castle, into which the Archbishop of York and Lord Darcy had thrown themselves. It was soon surrendered to them, and the prelate and noblemen, who secretly wished success to the insurrection, seemed to yield to the force imposed on them, and join the rebels. The Duke of Norfolk was appointed general of the king's forces against the northern rebels, and as he headed the party at court, which supported the ancient religion, he was also suspected of bearing some favor to the cause which he was sent to oppose. His prudent conduct, however, seems to acquit him of this imputation. He encamped near Doncaster, together with the Earl of Shrewsbury, and as his army was small, scarcely exceeding 5,000 men, he made choice of a post where he had a river in front, the ford of which he purposed to defend against the rebels. They had intended to attack him in the morning, but during the night there fell such violent rains as rendered the river utterly unpassable, and Norfolk wisely laid hold of the opportunity to enter into treaty with them. In order to open the door for negotiation, he sent them a herald, whom Aske, their leader, received with great ceremony. He himself, sitting in a chair of state, with the Archbishop of York on one hand, and Lord Darcy on the other. It was agreed that 2 gentlemen should be dispatched to the king with proposals from the rebels, and Henry purposely delayed giving an answer, and allured them with hopes of entire satisfaction, in expectation that necessity would soon oblige them to disperse themselves. Being informed that his artifice had in a great measure succeeded, he required them instantly to lay down their arms and submit to mercy, promising a pardon to all, except 6 whom he named, and 4 whom he reserved to himself the power of naming. And though the greater part of the rebels had gone home for want of substance, they had entered into the most solemn engagements to return to their standards in case the king's answer should not prove satisfactory. Norfolk, therefore, soon found himself in the same difficulty as before, and he opened again a negotiation with the leaders of the multitude. He engaged them to send 300 persons to Doncaster with proposals for an accommodation, and he hoped, by intrigue and separate interest, to throw dissension among so great a number. Aske himself had intended to be one of the deputies, and he required a hostage for his security. But the king, when consulted, replied that he knew no gentleman or other whom he esteemed so little as to put him in pledge for such a villain. The demands of the rebels were so exorbitant that Norfolk rejected them, and they prepared again to decide the contest by arms. They were as formidable as ever, both by their numbers and spirit, and notwithstanding the small river which lay between them and the royal army, Norfolk had great reason to dread the effects of their fury. But while they were preparing to pass the ford, rain fell a second time in such abundance as made it impracticable for them to execute their design, and the populace, partly reduced to necessity by want of provisions, partly struck with superstition at being thus again disappointed by the same accident, suddenly dispersed themselves. The Duke of Norfolk, who had received powers for that end, forwarded the dispersion by the promise of a general amnesty, and the king ratified this act of clemency. He published, however, a manifesto against the rebels, and an answer to their complaints, in which he employed a very lofty style, suited to so haughty a monarch. He told them that they ought no more to pretend giving a judgment with regard to government, that a blind man with regard to colours. And we, he added, with our whole council, think it right strange that ye, who be but brutes and inexpert folk, do take upon you to appoint us, who be meet or not for our council. As this pacification was not likely to be of long continuance, Norfolk was ordered to keep his army together, and to march into the northern parts in order to exact a general submission. Lord Darcy, as well as Aske, was sent for to court, and the former, upon his refusal or delay to appear, was thrown into prison. Every place was full of jealousy and complaints. A new insurrection broke out, headed by Musgrave and Tilby, and the rebels besieged Carlisle with 1,000 men. Being repulsed by that city, they were encountered in their retreat by Norfolk, who put them to flight, and having made prisoners of all their officers except Musgrave, who escaped, he instantly put them to death by martial law, to the number of 70 persons. An attempt made by Sir Francis Bigott and Hallam to surprise Hull met with no better success, and several other risings were suppressed by the vigilance of Norfolk. The king, enraged by these multiplied revolts, was determined not to adhere to the general pardon which he had granted, and from a movement of his usual violence he made the innocent suffer for the guilty. Norfolk, by command from his master, spread the royal banner, and wherever he thought proper executed martial law in the punishment of offenders. Besides Aske, leader of the first insurrection, Sir Robert Constable, Sir John Bulmer, Sir Thomas Piercy, Sir Stephen Hamilton, Nicholas Tempest, William Lumley, and many others were thrown into prison, and most of them were condemned and executed. Lord Hussey was found guilty as an accomplice in the insurrection of Lincolnshire, and was executed at Lincoln. Lord Darcy, though he pleaded compulsion and appealed for his justification to a long life spent in the service of the crown, was beheaded on Tower Hill. Before his execution, he accused Norfolk of having secretly encouraged the rebels, but Henry, either sensible of that nobleman's services, and convinced of his fidelity, or afraid to offend one of such extensive power and great capacity, rejected the information. Being now satiated with punishing the rebels, he published anew a general pardon, to which he faithfully adhered, and he erected, by patent, a court of justice at York for deciding lawsuits in the northern counties, a demand which had been made by the rebels. Soon after this prosperous success, an event happened which crowned Henry's joy, the birth of a son, who was baptized by the name of Edward. Yet was not his happiness without alloy. The queen died 2 days after. But a son had so been ardently wished for by Henry, and was now become so necessary in order to prevent disputes with regard to the succession, after the acts declaring the 2 princesses illegitimate, that the king's affliction was drowned in his joy, and he expressed great satisfaction on the occasion. The prince, not 6 days old, was created Prince of Wales, Duke of Cornwall, and Earl of Chester. Sir Edward Seymour, the queen's brother, formerly made Lord Beauchamp, was raised to the dignity of Earl of Hertford. Sir William Fitzwilliams, High Admiral, was created Earl of Southampton. Sir William Paulet, Lord St. John, Sir John Russell, Lord Russell. The suppression of the rebellion and the birth of a son, as they confirmed Henry's authority at home, increased his consideration among foreign princes, and made his alliance be courted by all parties. He maintained, however, a neutrality in the wars which was carried on with various success, and without any decisive event, between Charles and Francis. And though inclined more to favor the latter, he determined not to incur, without necessity, either hazard or expense on his account. A truce concluded about this time between those potentates, and afterwards prolonged for 10 years, freed him from all anxiety on account of his ally, and re-established the tranquillity of Europe. Henry continued desirous of cementing a union with the German Protestants, and for that purpose he sent Christopher Mount to a congress which they held at Brunswick. But that minister made no great progress in his negotiation. The princes wished to know what were the articles in their confession which Henry disliked, and they sent new ambassadors to him, who had orders both to negotiate and to dispute. They endeavored to convince the king that he was guilty of a mistake in administering the Eucharist in one kind only, in allowing private masses, and in requiring the celibacy of the clergy. Henry would by no means acknowledge any error in these particulars, and was displeased that they should pretend to prescribe rules to so great a monarch and theologian. He found arguments and syllogisms enough to defend his cause, and he dismissed the ambassadors without coming to any conclusion. Jealous also, lest his own subjects should become such theologians as to question his tenets, he used great precaution in publishing that translation of the Scripture which was finished this year. He would only allow a copy of it to be deposited in some parish churches, where it was fixed by a chain, and he took care to inform the people by proclamation, that this indulgence was not the effect of his duty, but of his goodness and his liberality to them, who therefore should use it moderately, for the increase of virtue, not of strife. And he ordered that no man should read the Bible aloud, so as to disturb the priest while he sang Mass, nor presume to expound doubtful places without advice from the learned. In this measure, as in the rest, he still halted halfway between the Catholics and the Protestants. There was only one particular in which Henry was quite decisive, because he was there impelled by his avarice, or more properly speaking, his rapacity, the consequence of his profusion. This measure was the entire destruction of the monasteries. The present opportunity seemed favorable for that great enterprise, while the suppression of the late rebellion fortified and increased the royal authority. And as some of the abbots were suspected of having encouraged the insurrection, and of corresponding with the rebels, the king's resentment was further incited by that motive. A new visitation was appointed of all the monasteries in England, and a pretence only being wanted for their suppression, it was easy for a prince, possessed of such unlimited power, and seconding the present humor of a great part of the nation, to find or feign one. The abbots and monks knew the danger to which they were exposed, and having learned by the example of the lesser monasteries that nothing could withstand the king's will, they were most of them induced, in expectation of better treatment, to make a voluntary resignation of their houses. Where promises failed of effect, menaces and even extreme violence were employed, and as several of the abbots, since the breach with Rome, had been named by the court with a view to this event, the king's intentions were the more easily effected. Some also, having secretly embraced the doctrine of the Reformation, were glad to be freed from their vows, and on the whole, the design was conducted with such success that in less than 2 years the king had got possession of all the monastic revenues. In several places, particularly the county of Oxford, great interest was made to preserve some convents of women, who, as they lived in the most irreproachable manner, justly merited, it was thought, that their houses should be saved from the general destruction. There appeared also great difference between the case of nuns and that of friars, and the one institution might be laudable, while the other was exposed to much blame. The males of all ranks, if endowed with industry, might be of service to the public, and none of them could want employment suited to his station and capacity. But a woman of family who failed of a settlement in the married state, an accident to which such persons were more liable than women of lower station, had really no rank which she properly filled, and a convent was a retreat both honorable and agreeable, from the inutility and often want which attended her situation. But the king was determined to abolish monasteries of every denomination, and probably thought that these ancient establishments would be the sooner forgotten, if no remains of them of any kind were allowed to subsist in the kingdom. End of section 26, chapter 31, part 5. Recording by Emily Wallace.
Section 27 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I'm Drew Nelson. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 27, Chapter 36, Part 6. The better to reconcile the people to this great innovation, stories were propagated of the detestable lives of the friars in many of the convents, and great care was taken to defame those whom the court had determined to ruin. The relics, and also other superstitions, which had so long been the object of the people's veneration, were exposed to their ridicule, and the religious spirit, now less bent on exterior observances and sensible objects, was encouraged in this new direction. It is needless to be prolix in an enumeration of particulars. Protestant historians mention, on this occasion, with great triumph, the sacred repositories of convents, the parings of St. Edmund's toes, some of the coals that roasted St. Lawrence, the girdle of the Virgin shown in 11 several pieces, 2 or 3 heads of St. Ursula, the felt of St. Thomas of Lancaster, an infallible cure for the headache, part of St. Thomas of Canterbury's shirt, much reverenced by big-bellied women, some relics, an excellent preventative against rain, others a remedy to weeds in corn, but such fooleries as they are to be found in all ages and nations, and even took place during the most refined periods of antiquity, form no particular or violent reproach to the Catholic religion. There were also discovered, or said to be discovered, in the monasteries, some impostures of a more artificial nature. At Hales, in the county of Gloucester, there had been shown, during several ages, the blood of Christ brought from Jerusalem, and it is easy to imagine the veneration with which such a relic was regarded. A miraculous circumstance also attended this miraculous relic. The sacred blood was not visible to anyone in mortal sin, even when set before him. Until he had performed good works sufficient for his absolution, it would not deign to discover itself to him. At the dissolution of the monastery, the whole contrivance was detected. 2 of the monks, who were let into the secret, had taken the blood of a duck, which they renewed every week. They put it in a phial, one side of which consisted of thin and transparent crystal, the other of thick and opaque. When any rich pilgrim arrived, they were sure to show him the dark side of the phial, till masses and offerings had expiated his offenses, and then, finding his money, or patience, or faith, nearly exhausted, they made him happy by turning the phial. A miraculous crucifix had been kept at Boxley, in Kent, and bore the appellation of the Rood of Grace. The lips and eyes and head of the image moved on the approach of its votaries. Hilsey, Bishop of Rochester, broke the crucifix at St. Paul's Cross, and showed to the whole people the springs and wheels by which it had been secretly moved. A great wooden idol, revered in Wales, called Darvel Gatherin, was also brought to London and cut in pieces, and by a cruel refinement and vengeance, it was employed as fuel to burn Friar Forrest, who was punished for denying the supremacy and for some pretended heresies. A finger of St. Andrew, covered with a thin plate of silver, had been pawned by a convent for a debt of 40 pounds. But as the king's commissioners refused to pay the debt, people made themselves merry with the poor creditor on account of his pledge. But of all the instruments of ancient superstition, no one was so zealously destroyed as the shrine of Thomas A. Becket, commonly called St. Thomas of Canterbury. The saint owed his canonization to the zealous defense which he had made for clerical privileges, and on that account also the monks had extremely encouraged the devotion of pilgrimages toward his tomb, and numberless were the miracles which they pretended his relics wrought in favor of his devout votaries. They raised his body once a year, and the day on which this ceremony was performed, which was called the day of his translation, was a general holiday. Every 50th year there was celebrated a jubilee to his honor, which lasted 15 days. Plenary indulgences were then granted to all that visited his tomb, and 100,000 pilgrims have been registered at a time in Canterbury. The devotion towards him had quite effaced in that place the adoration of the deity, nay, even that of the Virgin. At God's altar, for instance, there were offered in 1 year 3 pounds 2 shillings and 6 pence. At the Virgin's, 63 pounds 5 shillings and 6 pence. At St. Thomas's, 832 pounds 12 shillings and 3 pence. But next year the disproportion was still greater. There was not a penny offered at God's altar. The Virgin's gained only 4 pounds 1 shilling and 8 pence, but St. Thomas had got, for his share, 954 pounds 6 shillings and 3 pence. Louis VII of France had made his pilgrimage to this miraculous tomb, and had bestowed on the shrine a jewel, esteemed the richest in Christendom. It is evident how obnoxious to Henry a saint of this character must appear, and how contrary to all his projects for degrading the authority of the court of Rome. He not only pillaged the rich shrine dedicated to St. Thomas, he made the saint himself be cited to appear in court, and be tried and condemned as a traitor. He ordered his name to be struck out of the calendar, the office for his festival to be expunged from all breviaries, his bones to be burned, and the ashes to be thrown in the air. On the whole, the king at different times suppressed 645 monasteries, of which 28 had abbots that enjoyed a seat in Parliament. 90 colleges were demolished in several counties, 2,374 chantries and free chapels, 110 hospitals. The whole revenue of these establishments amounted to 161,100 pounds. It is worthy of observation that all the lands and possessions and revenue of England had, a little before this period, been rated at 4 millions a year, so that the revenues of the monks, even comprehending the lesser monasteries, did not exceed the 20th part of the national income, a sum vastly inferior to what is commonly apprehended. The lands belonging to the convents were usually let at very low rent, and the farmers, who regarded themselves as a species of proprietors, took always care to renew their leases before they expired. Great murmurs were everywhere excited on account of these violences, and men much questioned whether priors and monks, who were only trustees or tenants for life, could, by any deed, however voluntary, transfer to the king the entire property of their estates in order to reconcile the people to such mighty innovations. They were told that the king would never thenceforth have occasion to levy taxes, but would be able, from the abbey lands alone, to bear, during war as well as peace, the whole charges of government. While such topics were employed to appease the populace, Henry took an effectual method of interesting the nobility and gentry in the success of his measures. He either made a gift of the revenues of convents to his favorites and courtiers, or sold them at low prices, or exchanged them for other lands on very disadvantageous terms. He was so profuse in these liberalities that he is said to have given a woman the whole revenue of a convent as a reward for making a pudding, which happened to gratify his palate. He also settled pensions on the abbots and priors, proportioned to their former revenues or to their merits, and gave each monk a yearly pension of 8 marks. He erected 6 new bishoprics, Westminster, Oxford, Peterborough, Bristol, Chester, and Gloucester, of which 5 subsist at this day. And by all these means of expense and dissipation, the profit which the king reaped by the seizure of church lands fell much short of vulgar opinion. As the ruin of convents had been foreseen some years before it happened, the monks had taken care to secrete most of their stock, furniture, and plate, so that the spoils of the great monasteries bore not, in these respects, any proportion to those of the latter. Besides the lands possessed by the monasteries, the regular clergy enjoyed a considerable part of the benefices of England, and the tithes annexed to them. And these were also at this time transferred to the crown, and by that means passed into the hands of laymen, an abuse which many zealous churchmen regarded as the most criminal sacrilege. The monks were formerly much at ease in England, and enjoyed revenues which exceeded the regular and stated expense of the house. We read of the Abbey of Chertsey in Surrey, which possessed £744 a year, though it contained only 14 monks. That of Furness, in the county of Lincoln, was valued at £960 a year, and contained but 30. In order to dissipate their revenues and support popularity, the monks lived in a hospitable manner, and besides the poor, maintained from their offals, there were many decayed gentlemen who passed their lives in traveling from convent to convent, and were entirely subsisted at the tables of the friars. By this hospitality, as much as by their own inactivity, did the convents prove nurseries of idleness. But the king, not to give offense by too sudden an innovation, bound the new proprietors of abbey lands to support the ancient hospitality. But this engagement was fulfilled in very few places, and for a very short time. It is easy to imagine the indignation with which the intelligence of all these acts of violence was received at Rome, and how much the ecclesiastics of that court, who had so long kept the world in subjection by high-sounding epithets and by holy execrations, would now vent their rhetoric against the character and conduct of Henry. The Pope was at last incited to publish the bull, which had been passed against that monarch, and in a public manner he delivered over his soul to the devil, and his dominions to the first invader. Libels were dispersed, in which he was anew compared to the most furious persecutors in antiquity, and the preference was now given to their side. He had declared war with the dead, whom the pagans themselves respected, was at open hostility with heaven, and had engaged in professed enmity with the whole host of saints and angels. Above all, he was often reproached with his resemblance to the Emperor Julian, whom, it was said, he imitated in his apostasy and learning, though he fell short of him in morals. Henry could distinguish in some of those libels the style and animosity of his kinsman Pole, and he was thence incited to vent his rage by every possible expedient on that famous cardinal. Reginald de la Pole, or Reginald Pole, was descended from the royal family, being fourth son of the Countess of Salisbury, daughter of the Duke of Clarence. He gave in early youth indications of that fine genius and generous disposition by which, during his whole life, he was so much distinguished, and Henry, having conceived great friendship for him, intended to raise him to the highest ecclesiastical dignities, and, as a pledge of future favors, he conferred on him the deanery of Exeter, the better to support him in his education. Pole was carrying on his studies at the University of Paris at the time when the king solicited the suffrages of that learned body in favor of his divorce, but though applied to by the English agent, he declined taking any part in the affair. Henry bore this neglect with more temper than was natural to him, and he appeared unwilling on that account to renounce all friendship with a person whose virtues and talents he hoped would prove useful as well as ornamental to his court and kingdom. he allowed him still to possess his deanery, and gave him permission to finish his studies at Padua. He even paid him some court in order to bring him into his measures, and wrote to him, while in that university, desiring him to give his opinion freely with regard to the late measures taken in England for abolishing the papal authority. Pole had now contracted an intimate friendship with all persons eminent for dignity or merit in Italy, Châtelet, Bembo, and other revivers of taste and learning, and he was moved by these connections as well as by religious zeal to forget in some respect the duty which he owed to Henry, his benefactor and his sovereign. He replied by writing a treatise of the unity of the Church, in which he inveighed against the king's supremacy, his divorce, his second marriage, and he even exhorted the emperor to revenge on him the injury done to the imperial family and to the Catholic cause. Henry, though provoked beyond measure at this outrage, dissembled his resentment, and he sent a message to Pole desiring him to return to England in order to explain certain passages in his book which he found somewhat obscure and difficult. Pole was on his guard against this insidious invitation, and was determined to remain in Italy, where he was universally beloved. The Pope and Emperor thought themselves obliged to provide for a man of Pole's eminence and dignity, who, in support of their cause, had sacrificed all his pretensions to fortune in his own country. He was created a cardinal, and though he took not higher orders than those of a deacon, he was sent legate into Flanders about the year 1536. Henry was sensible that Pole's chief intention in choosing that employment was to foment the mutinous disposition of the English Catholics, and he therefore remonstrated in so vigorous a manner with the Queen of Hungary, regent of the Low Countries, that she dismissed the legate without allowing him to exercise his functions. The enmity which he bore to Pole was now as open as it was violent, and the cardinal, on his part, kept no further measures in his intrigues against Henry. He is even expected of having aspired to the crown by means of a marriage with the Lady Mary, and the king was every day more alarmed by informations which he received of the correspondence maintained in England by that fugitive. Courtenay, Marquis of Exeter, had entered into a conspiracy with him, Sir Edward Neville, brother to the Lord Abergavenny, Sir Nicholas Carew, Master of Horse and Knight of the Garter, Henry de la Pole, Lord Montacute, and Sir Geoffrey de la Pole, brothers to the cardinal. These persons were indicted and tried and convicted before Lord Audley, who presided in the trial as High Steward. They were all executed except Sir Geoffrey de la Pole, who was pardoned, and he owed this grace to his having first carried to the king secret intelligence of the conspiracy. We know little concerning the justice or iniquity of the sentence pronounced against these men. We only know that the condemnation of a man who was at that time prosecuted by the court forms no presumption of his guilt, though, as no historian of credit mentions in the present case any complaint occasioned by these trials, we may presume that sufficient evidence was produced against the Marquis of Exeter and his associates. End of section 27, chapter 31, part 6. I'm Drew Nelson in Atlanta, Georgia. Recording November 21st, 2012.
Section 28 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 28, Chapter 32, Part 1. Henry VIII. The rough hand of Henry seemed well adapted for rending asunder those bands by which the ancient superstition had fastened itself on the kingdom. And though, After renouncing the Pope's supremacy and suppressing monasteries, most of the political ends of Reformation were already attained. Few people expected that he would stop at those innovations. The spirit of opposition, it was thought, would carry him to the utmost extremities against the Church of Rome, and lead him to declare war against the whole doctrine and worship, as well as discipline, of that mighty hierarchy. He had formerly appealed from the Pope to a general council, but now, when a general council was summoned to meet at Mantua, he previously renounced all submission to it, as summoned by the Pope, and lying entirely under subjection to that spiritual usurper. He engaged his clergy to make a declaration to the like purpose, and he had prescribed to them many other deviations from ancient tenets and practices. Cranmer took advantage of every opportunity to carry him on this course, and while Queen Jane lived, who favoured the reformers, he had, by means of her insinuation and address, been successful in his endeavours. After her death, Gardiner, who was returned from his embassy to France, kept the king more in suspense, and by feigning unlimited submission to his will, was frequently able to guide him to his own purposes. Fox, Bishop of Hereford, had supported Cranmer in his schemes for a more thorough reformation, but his death made way for the promotion of Bonner, who, though he had hitherto seemed a furious enemy to the court of Rome, was determined to sacrifice everything to present interest, and had joined the confederacy of Gardiner and the partisans of the old religion. Gardiner himself, it was believed, had secretly entered into measures with the Pope, and even with the Emperor, and in concert with these powers he endeavoured to preserve, as much as possible, the ancient faith and worship. Henry was so much governed by passion that nothing could have retarded his animosity and opposition against Rome, but some other passion, which stopped his career and raised him new objects of animosity. Though he had gradually, since the commencement of his scruples with regard to his first marriage, been changing the tenets of that theological system in which he had been educated, he was no less positive and dogmatical in the few articles which remained to him, than if the whole fabric had continued entire and unshaken. And though he stood alone in his opinion, the flattery of courtiers had so inflamed his tyrannical arrogance, that he thought himself entitled to regulate, by his own particular standard, the religious faith of the whole nation. The point on which he chiefly rested his orthodoxy happened to be the real presence, that very doctrine in which, among the numberless victories of superstition over common sense, her triumph is the most signal and egregious. All departure from this principle he held to be heretical and detestable, and nothing, he thought, would be more honourable for him than, while he broke off all connections with the Roman pontiff, to maintain in this essential article the purity of the Catholic faith. There was one Lambert, a schoolmaster in London, who had been questioned and confined for unsound opinions by Archbishop Warham. But upon the death of that prelate, and the change of councils at court, he had been released. Not terrified with the danger which he had incurred, he still continued to promulgate his tenets, and having heard Dr. Taylor, afterwards Bishop of Lincoln, defend in a sermon the corporal presence, he could not forbear expressing to Taylor his dissent from that doctrine, and he drew up his objections under 10 several heads. Taylor communicated the paper to Dr. Barnes, who happened to be a Lutheran, and who maintained that though the substance of bread and wine remained in the sacrament, yet the real body and blood of Christ were there also, and were, in a certain mysterious manner, incorporated with the material elements. By the present laws and practices, Barnes was no less exposed to the stake than Lambert. Yet such was the persecuting rage which prevailed, that he determined to bring this man to condign punishment. Because of their common departure from the ancient faith, he had dared to go one step farther than himself. He engaged Taylor to accuse Lambert before Cranmer and Latimer, who, whatever their private opinion might be on these points, were obliged to conform themselves to the standard of orthodoxy established by Henry. When Lambert was cited before these prelates, they endeavoured to bend him to a recantation, and they were surprised when, instead of complying, he ventured to appeal to the king. The king, not displeased with an opportunity where he could at once exert his supremacy and display his learning, accepted the appeal, and resolved to mix in a very unfair manner the magistrate with the disputant. Public notice was given that he intended to enter the lists with the schoolmaster. Scaffolds were erected in Westminster Hall for the accommodation of the audience. Henry appeared on his throne accompanied with all the ensigns of majesty. The prelates were placed on his right hand, the temporal peers on his left. The judges and most eminent lawyers had a place assigned them behind the bishops, the courtiers of greatest distinction behind the peers, and in the midst of this splendid assembly was produced the unhappy Lambert, who was required to defend his opinions against his royal antagonist. The Bishop of Chichester opened the conference by saying that Lambert, being charged with heretical pravity, had appealed from his bishop to the king, as if he expected more favour from this application, and as if the king could ever be induced to protect a heretic; that though his majesty had thrown off the usurpations of the see of Rome, had disincorporated some idle monks who lived like drones in a beehive, had abolished the idolatrous worship of images, had published the Bible in English for the instruction of all his subjects, and had made some lesser alterations, which every one must approve of, yet was he determined to maintain the purity of the Catholic faith, and to punish with the utmost severity all departure from it, and that he had taken the present opportunity before so learned and grave an audience of convincing Lambert of his errors; but if he still continued obstinate in them, he must expect the most condign punishment. After this preamble, which was not very encouraging, the king asked Lambert with stern countenance what his opinion was of Christ's corporal presence in the sacrament of the altar; and when Lambert began his reply with some compliment to his majesty, he rejected the praise with disdain and indignation. He afterwards pressed Lambert with arguments drawn from Scripture and the schoolmen. The audience applauded the force of his reasoning and the extent of his erudition. Cranmer seconded his proofs by some new topics. Gardiner entered the lists as a support to Cranmer. Tunstall took up the argument after Gardiner. Stokesley brought fresh aid to Tunstall. 6 bishops more appeared successively in the field after Stokesley; and the disputation, if it deserve the name, was prolonged for 5 hours, till Lambert, fatigued, confounded, browbeaten, and abashed, was at last reduced to silence. The king, then returning to the charge, asked him whether he were convinced, and he proposed as a concluding argument this interesting question: whether he were resolved to live or to die. Lambert, who possessed that courage which consists in obstinacy, replied, that he cast himself wholly on his majesty's clemency. The king told him that he would be no protector of heretics, and therefore, if that were his final answer, he must expect to be committed to the flames. Cromwell, as vicegerent, pronounced the sentence against him. Lambert, whose vanity had probably incited him in the more to persevere on account of the greatness of this public appearance, was not daunted by the terrors of the punishment to which he was condemned. His executioners took care to make the sufferings of a man who had personally opposed the king as cruel as possible. He was burned at a slow fire. His legs and thighs were consumed to the stumps. And when there appeared no end of his torments, some of the guards, more merciful than the rest, lifted him on their halberts and threw him into the flames, where he was consumed. While they were employed in this friendly office, he cried aloud several times, "None but Christ, none but Christ," and these words were in his mouth when he expired. Some few days before this execution, 4 Dutch Anabaptists, 3 men and a woman, had faggots tied to their backs at Paul's Cross, and were burned in that manner. And a man and a woman of the same sect and country were burned in Smithfield. It was the unhappy fate of the English during this age, that when they laboured under any grievance, they had not the satisfaction of expressing redress from Parliament. On the contrary, they had reason to dread each meeting of that assembly, and were then sure of having tyranny converted into law, and aggravated perhaps with some circumstance which the arbitrary prince and his ministers had not hitherto devised, or did not think proper of themselves to carry into execution. This abject servility never appeared more conspicuously than in a new parliament which the king now assembled, and which, if he had been so pleased, might have been the last that ever sat in England. But he found them too useful instruments of dominion ever to entertain thoughts of giving them a total exclusion. The Chancellor opened the Parliament by informing the House of Lords that it was His Majesty's earnest desire to extirpate from his kingdom all diversity of opinion in matters of religion, and as this undertaking was, he owned, important and arduous, he desired them to choose a committee from among themselves, who might draw up certain articles of faith, and communicate them afterwards to the Parliament. The Lords named the Vicar General, Cromwell, now created peer, the Archbishops of Canterbury and York, the Bishops of Durham, Carlisle, Worcester, Bath and Wells, Bangor and Ely. The House might have seen what a hopeful task they had undertaken. This small committee itself was agitated with such diversity of opinion that it could come to no conclusion. The Duke of Norfolk then moved in the House that, since there were no hopes of having a report from the committee, the articles of faith intended to be established should be reduced to 6, and a new committee be appointed to draw an act with regard to them. As this peer was understood to speak the sense of the king, his motion was immediately complied with, and after a short prorogation, the Bill of the 6 Articles, or the Bloody Bill, as the Protestants justly termed it, was introduced, and having passed the 2 houses, received the royal assent. In this law, the doctrine of the real presence was established, the communion in one kind, the perpetual obligation of vows of chastity, the utility of private masses, the celibacy of the clergy, and the necessity of auricular confession. The denial of the first article with regard to the real presence subjected the person to death by fire, and to the same forfeiture as in cases of treason, and admitted not the privilege of abjuring, an unheard of severity, and unknown to the Inquisition itself. The denial of any of the other 5 articles, even though recanted, was punishable by the forfeiture of goods and chattels, and imprisonment during the king's pleasure. An obstinate adherence to error or a relapse was adjudged to be felony and punishable with death. The marriage of priests was subjected to the same punishment. Their commerce with women was, on the first offence, forfeiture and imprisonment; on the second, death. The abstaining from confession and from receiving the Eucharist at the accustomed times subjected the person to fine and to imprisonment during the king's pleasure, and if the criminal persevered after conviction, he was punishable by death and forfeiture, as in cases of felony. Commissioners were to be appointed by the king for inquiring into these heresies and irregular practices, and the criminals were to be tried by a jury. The king, in framing this law, laid his oppressive hand on both parties, and even the Catholics had reason to complain that the friars and nuns, though dismissed their convent, should be capriciously restrained to the practice of celibacy. But as the Protestants were chiefly exposed to the severity of the statute, the misery of adversaries, according to the usual maxims of party, was regarded by the adherents to the ancient religion as their own prosperity and triumph. Cranmer had the courage to oppose this bill in the House, and though the king desired him to absent himself, he could not be prevailed on to give this proof of compliance. Henry was accustomed to Cranmer's freedom and sincerity, and being convinced of the general rectitude of his intentions, gave him an unusual indulgence in this particular, and never allowed even a whisper against him. That prelate, however, was now obliged, in obedience to the statute, to dismiss his wife, the niece of Osiander, a famous divine of Nuremberg, and Henry, satisfied with this proof of submission, showed him his former countenance and favour. Latimer and Shaxton threw up their bishoprics on account of the law, and were committed to prison. The Parliament, having thus resigned all their religious liberties, proceeded to an entire surrender of their civil, and without scruple or deliberation they made, by one act, a total subversion of the English constitution. They gave to the king's proclamation the same force as to a statute enacted by Parliament, and to render the matter worse, if possible, they framed this law as if it were only declaratory, and were intended to explain the natural extent of royal authority. The preamble contains that the king had formerly set forth several proclamations which froward persons had wilfully contemned, not considering what a king by his royal power may do, that this license might encourage offenders not only to disobey the laws of Almighty God, but also to dishonour the king's most royal majesty, who may full ill bear it, that sudden emergencies often occur, which require speedy remedies, and cannot await the slow assembling and deliberations of Parliament, and that, though the king was empowered by his authority derived from God to consult the public good on these occasions, yet the opposition of refractory subjects might push him to extremity and violence. For these reasons the Parliament, that they might remove all occasion of doubt, ascertained by a statute this prerogative of the crown, and enabled his majesty, with the advice of his council, to set forth proclamations enjoining obedience under whatever pains and penalties he should think proper, and these proclamations were to have the force of perpetual laws. What proves either a stupid or a wilful blindness in the Parliament, even after this statute, to maintain some limitations in the government, and they enacted that no proclamation should deprive any person of his lawful possessions, liberties, inheritances, privileges, franchises, nor yet infringe any common law or laudable custom of the realm. They did not consider that no penalty could be inflicted on the disobeying of proclamations without evading some liberty or property of the subject, and that the power of enacting new laws, joined to the dispensing power then exercised by the crown, amounted to a full legislative authority. It is true, the kings of England had always been accustomed from their own authority to issue proclamations, and to exact obedience to them, and this prerogative was, no doubt, a strong symptom of absolute government. But still there was a difference between a power which was exercised on a particular emergence, and which must be justified by the present expedience or necessity, and an authority conferred by a positive statute which could no longer admit of control or limitation. Could any act be more opposite to the spirit of liberty than this law, it would have been another of the same Parliament. They passed an act of attainder, not only against the Marquis of Exeter, the Lords Montacute, Darcy, Hussey, and others, who had been legally tried and condemned, but also against some persons of the highest quality who had never been accused or examined or convicted. The violent hatred which Henry bore to Cardinal Pole had extended itself to all his friends and relations, and his mother in particular, the Countess of Salisbury, had on that account become extremely obnoxious to him. She was also accused of having employed her authority with her tenants to hinder them from reading the new translation of the Bible, of having procured bulls from Rome, which it is said had been seen at Coudray, her country seat, and of having kept a correspondence with her son the cardinal. But Henry found either that these offences could not be proved, or that they would not by law be subjected to such severe punishments as he desired to inflict upon her. He resolved, therefore, to proceed in a more summary and more tyrannical manner, and for that purpose he sent Cromwell, who was but too obsequious to his will, to ask the judges whether the Parliament could attaint a person who was forthcoming, without giving him any trial, or citing him to appear before them. The judges replied that it was a dangerous question, and that the High Court of Parliament ought to give the example to inferior courts of proceeding according to justice. No inferior court could act in that arbitrary manner, and they thought that the Parliament never would. Being pressed to give a more explicit answer, they replied that if a person were attainted in that manner, the attainder could never afterwards be brought in question, but must remain good in law. Henry learned by this decision that such a method of proceeding, though directly contrary to all the principles of equity, was yet practicable, and this being all he was anxious to know, he resolved to employ it against the Countess of Salisbury. Cromwell showed to the House of Peers a banner, on which were embroidered the 5 wounds of Christ, the symbol chosen by the northern rebels, and this banner, he affirmed, was found in the Countess's house. No other proof seems to have been produced in order to ascertain her guilt. The Parliament, without further inquiry, passed a bill of attainder against her, and they involved in the same bill, without any better proof as far as appears, Gertrude, Marchioness of Exeter, Sir Adrian Fortescue, and Sir Thomas Dingley. These 2 gentlemen were executed. The Marchioness was pardoned and survived the king. The Countess received a reprieve. The only beneficial act passed this session was that by which the Parliament confirmed the surrender of the monasteries. Yet even this act contains much falsehood, much tyranny, and, were it not that all private rights must submit to public interest, much justice and iniquity. The The scheme of engaging the abbots to surrender their monasteries had been conducted, as may easily be imagined, with many invidious circumstances. Arts of all kinds had been employed. Every motive that could work on the frailty of human nature had been set before them, and it was with great difficulty that these dignified conventuals were brought to make a concession, which most of them regarded as destructive of their interests, as well as sacrilegious and criminal in itself. 3 abbots had shown more constancy than the rest, the abbots of Colchester, Reading, and Glastonbury, and in order to punish them for their opposition and make them an example to others, means had been found to convict them of treason. They had perished by the hand of the executioner, and the revenue of the convents had been forfeited. Besides, though none of these violences had taken place, the king knew that a surrender made by men who were only tenants for life would not bear examination, and he was therefore resolved to make all sure by his usual expedient, an Act of Parliament. In the preamble to this Act, the Parliament asserts that all surrenders made by the abbots had been without constraint, of their own accord, and according to due course of common law. And in consequence, the 2 houses confirm the surrenders and secure the property of the abbey lands to the king and his successors forever. It is remarkable that all the mitred abbots still sat in the House of Peers, and that none of them made any protests against this injurious statute. In this session, the rank of all the great officers of state was fixed. Cromwell, as vice-regent, had the precedency assigned him above all of them. It was thought singular that a blacksmith's son, for he was no other, should have place next the royal family, and that a man possessed of no manner of literature should be set at the head of the church. As soon as the Act of the 6 Articles had passed, the Catholics were extremely vigilant in informing against offenders, and no less than 500 persons were in a little time thrown into prison. But Cromwell, who had not had interest enough to prevent that act, was able for the present to elude its execution. Seconded by the Duke of Suffolk and Chancellor Audley, as well as by Cranmer, he remonstrated against the cruelty of punishing so many delinquents, and he obtained permission to set them at liberty. The uncertainty of the king's humour gave each party an opportunity of triumphing in its turn. No sooner had Henry passed this law, which seemed to inflict so deep a wound on the reformers, than he granted a general permission for every one to have the new translation of the Bible in his family, a concession regarded by that party as an important victory. End of section 28, chapter 32, part 1. Section 29 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 29, Chapter 32, Part 2. But as Henry was observed to be much governed by his wives while he retained his fondness for them, the final prevalence of either party seemed much to depend on the choice of the future queen. Immediately after the death of Jane Seymour, the most beloved of all his wives, he began to think of a new marriage. He first cast his eye towards the Duchess Dowager of Milan, niece to the emperor, and he made proposals for that alliance. But meeting with difficulties, he was carried by his friendship for Francis rather to think of a French princess. He demanded the Duchess Dowager of Longueville, daughter of the Duke of Guise, a prince of the house of Lorraine. But Francis told him that the lady was already betrothed to the King of Scotland. The king, however, would not take a refusal. He had set his heart extremely on the match. The information which he had received of the duchess's accomplishments and beauty had prepossessed him in her favour, and having privately sent over Motoys to examine her person and get certain intelligence of her conduct, the accounts which that agent brought him served further to inflame his desires. He learned that she was big-made, and he thought her on that account the more proper match for him who is now become somewhat corpulent. The pleasure, too, of mortifying his nephew, whom he did not love, was a further incitement to his prosecution of this match, and he insisted that Francis should give him the preference to the King of Scots. But Francis, though sensible that the alliance of England was of much greater importance to his interests, would not affront his friend and ally, and to prevent further solicitation, he immediately sent the princess back to Scotland. Not to shock, however, Henry's humour, Francis made him an offer of Mary of Bourbon, daughter of the Duke of Vendôme. But as the king was informed that James had formally rejected this princess, he would not hear any further of such a proposal. The French monarch then offered him the choice of the two younger sisters of the Queen of Scots, and he assured him that they were nowise inferior either in merit or size to their elder sister, and that one of them was even superior in beauty. The king was as scrupulous with regard to the person of his wives, as if his heart had been really susceptible of a delicate passion, and he was unwilling to trust any relations, or even pictures, with regard to this important particular. He proposed to Francis that they should have a conference at Calais, on pretence of business, and that this monarch should bring along with him the two princesses of Guise, together with the finest ladies of quality in France, that he might make a choice among them. But the gallant spirit of Francis was shocked with the proposal. He was impressed with too much regard, he said, for the fair sex, to carry ladies of the first quality like geldings to a market, there to be chosen or rejected by the humour of the purchaser. Henry would hearken to none of these niceties, but still insisted on his proposal, which, however, notwithstanding Francis' earnest desire of obliging him, was finally rejected. The king then began to turn his thoughts towards a German alliance, and as the princesses of the Smalcaldic League were extremely disgusted with the emperor on account of his persecuting their religion, he hoped, by matching himself into one of their families, to renew a connection which he regarded as so advantageous to him. Cromwell joyfully seconded this intention, and proposed to him Anne of Cleves, whose father, the duke of that name, had great interest among the Lutheran princes, and whose sister, Sibylla, was married to the Elector of Saxony, the head of the Protestant League. A flattering picture of the princess by Hans Holbein determined Henry to apply to her father, and after some negotiation, the marriage, notwithstanding the opposition of the Elector of Saxony, was at last concluded, and Anne was sent over to England. The king, impatient to be satisfied with regard to the person of his bride, came privately to Rochester and got a sight of her. He found her big indeed, and tall as he could wish, but utterly destitute both of beauty and grace, very unlike the pictures and representations which he had received. He swore that she was a great Flanders mare, and declared that he never could possibly bear her any affection. The matter was worse when he found that she could speak no language but Dutch, of which he was entirely ignorant, and that the charms of her conversation were not likely to compensate for the homeliness of her person. He returned to Greenwich very melancholy, and he lamented his hard fate to Cromwell, as well as to Lord Russell, Sir Anthony Brown, and Sir Anthony Denny. This last gentleman, in order to give him comfort, told him that his misfortune was common to him with all kings, who could not, like private persons, choose for themselves, but must receive their wives from the judgment and fancy of others. It was the subject of debate among the king's counsellors whether the marriage could not yet be dissolved, and the princess be sent back to her own country. Henry's situation seemed at that time very critical. After the 10 years' truce concluded between the emperor and the king of France, a good understanding was thought to have taken place between these rival monarchs, and such marks of union appeared as gave great jealousy to the court of England. The emperor, who knew the generous nature of Francis, even put a confidence in him which is rare to that degree among great princes. An insurrection had been raised in the Low Countries by the inhabitants of Ghent, and seemed to threaten the most dangerous consequences. Charles, who resided at that time in Spain, resolved to go in person to Flanders, in order to appease these disorders, but he found great difficulties in choosing the manner of his passing thither. The road by Italy and Germany was tedious, the voyage through the Channel dangerous, by reason of the English naval power. He asked Francis's permission to pass through his dominions, and he entrusted himself into the hands of a rival whom he had so mortally offended. The French monarch received him at Paris with great magnificence and courtesy, and though prompted both by revenge and interest, as well as by the advice of his mistress and favorites to make advantage of the present opportunity, he conducted the emperor safely out of his dominions, and would not so much as speak to him of business during his abode in France, lest his demands should bear the air of violence upon his royal guest. Henry, who was informed of all these particulars, believed that an entire and cordial union had taken place between these princes, and that their religious zeal might prompt them to fall with combined arms upon England. An alliance with the German princes seemed now more than ever requisite for his interest and safety, and he knew that if he sent back the Princess of Cleves, such an affront would be highly resented by her friends and family. He was therefore resolved, notwithstanding his aversion to her, to complete the marriage, and he told Cromwell that since matters had gone so far, he must put his neck into the yoke. Cromwell, who knew how much his own interests were concerned in this affair, was very anxious to learn from the king next morning after the marriage whether he now liked his spouse any better. The king told him that he hated her worse than ever, and that her person was more disgusting on a near approach. He was resolved never to meddle with her, and even suspected her not to be a true maid, a point about which he entertained an extreme delicacy. He continued, however, to be civil to Anne. He even seemed to repose his usual confidence in Cromwell. But though he exerted this command over himself, a discontent lay lurking in his breast, and was ready to burst out on the first opportunity. A session of Parliament was held, and none of the abbots were now allowed a place in the House of Peers. The king, by the mouth of the chancellor, complained to the Parliament of the great diversity of religions which still prevailed among his subjects, a grievance, he affirmed, which ought the less to be endured, because the Scriptures were now published in English, and ought universally to be the standard of belief to all mankind. But he had appointed, he said, some bishops and divines to draw up a list of tenets to which his people were to assent, and he was determined that Christ, the doctrine of Christ, and the truth should have the victory. The king seems to have expected more effect in ascertaining truth from this new book of his doctors than had ensued from the publication of the Scriptures. Cromwell, as vicar general, made also in the king's name a speech to the upper house, and the peers in return bestowed great flattery on him, and in particular said that he was worthy by his desert to be vicar general of the universe. That minister seemed to be no less in his master's good graces. He received, soon after the sitting of the Parliament, the title of Earl of Essex, and was installed Knight of the Garter. There remained only one religious order in England, the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem, or the Knights of Malta, as they are commonly called. This order, partly ecclesiastical, partly military, had by their valour done great service to Christendom, and had very much retarded at Jerusalem, Rhodes, and Malta the rapid progress of the barbarians. During the general surrender of the religious houses in England, they had exerted their spirit, and had obstinately refused to yield up their revenues to the king. And Henry, who would endure no society that professed obedience to the Pope, was obliged to have recourse to Parliament for the dissolution of this order. Their revenues were large, and formed an addition nowise contemptible to the many acquisitions which the king had already made. But he had very ill husbanded the great revenue acquired by the plunder of the church. His profuse generosity dissipated faster than his rapacity could supply, and the Parliament was surprised this session to find a demand made upon them of 4/10, and a subsidy of 1 shilling in the pound during 2 years. So ill were the public expectations answered, that the crown was never more to require any supply from the people. The commons, though lavish of their liberty and of the blood of their fellow subjects, were extremely frugal of their money, and it was not without difficulty so small a grant could be obtained by this absolute and dreaded monarch. The pretext for these grants was the great expense which Henry had undergone for the defence of the realm, in building forts along the sea coast, and in equipping a navy. As he had at present no ally on the continent in whom he reposed much confidence, he relied only on his domestic strength, and was on that account obliged to be more expensive in his preparations against the danger of an invasion. The king's favour to Cromwell and his acquiescence in the marriage with Anne of Cleves were both of them deceitful appearances. His aversion to the queen secretly increased every day, and having at last broken all restraint, it prompted him at once to seek the dissolution of a marriage so odious to him, and to involve his minister in ruin, who had been the innocent author of it. The fall of Cromwell was hastened by other causes. All the nobility hated a man who, being of such low extraction, had not only mounted above them by his station of vicar general, but had engrossed many of the other considerable offices of the crown, besides enjoying that commission which gave him a high and most absolute authority over the clergy, and even over the laity. He was privy seal, chamberlain, and master of the wards. He had also obtained the order of the Garter, a dignity which had ever been conferred only on men of illustrious families, and which seemed to be profaned by its being communicated to so mean a person. The people were averse to him, as the supposed author of the violence on the monasteries, establishments which were still revered and beloved by the commonalty. The Catholics regarded him as the concealed enemy of their religion. The Protestants, observing his exterior concurrence with all the persecutions exercised against them, were inclined to bear him as little favour, and reproached him with the timidity, if not treachery, of his conduct. And the king, who found that great clamours had on all hands arisen against the administration, was not displeased to throw on Cromwell the load of public hatred, and he hoped by making so easy a sacrifice to regain the affections of his subjects. But there was another cause which suddenly set all these motives in action, and brought about an unexpected revolution in the ministry. The king had fixed his affection on Catherine Howard, niece to the Duke of Norfolk, and being determined to gratify this new passion, he could find no expedient but by procuring a divorce from his present consort, to raise Catherine to his bed and throne. The Duke, who had long been engaged in enmity with Cromwell, made the same use of her insinuations to ruin this minister that he had formerly done of Anne Boleyn's against Wolsey. And when all engines were prepared, he obtained a commission from the king to arrest Cromwell at the council table, on an accusation of high treason, and to commit him to the Tower. Immediately after, a bill of attainder was framed against him, and the House of Peers thought proper, without trial, examination, or evidence, to condemn to death a man whom a few days before they had declared worthy to be Vicar General of the universe. The House of Commons passed the bill, though not without some opposition. Cromwell was accused of heresy and treason, but the proofs of his treasonable practices are utterly improbable, and even absolutely ridiculous. The only circumstance of his conduct by which he seems to have merited this fate was his being the instrument of the king's tyranny in conducting like iniquitous bills in the preceding session against the Countess of Salisbury and others. Cromwell endeavoured to soften the king by the most humble supplications, but all to no purpose. It was not the practice of that prince to ruin his ministers and favourites by halves. And though the unhappy prisoner once wrote to him in so moving a strain as even to draw tears from his eyes, he hardened himself against all movements of pity, and refused his pardon. The conclusion of Cromwell's letter ran in these words: "I, a most woeful prisoner, am ready to submit to death when it shall please God and your majesty, and yet the frail flesh incites me to call to your grace for mercy and pardon of mine offences. Written at the Tower with the heavy heart and trembling hand of your highness's most miserable prisoner and poor slave, Thomas Cromwell." And a little below: "Most gracious prince, I cry for mercy, mercy, mercy." When brought to the place of execution, he avoided all earnest protestations of his innocence, and all complaints against the sentence pronounced upon him. He knew that Henry would resent on his son those symptoms of opposition to his will, and that his death alone would not terminate that monarch's vengeance. He was a man of prudence, industry, and abilities, worthy of a better master and of a better fate. Though raised to the summit of power from a low origin, he betrayed no insolence or contempt towards his inferiors, and he was careful to remember all the obligations which, during his more humble fortune, he had owed to any one. He had served as a private sentinel in the Italian wars, when he received some good offices from a Lucquese merchant, who had entirely forgotten his person, as well as the service which he had rendered him. Cromwell, in his grandeur, happened at London to cast his eye on his benefactor, now reduced to poverty by misfortunes. He immediately sent for him, reminded him of their ancient friendship, and by his grateful assistance reinstated him in his former prosperity and opulence. The measures for divorcing Henry from Anne of Cleves were carried on at the same time with the bill of attainder against Cromwell. The House of Peers, in conjunction with the Commons, applied to the king by petition, desiring that he would allow his marriage to be examined, and orders were immediately given to lay the matter before the convocation. Anne had formerly been contracted by her father to the Duke of Lorraine, but she, as well as the Duke, were at that time under age, and the contract had been afterwards annulled by consent of both parties. The king, however, pleaded this precontract as a ground of divorce, and he added 2 reasons more, which may seem a little extraordinary: that when he espoused Anne, he had not inwardly given his consent, and that he had not thought proper to consummate the marriage. The convocation was satisfied with these reasons, and solemnly annulled the marriage between the king and queen. The parliament ratified the decision of the clergy, and the sentence was soon after notified to the princess. Anne was blessed with a happy insensibility of temper, ever in the points which the most nearly affected her sex; and the king's aversion towards her, as well as his prosecution of the divorce, had never given her the least uneasiness. She willingly hearkened to terms of accommodation with him, and when he offered to adopt her as his sister, to give her place next to the queen and his own daughter, and to make a settlement of £3,000 a year upon her, she accepted of the conditions, and gave her consent to the divorce. She even wrote to her brother, for her father was now dead, that she had been very well used in England, and desired him to live on good terms with the king. The only instance of pride which she betrayed was, that she refused to return to her own country after the affront which she had received, and she lived and died in England. Notwithstanding Anne's moderation, this incident produced a great coldness between the king and the German princes; but as the situation of Europe was now much altered, Henry was the more indifferent about their resentment. The close intimacy which had taken place between Francis and Charles had subsisted during a very short time. The dissimilarity of their characters soon renewed, with greater violence than ever, their former jealousy and hatred. While Charles remained at Paris, Francis had been imprudently engaged, by his open temper, and by that satisfaction which a noble mind naturally feels in performing generous actions, to make in confidence some dangerous discoveries to that interested monarch; and having now lost all suspicion of his rival, he hoped that the emperor and he, supporting each other, might neglect every other alliance. He not only communicated to his guest the state of his negotiations with Sultan Soliman and the Venetians, he also laid open the solicitations which he had received from the court of England to enter into a confederacy against him. Charles had no sooner reached his own dominions than he showed himself unworthy of the friendly reception which he had met with. He absolutely refused to fulfil his promise, and put the Duke of Orleans in possession of the Milanese. He informed Soliman and the Senate of Venice of the treatment which they had received from their ally, and he took care that Henry should not be ignorant how readily Francis had abandoned his ancient friend, to whom he owed such important obligations, and had sacrificed him to a new confederate. He even poisoned and misrepresented many things which the unsuspecting heart of the French monarch had disclosed to him. Had Henry possessed true judgment and generosity, This incident alone had been sufficient to guide him in the choice of his ally, but his domineering pride carried him immediately to renounce the friendship of Francis, who had so unexpectedly given the preference to the emperor. And as Charles invited him to a renewal of ancient amity, he willingly accepted of the offer, and thinking himself secure in this alliance, he neglected the friendship both of France and of the German princes. The new turn which Henry had taken with regard to foreign affairs was extremely agreeable to his Catholic subjects, and as it had perhaps contributed, among other reasons, to the ruin of Cromwell, it made them entertain hopes of a final prevalence over their antagonists. The marriage of the king with Catherine Howard, which followed soon after his divorce from Anne of Cleves, was also regarded as a favourable incident to their party, and the subsequent events corresponded to their expectations. The king's counsels being now directed by Norfolk and Gardiner, a furious persecution commenced against the Protestants, and the law of the 6 Articles was executed with rigour. Dr. Barnes, who had been the cause of Lambert's execution, felt in his turn the severity of the persecuting spirit, and, by a bill which passed in Parliament, he was, without trial, condemned to the flames, together with Jerome and Gerard. He discussed theological questions even at the stake, and as the dispute between him and the sheriff turned upon the invocation of saints, he said that he doubted whether the saints could pray for us, but if they could, he hoped in half an hour to be praying for the sheriff and all the spectators. He next entreated the sheriff to carry to the king his dying request, which he fondly imagined would have authority with that monarch who had sent him to the stake. The purport of his request was that Henry, besides repressing superstitious ceremonies, should be extremely vigilant in preventing fornication and common swearing. End of section 29, chapter 32, part 2. Section 30 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 30, Chapter 32, Part 3. While Henry was exerting this violence against the Protestants, he spared not the Catholics who denied his supremacy, and a foreigner at that time in England had reason to say that those who were against the Pope were burned, and those who were for him were hanged. The king even displayed in an ostentatious manner this tyrannical impartiality, which reduced both parties to subjection and infused terror into every breast. Barnes, Gerard, and Jerome had been carried to the place of execution on 3 hurdles, and along with them was placed on each hurdle a Catholic, who was also executed for his religion. These Catholics were Abel, Featherstone, and Powell, who declared that the most grievous part of their punishment was the being coupled to such heretical miscreants as suffered with them. Though the spirit of the English seemed to be totally sunk under the despotic power of Henry, there appeared some symptoms of discontent. An inconsiderable rebellion broke out in Yorkshire, headed by Sir John Neville, but it was soon suppressed, and Neville, with other ringleaders, was executed. The rebels were supposed to have been instigated by the intrigues of Cardinal Pole, and the king was instantly determined to make the Countess of Salisbury, who already lay under sentence of death, suffer for her son's offences. He ordered her to be carried to execution, and this venerable matron maintained still, in these distressful circumstances, the spirit of that long race of monarchs from whom she was descended. She refused to lay her head on the block, or submit to a sentence where she had received no trial. She told the executioner that if he would have her head, he must win it the best way he could, and thus, shaking her venerable grey locks, she ran about the scaffold, and the executioner followed with his axe, aiming many fruitless blows at her neck before he was able to give the fatal stroke. Thus perished the last of the line of Plantagenet, which, with great glory, but still greater crimes and misfortunes, had governed England for the space of 300 years. Lord Leonard Grey, a man who had formerly rendered service to the crown, was also beheaded for treason soon after the Countess of Salisbury. We know little concerning the grounds of his prosecution. The insurrection in the north engaged Henry to make a progress thither, in order to quiet the minds of his people, to reconcile them to his government, and to abolish the ancient superstitions to which those parts were much addicted. He had also another motive for this journey. He purposed to have a conference at York with his nephew the King of Scotland, and if possible to cement a close and indissoluble union with that kingdom. The same spirit of religious innovation which had seized other parts of Europe had made its way into Scotland, and had begun, before this period, to excite the same jealousies, fears, and persecutions. About the year 1527, Patrick Hamilton, a young man of a noble family, having been created abbot of Fene, was sent abroad for his education, but had fallen into company with some reformers, and he returned into his own country very ill disposed towards that church, on which his birth and his merit entitled him to attain the highest dignities. The fervour of youth and his zeal for novelty made it impossible for him to conceal his sentiments, and Campbell, prior of the Dominicans, who, under colour of friendship and a sympathy in opinion, had insinuated himself into his confidence, accused him before Beaton, Archbishop of St. Andrews. Hamilton was invited to St. Andrews in order to maintain with some of the clergy a dispute concerning the controverted points, and after much reasoning with regard to justification, free will, original sin, and other topics of that nature, the conference ended with their condemning Hamilton to be burned for his errors. The young man, who had been deaf to the insinuations of ambition, was less likely to be shaken with the fears of death, while he proposed to himself both the glory of bearing testimony to the truth and the immediate reward attending his martyrdom. The people, who compassioned his youth, his virtue, and his noble birth, were much moved at the constancy of his end, and an incident which soon followed still more confirmed them in their favourable sentiments towards him. He had cited Campbell, who still insulted him at the stake, to answer before the judgment seat of Christ, and as that persecutor, either astonished with these events, or overcome with remorse, or perhaps seized casually with a distemper, soon after lost his senses, and fell into a fever of which he died, the people regarded Hamilton as a prophet as well as a martyr. Among the disciples converted by Hamilton was one Friar Forrest, who became a zealous preacher, and who, though he did not openly discover his sentiments, was suspected to lean towards the new opinions. His diocesan, the Bishop of Dunkeld, enjoined him, when he met with a good epistle or good gospel, which favoured the liberties of Holy Church, to preach on it and let the rest alone. Forrest replied that he had read both Old and New Testament, and had not found an ill epistle or ill gospel in any part of them. The extreme attachment to the Scriptures was regarded in those days as a sure characteristic of heresy, and Forrest was soon after brought to trial and condemned to the flames. While the priests were deliberating on the place of his execution, a bystander advised them to burn him in a cellar, for that the smoke of Mr. Patrick Hamilton had infected all those on whom it blew. The clergy were at that time reduced to great difficulties, not only in Scotland but all over Europe, as the reformers aimed at a total subversion of ancient establishments, which they represented as idolatrous, impious, detestable. The priests, who found both their honours and properties at stake, thought that they had a right to resist by every expedient these dangerous invaders, and that the same simple principles of equity which justified a man in killing a pirate or a robber would acquit them for the execution of such heretics. A toleration, though it is never acceptable to ecclesiastics, might, they said, be admitted in other cases, but seemed an absurdity where fundamentals were shaken, and where the possessions and even the existence of the established clergy were brought in danger. But though the church was thus carried by policy as well as inclination to kindle the fires of persecution, they found the success of this remedy very precarious, and observed that the enthusiastic zeal of the reformers, inflamed by punishment, was apt to prove contagious on the compassionate minds of the spectators. The new doctrine, amidst all the dangers to which it was exposed, secretly spread itself everywhere, and the minds of men were gradually disposed to a revolution in religion. But the most dangerous symptom for the clergy in Scotland was, that the nobility, from the example of England, had cast a wishful eye on the church revenues, and hoped, if a reformation took place, to enrich themselves by the plunder of the ecclesiastics. James himself, who was very poor, and was somewhat inclined to magnificence, particularly in building, had been swayed by like motives, and began to threaten the clergy with the same fate that had attended them in the neighbouring country. Henry also never ceased exhorting his nephew to imitate his example, and being moved both by the pride of making proselytes and the prospect of security should Scotland embrace a close union with him, he solicited the King of Scots to meet him at York, and he obtained a promise to that purpose. The ecclesiastics were alarmed at this resolution of James, and they employed every expedient in order to prevent the execution of it. They represented the danger of innovation, the pernicious consequences of aggrandizing the nobility already too powerful, the hazard of putting himself into the hands of the English, his hereditary enemies, the dependence on them which must ensue upon his losing the friendship of France and of all foreign powers. To these considerations they added the prospect of immediate interest, by which they found the king to be much governed. They offered him a present gratuity of £50,000. They promised him that the church should always be ready to contribute to his supply, and they pointed out to him the confiscation of heretics as the means of filling his exchequer, and of adding £100,000 a year to the crown revenues. The insinuations of his new queen, to whom youth, beauty, and address had given a powerful influence over him, seconded all these reasons, and James was at last engaged, first to delay his journey, then to send excuses to the King of England, who had already come to York in order to be present at the interview. Henry, vexed with the disappointment and enraged at the affront, vowed vengeance against his nephew, and he began by permitting piracies at sea and incursions at land to put his threats in execution. But he received soon after in his own family an affront to which he was much more sensible, and which touched him in a point where he always showed an extreme delicacy. He had thought himself very happy in his new marriage. The agreeable person and disposition of Catherine had entirely captivated his affections, and he made no secret of his devoted attachment to her. He had even publicly, in his chapel, returned solemn thanks to heaven for the felicity which the conjugal state afforded him, and he directed the Bishop of Lincoln to compose a form of prayer for that purpose. But the Queen's conduct very little merited this tenderness. One Lascelles brought intelligence of her dissolute life to Cranmer, and told him that his sister, formerly a servant in the family of the old Duchess of Norfolk, with whom Catherine was educated, had given him a particular account of her licentious manners. Derham and Mannock, both of them servants to the Duchess, had been admitted to her bed, and she had even taken little care to conceal her shame from the other servants of the family. The primate, struck with this intelligence, which it was equally dangerous to conceal or to discover, communicated the matter to the Earl of Hertford and to the Chancellor. They agreed that the matter should by no means be buried in silence, and the Archbishop himself seemed the most proper person to disclose it to the king. Cranmer, unwilling to speak on so delicate a subject, wrote a narrative of the whole, and conveyed it to Henry, who was infinitely astonished at the intelligence. So confident was he of the fidelity of his consort, that at first he gave no credit to the information, and he said to the Privy Seal, to Lord Russell, High Admiral, Sir Anthony Brown, and Wriothesley, that he regarded the whole as a falsehood. Cranmer was now in a very perilous situation, and had not full proof been found, certain and inevitable destruction hung over him. The king's impatience, however, and jealousy prompted him to search the matter to the bottom. The Privy Seal was ordered to examine Lascelles, who persisted in the information he had given, and still appealed to his sister's testimony. That nobleman next made a journey under pretence of hunting, and went to Sussex, where the woman at that time resided. He found her both constant in her former intelligence, and particular as to the facts, and the whole bore but too much the face of probability. Mannock and Derham, who were arrested at the same time and examined by the Chancellor, made the Queen's guilt entirely certain by their confession, and discovered other particulars which redounded still more to her dishonour. 3 maids of the family were admitted into her secrets, and some of them had even passed the night in bed with her and her lovers. All the examinations were laid before the king, who was so deeply affected that he remained a long time speechless, and at last burst into tears. He found, to his surprise, that his great skill in distinguishing a true maid, of which he boasted in the case of Anne of Cleves, had failed him in that of his present consort. The Queen, being next questioned, denied her guilt, but when informed that a full discovery was made, she confessed that she had been criminal before marriage, and only insisted that she had never been false to the king's bed. But as there was evidence that one Culpeper had passed the night with her alone since her marriage, and as it appeared that she had taken Derham, her old paramour, into her service, she seemed to deserve little credit in this asseveration, and the king, besides, was not of a humour to make any difference between these degrees of guilt. Henry found that he could not, by any means, so fully or expeditiously satiate his vengeance on all these criminals as by assembling a parliament, the usual instrument of his tyranny. The two houses, having received the queen's confession, made an address to the king. They entreated him not to be vexed with this untoward accident, to which all men were subject, but to consider the frailty of human nature and the mutability of human affairs, and from these views to derive a subject of consolation. They desired leave to pass a bill of attainder against the queen and her accomplices, and they begged him to give his assent to this bill, not in person, which would renew his vexation and might endanger his health, but by commissioners appointed for that purpose. And as there was a law in force making it treason to speak ill of the queen as well as of the king, they craved his royal pardon if any of them should, on the present occasion, have transgressed any part of the statute. Having obtained a gracious answer to these requests, the Parliament proceeded to vote a bill of attainder for treason against the queen and the Viscountess of Rochefort, who had conducted her secret amours, and in this bill Culpeper and Derham were also comprehended. At the same time they passed a bill of attainder for misprision of treason against the old Duchess of Norfolk, Catherine's grandmother, her uncle Lord William Howard, and his lady, together with the Countess of Bridgewater, and 9 persons more, because they knew the queen's vicious course of life before her marriage, and had concealed it. This was an effect of Henry's usual extravagance, to expect that parents should so far forget the ties of natural affection and the sentiments of shame and decency, as to reveal to him the most secret disorders of their family. He himself seems to have been sensible of the cruelty of this proceeding, for he pardoned the Duchess of Norfolk and most of the others condemned for misprision of treason. However, to secure himself for the future, as well as his successors from this fatal accident, he engaged the Parliament to pass a law somewhat extraordinary. It was enacted that anyone who knew or vehemently suspected any guilt in the Queen might within 20 days disclose it to the king or council, without incurring the penalty of any former law against defaming the Queen, but prohibiting every one at the same time from spreading the matter abroad, or even privately whispering it to others. It was also enacted that if the king married any woman who had been incontinent, taking her for a true maid, she should be guilty of treason if she did not previously reveal her guilt to him. The people made merry with this singular clause, and said that the king must henceforth look out for a widow, for no reputed maid would ever be persuaded to incur the penalty of the state. After all these laws were passed, the queen was beheaded on Tower Hill, together with Lady Rochefort. They behaved in a manner suitable to their dissolute life, and as Lady Rochefort was known to be the chief instrument in bringing Anne Boleyn to her end, she died unpitied, and men were further confirmed by the discovery of this woman's guilt in the favourable sentiments which they had entertained of that unfortunate queen. The king made no demand of any subsidy from this parliament, but he found means of enriching his exchequer from another quarter. He took further steps towards the dissolution of colleges, hospitals, and other foundations of that nature. The courtiers had been practising on the presidents and governors to make a surrender of their revenues to the king, and they had been successful with 8 of them. But there was an obstacle to their further progress, It had been provided by the local statutes of most of these foundations, that no president or any number of fellows could consent to such a deed without the unanimous vote of all the fellows, and this vote was not easily obtained. All such statutes were annulled by Parliament, and the revenues of these houses were now exposed to the rapacity of the king and his favourites. The church had been so long their prey that nobody was surprised at any new inroads made upon her. From the regular, Henry now proceeded to make devastations on the secular clergy. He extorted from many of the bishops a surrender of chapter lands, and by this device he pillaged the sees of Canterbury, York, and London, and enriched his greedy parasites and flatterers with their spoils. The clergy have been commonly so fortunate as to make a concern for their temporal interests go hand in hand with the jealousy for orthodoxy, and both these passions be regarded by the people, ignorant and superstitious, as proofs of zeal for religion. But the violent and headstrong character of Henry now disjoined these objects. His rapacity was gratified by plundering the church, his bigotry and arrogance by persecuting heretics. Though he engaged the Parliament to mitigate the penalties of the 6 Articles, so far as regards the marriage of priests, which was now only subjected to a forfeiture of goods, chattels, and lands during life, he was still equally bent on maintaining a rigid purity in speculative principles. He had appointed a commission consisting of the 2 archbishops and several bishops of both provinces, together with a considerable number of doctors of divinity, and by virtue of his ecclesiastical supremacy, he had given them in charge to choose a religion for his people. Before the commissioners had made any progress in this arduous undertaking, the Parliament in 1541 had passed a law by which they ratified all the tenets which these divines should thereafter establish with the king's consent. And they were not ashamed of thus expressly declaring that they took their religion upon trust, and had no other rule in spiritual as well as temporal concerns than the arbitrary will of their master. There is only one clause of the statute which may seem at first sight to savour somewhat of the spirit of liberty. It was enacted that the ecclesiastical commissioners should establish nothing repugnant to the laws and statutes of the realm. But in reality this proviso was inserted by the king to serve his own purposes. By introducing a confusion and contradiction into the laws, he became more master of every one's life and property. And as the ancient independence of the church still gave him jealousy, he was well pleased, under cover of such a clause, to introduce appeals from the spiritual to the civil courts. It was for a like reason that he would never promulgate a body of canon law, and he encouraged the judges on all occasions to interpose in ecclesiastical causes, wherever they thought the law of royal prerogative concerned, a happy innovation, though at first invented for arbitrary purposes. The king, armed by the authority of Parliament, or rather by their acknowledgement of that spiritual supremacy which he believed inherent in him, employed his commissioners to select a system of tenets for the assent and belief of the nation. A small volume was soon after published, called The Institution of a Christian Man, which was received by the convocation and voted to be the standard of orthodoxy. All the delicate points of justification, faith, free will, good works, and grace, are there defined, with a leaning towards the opinion of the reformers. The sacraments, which a few years before were only allowed to be 3, were now increased to the number of 7, conformable to the sentiments of the Catholics. The king's caprice is discernible throughout the whole, and the book is in reality to be regarded as his composition. For Henry, while he made his opinion a rule for the nation, would tie his hands by no canon or authority, not even by any which he himself had formerly established. The people had occasion soon after to see a further instance of the king's inconstancy. He was not long satisfied with his institution of a Christian man. He ordered a new book to be composed, called the Erudition of a Christian Man, and without asking the assent of the convocation, he published by his own authority and that of Parliament this new model of orthodoxy. It differs from the institution, but the king was no less positive in his new creed than he had been in the old, and he required the belief of the nation to veer about at his signal. In both these compositions he was particularly careful to inculcate the doctrine of passive obedience, and he was equally careful to retain the nation in the practice. While the king was spreading his own books among the people, he seems to have been extremely perplexed, as were also the clergy, what course to take with the Scriptures. A review had been made by the Synod of the new translation of the Bible, and Gardiner had proposed that, instead of employing English expressions throughout, several Latin words should still be preserved, because they contained, as he pretended, such peculiar energy and significance that they had no correspondent terms in the vulgar tongue. Among these were ecclesia, poenitentia, pontiflex, contritus, holocausta, sacramentum, elementa, ceremonia, mysterium, presbyter, sacrificium, humilitas satisfactio, peccatum, gratia, hostia, charitos, etc. But as this mixture would have appeared extremely barbarous, and was plainly calculated for no other purpose than to retain the people in their ancient ignorance, the proposal was rejected. The knowledge of the people, however, at least their disputative turn, seemed to be an inconvenience still more dangerous, and the king and Parliament, soon after the publication of the Scriptures, retracted the concession which they had formerly made, and prohibited all but gentlemen and merchants from perusing them. Even that liberty was not granted without an apparent hesitation, and a dread of the consequences. These persons were allowed to read, so it be done quietly and with good order, and the preamble to the Acts sets forth that many seditious and ignorant persons had abused the liberty granted them of reading the Bible, and that great diversity of opinion, animosities, tumults, and schisms had been occasioned by perverting the sense of the Scriptures. It seemed very difficult to reconcile the king's model for uniformity with the permission of free inquiry. The Mass book also passed under the king's revisal, and little alteration was as yet made in it. Some doubtful or fictitious saints only were struck out, and the name of the Pope was erased. This latter precaution was likewise used with regard to every new book that was printed, or even old book that was sold. The word Pope was carefully omitted or blotted out, as if that precaution could abolish the term from the language, or as if such a persecution of it did not rather imprint it more strongly in the memory of the people. The king took care about this time to clear the churches from another abuse which had crept into them. Plays, interludes, and farces were there often acted in derision of the former superstitions, and the reverence of the multitude for ancient principles and modes of worship was thereby gradually effaced. We do not hear that the Catholics attempted to retaliate by employing this powerful engine against their adversaries, or endeavored by the like arts to expose that fanatical spirit by which it appears the reformers were frequently actuated. Perhaps the people were not disposed to relish a jest on that side. Perhaps the greater simplicity and the more spiritual, abstract worship of the Protestants gave less hold to ridicule, which is commonly founded on sensible representations. It was, therefore, a very agreeable concession which the king made to the Catholic party, to suppress entirely these religious comedies. Thus Henry laboured incessantly by arguments, creeds, and penal statutes to bring his subjects to a uniformity in their religious sentiments. But as he entered himself with the greatest earnestness into all these scholastic disputes, he encouraged the people by his example to apply themselves to the study of theology, and it was in vain afterwards to expect, however present fear might restrain their tongues or pens, that they would cordially agree in any set of tenets or opinions prescribed to them. End of section 30, chapter 32, part 3.
Section 31 of Volume 1C of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I'm Drew Nelson. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1C, Section 31, Chapter 33, Part 1. Henry VIII. Henry, being determined to avenge himself on the King of Scots for slighting the advances which he had made him, would gladly have obtained a supply from Parliament in order to prosecute that enterprise. But as he did not think it prudent to discover his intentions, that assembly, conformably to their frugal maxims, would understand no hints, and the king was disappointed in his expectations. He continued, however, to make preparations for war, and as soon as he thought himself in a condition to invade Scotland, he published a manifesto, by which he endeavored to justify hostilities. He complained of James's breach of word in declining the promised interview, which was the real ground of the quarrel, but in order to give a more specious coloring to the enterprise, he mentioned other injuries, namely, that his nephew had granted protection to some English rebels and fugitives, and had detained some territory which, Henry pretended, belonged to England. He even revived the old claim to the vassalage of Scotland, and he summoned James to do homage to him as his liege, lord, and superior. He employed the Duke of Norfolk, whom he called the scourge of the Scots, to command in the war, and though James sent the Bishop of Aberdeen and Sir James Learmont of Darcy to appease his uncle, he would hearken to no terms of accommodation. While Norfolk was assembling his army at Newcastle, Sir Robert Bowes, attended by Sir Ralph Sadler, Sir Ralph Evers, Sir Brian Latoun, and others, made an incursion into Scotland, and advanced towards Jedburgh, with an intention of pillaging and destroying that town. The Earl of Angus and George Douglas, his brother, who had been many years banished their country, and had subsisted by Henry's bounty, joined the English army in this incursion, and the forces commanded by Bowes exceeded 4,000 men. James had not been negligent in his preparations for defense, and had posted a considerable body under the command of the Earl of Huntley for the protection of the borders. Lord Hume, at the head of his vassals, was hastening to join Huntley when he met with the English army, and an action immediately ensued. During the engagement, the forces under Huntley began to appear, and the English, afraid of being surrounded and overpowered, took flight and were pursued by the enemy. Evers, Latoun, and some other persons of distinction were taken prisoners. A few of only small note fell in the skirmish. The Duke of Norfolk, meanwhile, began to move from his camp at Newcastle, and being attended by the Earls of Shrewsbury, Derby, Cumberland, Surrey, Hertford, Rutland, with many others of the nobility, he advanced to the borders. His forces amounted to above 20,000 men, and it required the utmost efforts of Scotland to resist such a formidable armament. James had assembled his whole military force at Fala and Sawtry, and was ready to advance as soon as he should be informed of Norfolk's invading his kingdom. The English passed the Tweed at Berwick, and marched along the banks of the river as far as Kelso, but hearing that James had collected nearly 30,000 men, they repassed the river at that village, and retreated into their own country. The King of Scots, inflamed with a desire of military glory, and of revenge on his invaders, gave the signal for pursuing them, and carrying the war into England. He was surprised to find that his nobility, who were in general disaffected on account of the preference which he had given to the clergy, opposed this resolution and refused to attend him in his projected enterprise. Enraged at this mutiny, he reproached them with cowardice and threatened vengeance, but still resolved, with the forces which adhered to him, to make an impression on the enemy. He sent 10,000 men to the western borders, who entered England at Solway Frith, and he himself followed them at a small distance, ready to join them upon occasion. Disgusted, however, at the refractory disposition of his nobles, he sent a message to the army depriving Lord Maxwell, their general, of his commission, and conferring the command on Oliver Sinclair, a private gentleman, who was his favorite. The army was extremely disgusted with this alteration, and was ready to disband, when a small body of English appeared, not exceeding 500 men, under the command of Dacres and Musgrave. A panic seized the Scots, who immediately took to flight, and were pursued by the enemy. Few were killed in this rout, for it was no action, but a great many were taken prisoners, and some of the principal nobility, among these the Earls of Cassilis and Glencairn, the Lords Maxwell, Fleming, Somerville, Oliphant, Grey, who were all sent to London, and given in custody to different noblemen. The King of Scots, hearing of this disaster, was astonished, and being naturally of a melancholic disposition, as well as endowed with a high spirit, he lost all command of his temper on this dismal occasion. Rage against his nobility, who, he believed, had betrayed him, shame for a defeat by such unequal numbers, regret for the past, fear of the future, all these passions so wrought upon him that he would admit of no consolation, but abandon himself wholly to despair. His body was wasted by sympathy with his anxious mind, and even his life began to be thought in danger. He had no issue living, and hearing that his queen was safely delivered, he asked whether she had brought him a male or a female child. Being told the latter, he turned himself in his bed. "The crown came with a woman," said he, "and it will go with one. Many miseries await this poor kingdom. Henry will make it his own, either by force of arms or by marriage." A few days after, he expired, in the flower of his age, a prince of considerable virtues and talents, well fitted, by his vigilance and personal courage, for repressing those disorders to which his kingdom, during that age, was so much exposed. He executed justice with impartiality and rigor, but as he supported the commonalty and the church against the rapine of nobility, he escaped not the hatred of that order. The Protestants also, whom he opposed, having endeavored to throw many stains on his memory, but have not been able to fix any considerable imputation upon him. Henry was no sooner informed of his victory and the death of his nephew than he projected, as James had foreseen, the scheme of uniting Scotland to be his own dominions by marrying his son Edward to the heiress of that kingdom. He called together the Scottish nobles who were his prisoners, and after reproaching them in severe terms for their pretended breach of treaty, he began to soften his tone, and proposed to them this expedient, by which he hoped those disorders so prejudicial to both states would for the future be prevented. He offered to bestow on them their liberty without ransom, and only required of them engagements to favor the marriage of the Prince of Wales with their young mistress. They were easily prevailed on to give their assent to a proposal which seemed so natural and advantageous to both kingdoms, and being conducted to Newcastle, they delivered the Duke of Norfolk hostages for their return, in case the intended nuptials were not completed, and they thence proceeded to Scotland, where they found affairs in some confusion. The Pope, observing his authority in Scotland to be in danger from the spreading of the new opinions, had bestowed on Beaton, the primate, the dignity of cardinal, in order to confer more influence upon him, and that prelate had long been regarded as prime minister to James, and as the head of that party which defended the ancient privileges and property of the ecclesiastics. Upon the death of his master, this man, apprehensive of the consequences both to his party and to himself, endeavored to keep possession of power, and for that purpose he is accused of executing a deed which required a high degree of temerity. He forged, it is said, a will for the king, appointing himself and 3 noblemen more regents of the kingdom during the minority of the infant princess. At least, for historians are not well agreed in the circumstances of the fact, he had read to James a paper of that import, to which that monarch, during the delirium which preceded his death, had given an imperfect assent and approbation. By virtue of this will, Beaton had put himself in possession of the government, and having united his interests with those of the Queen Dowager, he obtained the consent of the Convention of States, and excluded the pretensions of the Earl of Arran. James, Earl of Arran, of the name Hamilton, was next heir to the crown by his grandmother, daughter of James III, and on that account seemed best entitled to possess that high office into which the cardinal had intruded himself. The prospect also of his succession after a princess who was in such tender infancy procured him many partisans, and though his character indicated little spirit, activity, or ambition, a propensity which he had discovered for the new opinions had attached to him all the zealous promoters of those innovations. By means of these adherents, joined to the vassals of his own family, he had been able to make opposition to the cardinal's administration, and the suspicion of Beaton's forgery, with the accession of the noblemen who had been prisoners in England, assisted too by some money sent from England, was able to turn the balance in his favor. The Earl of Angus and his brother, having taken the present opportunity of returning into their native country, opposed the cardinal with all the credit of that powerful family, and the majority of the convention had now embraced opposite interests to those which formerly prevailed. Arran was declared governor. The cardinal was committed to custody under the care of Lord Seton, and a negotiation was commenced with Sir Ralph Sadler, the English ambassador, for the marriage of the infant queen with the Prince of Wales. The following conditions were quickly agreed on: that the queen should remain in Scotland till she should be 10 years of age, that she should then be sent to England to be educated, that 6 Scottish noblemen should immediately be delivered as hostages to Henry, and that the kingdom, notwithstanding its union with England, should still retain its laws and privileges. By means of these equitable conditions, the war between the nations, which had threatened Scotland with such dismal calamities, seemed to be fully composed, and to be changed into perpetual concord and amity. But the cardinal primate, having prevailed on Seton to restore him to his liberty, was able, by his intrigues, to confound all those measures which appeared so well concerted. He assembled the most considerable ecclesiastics, and having represented to them the imminent danger to which their revenues and privileges were exposed, he persuaded them to collect privately from the clergy a large sum of money, by which, if entrusted to his management, he engaged to overturn the schemes of their enemies. Besides the partisans whom he acquired by pecuniary motives, he roused up the zeal of those who were attached to the Catholic worship, and he represented the union with England as the sure forerunner of ruin to the Church and to the ancient religion. The nation's antipathy of the Scots to their southern neighbors was also an infallible engine by which the cardinal wrought upon the people, and though the terror of Henry's arms, and their own inability to make resistance, had procured a temporary assent to the alliance and marriage proposed, the settled habits of the nation produced an extreme aversion to those measures. The English ambassador and his retinue received many insults from persons whom the cardinal had instigated to commit those violences, in hopes of bringing on a rupture, but Sadler prudently dissembled the matter, and waited patiently till the day appointed for the delivery of the hostages. He then demanded of the regent the performance of that important article, but received for answer that his authority was very precarious, that the nation had now taken a different impression, and that it was not in his power to compel any of the nobility to deliver themselves as hostages to the English. Sadler, foreseeing the consequences of this refusal, sent a summons to all those who had been prisoners in England, and required them to fulfill the promise which they had given of returning into custody. None of them showed so much sentiment of honor as to fulfill their engagements, except Gilbert Kennedy, Earl of Cassilis. Henry was so well pleased with the behavior of this nobleman, that he not only received him graciously, but honored him with presents, gave him his liberty, and sent him back to Scotland, with his 2 brothers, whom he had left as hostages. This behavior of the Scottish nobles, though it reflected dishonor on the nation, was not disagreeable to the cardinal, who foresaw that all these persons would now be deeply interested to maintain their enmity and opposition to England. And as a war was soon expected with that kingdom, he found it necessary immediately to apply to France and to crave the assistance of that ancient ally during the present distresses of the Scottish nation. Though the French king was fully sensible of his interests in supporting Scotland, a demand of aid could not have been made on him at a more unseasonable juncture. His pretensions on the Milanese and his resentment against Charles had engaged him in a war with that potentate, and having made great, though fruitless, efforts during the preceding campaign, he was the more disabled at present from defending his own dominions, much more from granting any succor to the Scots. Matthew Stewart, Earl of Lennox, a young nobleman of a great family, was at that time in the French court, and Francis, being informed that he was engaged in ancient and hereditary enmity with the Hamiltons, who had murdered his father, sent him over to his native country as a support to the cardinal and the queen mother, and he promised that a supply of money, and, if necessary, even military succors, should soon be dispatched after him. Arran, the governor, seeing all these preparations against him, assembled his friends and made an attempt to get the person of the infant queen into his custody, but being repulsed, he was obliged to come to an accommodation with his enemies, and to entrust that precious charge to 4 neutral persons, the heads of potent families, the Grahams, Oreskines, Lindsays, and the Livingstones. The arrival of Lennox, in the midst of these transactions, served to render the victory of the French party over the English still more undisputable. The opposition which Henry met with in Scotland from the French intrigues excited his resentment and further confirmed the resolution which he had already taken of breaking with France and of uniting his arms with those of the emperor. He had other grounds of complaint against the French king, which, though not of great importance, yet being recent, were able to overbalance those great injuries which he had formerly received from Charles. He pretended that Francis had engaged to imitate his example in separating himself entirely from the see of Rome, and that he had broken his promise in that particular. He was dissatisfied that James, his nephew, had been allowed to marry, first Magdalene of France, then a princess of the house of Guise, and he considered these alliances as pledges which Francis gave of his intentions to support the Scots against the power of England. He had been informed of some railleries which the French king had thrown out against his conduct with regard to his wives. He was disgusted that Francis, after so many obligations which he owed him, had sacrificed him to the emperor, and, in the confidence of friendship, had rashly revealed his secrets to that subtle and interested monarch. And he complained that regular payments were never made of the sums due to him by France, and of the pension which had been stipulated. Impelled by all these motives, he alienated himself from his ancient friend and confederate, and formed a league with the emperor, who earnestly courted his alliance. This league, besides stipulations for mutual defense, contained a plan for invading France, and the two monarchs agreed to enter Francis's dominions with an army each of 25,000 men, and to require that prince to pay Henry all the sums which he owed him, and to consign Bologna, Montreuil, Terouenne, and Ardres as a security for the regular payment of his pension for the future. In case these conditions were rejected, the Confederate princes agreed to challenge for Henry the crown of France, or, in default of it, the duchies of Normandy, Aquitaine, and Guienne, for Charles the duchy of Burgundy, and some other territories. That they might have a pretense for enforcing these claims, they sent a message to Francis requiring him to renounce his alliance with Sultan Soliman, and to make reparations for all the prejudice which Christendom had sustained from that unnatural confederacy. Upon the French king's refusal, war was declared against him by the Allies. It may be proper to remark that the partisans of France objected to Charles's alliance with the heretical King of England, and no less obnoxious than that which Francis had contracted with Soliman. And they observed that this league was a breach of the solemn promise which he had given to Clement VII, never to make peace or alliance with England. While the treaty with the emperor was negotiating, the king summoned a new session of Parliament in order to obtain supplies for his projected war with France. The Parliament granted him a subsidy, to be paid in 3 years. It was levied in a peculiar manner, but exceeded not 3 shillings in the pound upon any individual. End of Section 31, Chapter 33, Part 1. I'm Drew Nelson in Atlanta, Georgia. Recording December 12th and 13th, 2012. Section 32 of Volume 1C of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I'm Drew Nelson. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1C, Section 32, Chapter 33, Part 2. The Convocation gave the king 6 shillings in the pound, to be levied in 3 years. Greater sums were always, even during the establishment of the Catholic religion, exacted from the clergy than from the laity, which made the Emperor Charles say, when Henry dissolved the monasteries and sold their revenues or bestowed them on his nobility and courtiers, that he had killed the hen which brought him the golden eggs. The Parliament also facilitated the execution of the former law by which the king's proclamations were made equal to statutes. They appointed that any 9 councillors should form a legal court for punishing all disobedience to proclamations. The total abolition of juries in criminal causes, as well as on all parliaments, seemed, if the king had so pleased, the necessary consequence of this enormous law. He might issue a proclamation enjoining the execution of any penal statute, and afterwards try the criminals, not for breach of the statute, but for disobedience to his proclamation. It is remarkable that Lord Mountjoy entered a protest against this law, and it is equally remarkable that that protest is the only one entered against any public bill during this whole reign. It was enacted this session that any spiritual person who preached or taught contrary to the doctrine contained in the king's book, the erudition of a Christian man, or contrary to any doctrine which he should thereafter promulgate, was to be admitted on the first conviction to renounce his error. On the second, he was required to carry a faggot, which if he refused to do, or fell into a third offense, he was to be burnt. But the laity, for the third offense, were only to forfeit their goods and chattels, and be liable to perpetual imprisonment. Indictments must be laid within a year after the offense, and the prisoner was allowed to bring witnesses for his exculpation. These penalties were lighter than those which were formerly imposed on a denial of the real presence. It was, however, subjoined in this statute that the act of the 6 Articles was still in force. But in order to make the king more entirely master of his people, it was enacted that he might hereafter at his pleasure change this act, or any provision in it. By this clause, both parties were retained in subjection. So far as regarded religion, the king was invested in the fullest manner with the sole legislative authority in his kingdom, and all his subjects were, under the severest penalties, expressly bound to receive implicitly whatever doctrine he should please to recommend to them. The reformers began to entertain hopes that this great power of the crown might still be employed in their favor. The king married Catherine Parr, widow of Neville, Lord Latimer, a woman of virtue and somewhat inclined to the new doctrine. By this marriage Henry confirmed what had formerly been foretold in jest, that he would be obligated to espouse a widow. The king's league with the emperor seemed a circumstance no less favorable to the Catholic party, and thus matters remained still nearly balanced between the factions. The advantages gained by this powerful confederacy between Henry and Charles were inconsiderable during the present year. The campaign was opened with a victory gained by the Duke of Cleves, Francis's ally, over the forces of the emperor. Francis, in person, took the field early and made himself master without resistance of the whole duchy of Luxembourg. He afterwards took Landrecy and added some fortifications to it. Charles, having at last assembled a powerful army, appeared in the Low Countries, and after taking almost every fortress in the Duchy of Cleves, he reduced the Duke to accept of the terms which he was pleased to prescribe to him. Being then joined by a body of 6,000 English, he sat down before Landrecy, and covered the siege with an army of above 40,000 men. Francis advanced at the head of an army not much inferior, as if he intended to give the emperor battle, or oblige him to raise the siege. But while these two rival monarchs were facing each other, and all men were in expectation of some great event, the French king found means of throwing succor into Landrecy, and having thus effected his purpose, he skillfully made a retreat. Charles, finding the season far advanced, despaired of success in his enterprise and found it necessary to go into winter quarters. The vanity of Henry was flattered by the figure which he made in the great transactions on the continent, but the interests of his kingdom were more deeply concerned in the event of affairs in Scotland. Arran, the governor, was of so indolent and unambitious character that, had he not been stimulated by his friend's independence, he never had aspired to any share in the administration, and when he often found himself overpowered by the party of the Queen Dowager, the Cardinal, and the Earl of Lennox, he was glad to accept of any terms of accommodation, however dishonorable. He even gave them a sure pledge of his sincerity by renouncing the principles of the Reformers and reconciling himself to the Romish communion in the Franciscan Church at Stirling. By this weakness and levity, he lost his credit with the whole nation, and rendered the Protestants, who were hitherto the chief support of his power, his mortal enemies. The cardinal acquired an entire ascendant in the kingdom. The Queen Dowager placed implicit confidence in him. The governor was obliged to yield to him in every pretension. Lennox alone was become an obstacle to his measures and reduced him to some difficulty. The inveterate enmity which had taken place between the families of Lennox and Arran made the interests of these two noblemen entirely incompatible, and as the cardinal and the French party, in order to engage Lennox the more in their cause, had flattered him with the hopes of succeeding to the crown after their infant sovereign, this rivalship had tended still further to rouse the animosity of the Hamiltons. Lennox, too, had been encouraged to aspire to the marriage of the Queen Dowager, which would have given him some pretensions to the regency, and as he was become assuming, on account of the services which he had rendered the party, the cardinal found that, since he must choose between the friendship of Lennox and that of Arran, the latter nobleman, who was more easily governed, and who was invested with present authority, was in every respect preferable. Lennox, finding that he was not likely to succeed in his pretensions to the Queen Dowager, and that Arran, favored by the cardinal, had acquired the ascendant, retired to Dunbarton, the governor of which was entirely at his devotion. He entered into a secret correspondence with the English court, and he summoned his vassals and partisans to attend him. All those who were inclined to the Protestant religion, or were on any account discontented with the cardinal's administration, now regarded Lennox as the head of their party, and they readily made him a tender of their services. In a little time he had collected an army of 10,000 men, and he threatened his enemies with immediate destruction. The cardinal had no equal force to oppose him, but as he was a prudent man, he foresaw that Lennox could not long subsist so great an army, and he endeavored to gain time by opening a negotiation with him. He seduced his followers by various artifices. He prevailed on the Douglases to change party. He represented to the whole nation the danger of civil wars and commotions, and Lennox, observing the unequal contest in which he was engaged, was at last obliged to lay down his arms, and to accept of an accommodation with the governor and the cardinal. Present peace was restored, but no confidence took place between the parties. Lennox, fortifying his castles and putting himself in a posture of defense, waited the arrival of English succors, from whose assistance alone he expected to obtain the superiority over his enemies. While the winter season restrained Henry from military operations, he summoned a new parliament, in which a law was passed, such as he was pleased to dictate, with regard to the succession of the crown. After declaring that the Prince of Wales, or any of the king's male issue, were first and immediate heirs to the crown, the Parliament restored the two princesses, Mary and Elizabeth, to their right of succession. This seemed a reasonable piece of justice, and corrected what the king's former violence had thrown into confusion. But it was impossible for Henry to do anything, how laudable soever, without betraying in some circumstance his usual extravagance and caprice. Though he opened the way for these two princesses to mount the throne, he would not allow the acts to be reversed which had declared them illegitimate. He made the Parliament confer on him a power of still excluding them if they refused to submit to any conditions which he should be pleased to impose, and he required them to enact that, in default of his own issue, he might dispose of the crown as he pleased by will or letters patent. He did not probably foresee that, in proportion as he degraded the Parliament by rendering it the passive instrument of his variable and violent inclinations, he taught the people to regard all its acts as invalid, and thereby defeated the purposes which he was so bent to attain. An act passed declaring that the king's usual style should be, quote, King of England, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith, and on earth the supreme head of the Church of England and Ireland, end quote. It seemed a palpable inconsistency to retain the title of defender of the faith, which the court of Rome had conferred on him for maintaining its cause against Luther, and yet subjoin his ecclesiastical supremacy in opposition to the claims of that court. An act also passed for the remission of the debt which the king had lately contracted by a general loan levied upon the people. It will easily be believed that after the former act of this kind, the loan was not entirely voluntary, but there was a peculiar circumstance attending the present statute, which none but Henry would have thought of, namely, that those who had already gotten payment, either in whole or in part, should refund the money to the exchequer. The oaths which Henry imposed for the security of his ecclesiastical model were not more reasonable than his other measures. All his subjects of any distinction had already been obliged to renounce the Pope's supremacy, but as the clauses to which they swore had not been deemed entirely satisfactory, another oath was imposed, and it was added that all those who had taken the former oaths should be understood to have taken the new one, a strange supposition to represent men as bound by an oath which they had never taken. The most commendable law to which the Parliament gave their sanction was that by which they mitigated the law of the 6 Articles, and enacted that no person should be put to his trial upon an accusation concerning any of the offenses comprised in that sanguinary statute, except on the oath of 12 persons before commissioners authorized for the purpose, and that no person should be arrested or committed to ward for any such offense before he was indicted. Any preacher accused of speaking in his sermon contrary to these articles must be indicted within 40 days. The king always experienced the limits of his authority whenever he demanded subsidies, however moderate, from the Parliament, and therefore, not to hazard a refusal, he made no mention this session of a supply, but as his wars, both in France and Scotland, as well as his usual prodigality, had involved him in great expense, he had resource to other methods of filling his exchequer. Notwithstanding the former abolition of his debts, he yet required new loans from his subjects, and he enhanced gold from 45 shillings to 48 an ounce, and silver from 3 shillings and 9 pence to 4 shillings. His pretense for this innovation was to prevent the money from being exported, as if that expedient could anywise serve the purpose. He even coined some base money, and ordered it to be current by proclamation. He named commissioners for levying a benevolence, and he extorted about 70,000 pounds by this expedience. Reed, alderman of London, a man of somewhat advanced in years, having refused to contribute, or not coming up to the expectation of the commissioners, was enrolled as a foot soldier in the Scottish wars, and was there taken prisoner. Roach, who had been equally refractory, was thrown into prison, and obtained not his liberty, but by paying a large composition. These powers of the prerogative, which at that time passed unquestioned, the compelling of any man to serve in any office, and the imprisoning of any man during pleasure, not to mention the practice of extorting loans, rendered the sovereign in a manner absolute master of person and property of every individual. Early this year, the king sent a fleet and army to invade Scotland. The fleet consisted of near 200 vessels and carried on board 10,000 men. Dudley, Lord Lisle, commanded the sea forces, the Earl of Hertford the land. The troops were disembarked near Leith, and after dispersing a small body which opposed them, they took that town without resistance, and then marched to Edinburgh. The gates were soon beaten down, for little or no resistance was made, and the English first pillaged, and then set fire to the city. The regent and cardinal were not prepared to oppose so great a force, and they fled to Stirling. Hertford marched eastward, and being joined by a new body under Evers, warden of the East Marches, he laid waste to the whole country, burned and destroyed Haddington and Dunbar, then retreated into England, having lost only 40 men in the whole expedition. The Earl of Arran collected some forces, but finding that the English were already departed, he turned them against Lennox, who was justly suspected of a correspondence with the enemy. That nobleman, after making some resistance, was obligated to fly into England, where Henry settled a pension on him, and even gave him his niece, Lady Margaret Douglas, in marriage. In return, Lennox stipulated conditions by which, had he been able to execute them, he must have reduced his country to total servitude. Henry's policy was blamed in this sudden and violent incursion, by which he inflamed the passions of the Scots without subduing their spirit, and it was commonly said that he did too much if he intended to solicit an alliance, and too little if he meant a conquest. But the reason of recalling the troops so soon was his eagerness to carry on a projected enterprise against France, in which he intended to employ the whole force of his kingdom. He had concerted a plan with the emperor, which threatened the total ruin of that monarchy, and must, as a necessary consequence, have involved the ruin of England. These two princes had agreed to invade France with forces amounting to above 100,000 men. Henry engaged to set out from Calais, Charles from the Low Countries. They were to enter on no siege, but leaving all the frontier towns behind them, to march directly to Paris, where they were to join their forces, and thence to proceed to the entire conquest of the kingdom. Francis could not oppose these formidable preparations much above 40,000 men. Henry, having appointed the Queen regent during his absence, passed over to Calais with 30,000 men, accompanied by the Dukes of Norfolk and Suffolk, Fitzalan, Earl of Arundel, Vere, Earl of Oxford, the Earl of Surrey, Paulet, Lord St. John, Lord Ferrers of Chartley, Lord Mountjoy, Lord Grey of Wilton, Sir Anthony Brown, Sir Francis Bryan, and the most flourishing nobility and gentry of his kingdom. The English army was soon joined by the Count de Buren, Admiral of Flanders, with 10,000 foot and 4,000 horse, and the whole comprised an army which nothing on that frontier was able to resist. The chief force of the French armies was drawn to the side of Champagne in order to oppose the imperialists. The emperor, with an army of near 60,000 men, had taken the field much earlier than Henry, and not to lose the time while he waited for the arrival of his confederate, he sat down before Luxembourg, which was surrendered to him. He thence proceeded to Commercy, on the Meuse, which he took. Ligny met with the same fate. He next laid siege to Saint Dizier on the Marne, which, through a weak place, made a brave resistance under the Count of Sancerre, the governor, and the siege was protracted beyond expectation. The emperor was employed before this town at the time the English forces were assembled in Picardy. Henry, either tempted by the defenseless condition of the French frontier, or thinking that the emperor had first broken his engagement by forming sieges, or perhaps foreseeing at last the dangerous consequences of entirely subduing the French power, instead of marching forward to Paris, sat down before Montreal and Boulogne. The Duke of Norfolk commanded the army before Montreal, the king himself that before Boulogne. Vervin was governor of the latter place, and under him Philip Corse, a brave old soldier who encouraged the garrison to defend themselves to the last extremity against the English. He was killed during the course of the siege, and the town was immediately surrendered to Henry by the cowardice of Vervin, who was afterwards beheaded for this dishonorable capitulation. End of section 32, chapter 33, part 2. I'm Drew Nelson, recording December 7th, 2012, in Atlanta, Georgia. Section 33 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I'm Drew Nelson. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1C, Section 33, Chapter 33, Part 3. During the course of this siege, Charles had taken Saint-Dizier, and finding the season much advanced, he began to hearken to treaty of peace with France, since all his schemes for subduing that kingdom were likely to prove abortive. In order to have a pretense for deserting his ally, he sent a messenger to the English camp, requiring Henry immediately to fulfill his engagements, and to meet him with his army before Paris. Henry replied that he was too far engaged in the siege of Boulogne to raise it with honor, and that the emperor himself had first broken the concert by besieging Saint-Dizier. This answer served Charles as a sufficient reason for concluding a peace with Francis at Crepy, where no mention was made of England. He stipulated to give Flanders as a dowry to his daughter, whom he agreed to marry to the Duke of Orleans, Francis's second son, and Francis, in return, withdrew his troops from Piedmont and Savoy, and renounced all claim to Milan, Naples, and other territories in Italy. This peace, so advantageous to Francis, was procured partly by the decisive victory obtained in the beginning of the campaign by the Count of Anguyen over the Imperialists at Ceresole in Piedmont, partly by the emperor's greatest desire to turn his arms against the Protestant princes in Germany. Charles ordered his troops to separate from the English in Picardy, and Henry, finding himself obliged to raise the siege of Montreal, returned into England. This campaign served to the populace as a matter of great triumph, but all men of sense concluded that the king had, as in all his former military enterprises, made, at a great expense, an acquisition which was of no importance. The war with Scotland, meanwhile, was conducted feebly and with various success. Sir Ralph Evers, now Lord Evers, and Sir Brian Latoun made an inroad into that kingdom, and having laid waste to the counties of Teviotdale and the Merse, they proceeded to the Abbey of Cottingham, which they took possession of and fortified. The governor assembled an army of 8,000 men in order to dislodge them from this post, but he had no sooner opened his batteries before the place than a sudden panic seized him. He left the army and fled to Dunbar. He complained of the mutiny of his troops, and pretended apprehensions lest they should deliver him into the hands of the English. but his own unwarlike spirit was generally believed to have been the motive of this dishonorable flight. The Scottish army, upon the departure of their general, fell into confusion, and had not Angus, with a few of his retainers, brought off the cannon and protected their rear, the English might have gained great advantages over them. Evers, elated with this success, boasted to Henry that he had conquered all Scotland to the Forth, and he claimed a reward for this important service. The Duke of Norfolk, who knew with what difficulty such acquisitions would be maintained against a warlike enemy, advised the king to grant him, as his reward, the conquests of which he boasted so highly. The next inroad made by the English showed the vanity of Evers's hopes. This general led about 5,000 men into Teviotdale, and was employed in ravaging that country, when intelligence was brought to him that some Scottish forces appeared near the Abbey of Melross. Angus had roused the governor to more activity, and a proclamation being issued for assembling the troops of the neighboring counties. A considerable body had repaired thither to oppose the enemy. Norman Leslie, son of the Earl of Rothes, had also joined the army with some volunteers from Fife, and he inspired courage into the whole, as well by this accession of force as by his personal bravery and intrepidity. In order to bring their troops to the necessity of a steady defense, the Scottish leaders ordered all their cavalry to dismount, and they resolved to wait, on some high grounds near Ancram, the assault of the English. The English, whose past successes had taught them too much to despise the enemy, thought, when they saw the Scottish horses led off the field, that the whole army was retiring, and they hastened to attack them. The Scots received them in good order, and being favored by the advantage of the ground, as well as by the surprise of the English, who expected no resistance, they soon put them to flight, and pursued them with considerable slaughter. Evers and Latoun were both killed, and above 1,000 men were made prisoners. In order to support the Scots in this war, Francis some time after sent over a body of auxiliaries to the number of 3,500 men, under the command of Montgomery, Lord of Lorges. Reinforced by these succors, the governor assembled an army of 15,000 men at Haddington, and marched thence to ravage the east borders of England. He laid all waste wherever he came, and having met with no considerable resistance, he retired into his own country, and disbanded his army. The Earl of Hertford, in revenge, committed ravages on the middle and west marches, and the war on both sides was signalized rather by the ills inflicted on the enemy than by any considerable advantage gained by either party. The war likewise between France and England was not distinguished this year by any memorable event. Francis had equipped a fleet of above 200 sail, besides galleys, and having embarked some land forces on board, he sent them to make a descent in England. They sailed to the Isle of Wight, where they found the English fleet lying at anchor in St. Helens. It consisted not of above 100 sail, and the admiral thought it most advisable to remain in that road, in hopes of drawing the French into the narrow channels and the rocks, which were unknown to them. The two fleets cannonaded each other for 2 days, and except the sinking of the Mary Rose, one of the largest ships of the English fleet, the damage on both sides was inconsiderable. Francis's chief intention in equipping so great a fleet was to prevent the English from throwing succors into Boulogne, which he resolved to besiege, and for that purpose he ordered a fort to be built, by which he intended to block up the harbor. After a considerable loss of time and money, the fort was found so ill constructed that he was obliged to abandon it, and though he had assembled on that frontier an army of near 40,000 men, he was not able to effect any considerable enterprise. Henry, in order to defend his possessions in France, had levied 14,000 Germans who, having marched into Florines in the bishopric of Liege, found that they could advance no farther. The emperor would not allow them a passage through his dominions, They received intelligence of a superior army on the side of France ready to intercept them. Want of occupation and of pay soon produced a mutiny among them, and having seized the English commissaries as a security for arrears, they retreated into their own country. There seems to have been some want of foresight in this expensive armament. The great expenses of these two wars maintained by Henry obliged him to summon a new parliament. The Commons granted him a subsidy, payable in 2 years, of 2 shillings a pound on land. The Spirituality voted him 6 shillings a pound, but the Parliament, apprehensive lest more demands should be made upon them, endeavored to save themselves by a very extraordinary liberality of other people's property. By 1 vote they bestowed on the king all the revenues of the universities, as well as of the chantries, free chapels, and hospitals. Henry was pleased with this concession, as it increased his power, but he had no intention to rob learning of all her endowments, and he soon took care to inform the universities that he meant not to touch their revenues. Thus these ancient and celebrated establishments owe their existence to the generosity of the king, not to the protection of the servile and prostitute Parliament. The prostitute spirit of the Parliament further appeared in the preamble of a statute, in which they recognized the king to have always been, by the word of God, supreme head of the Church of England, and acknowledged that archbishops, bishops, and other ecclesiastical persons have no manner of jurisdiction but by his royal mandate. To him alone, say they, and such persons as he shall appoint, full power and authority is given from above to hear and determine all manner of causes ecclesiastical, and to correct all manner of heresies, errors, vices, and sins whatsoever. No mention is here made of the concurrence of a convocation, or even of a parliament. His proclamations are in effect acknowledged to have not only the force of law, but the authority of revelation, and by his royal power he might regulate the actions of men, control their words, and even direct their inward sentiments and opinions. The king made in person a speech to the Parliament on proroguing them, in which, after thanking them for their loving attachment to him, which, he said, equaled what was ever paid by their ancestors to any king of England, he complained of their dissensions, disputes, and animosities in religion. He told them that the several pulpits were become a kind of batteries against each other, and that one preacher called another heretic and Anabaptist, which was retaliated by the opprobrious appellations of papist and hypocrite, that he had permitted his people the use of the Scriptures, not in order to furnish them with materials for disputing and railing, but that he might enable them to inform their consciences and instruct their children and families, that it grieved his heart to find how that precious jewel was prostituted by being introduced into the conversation of every alehouse and tavern, and employed as a pretense for decrying the spiritual and legal pastors, and that he was sorry to observe that the word of God, while it was the object of so much anxious speculation, had very little influence on their practice, and that, though an imaginary knowledge so much abounded, charity was daily going to decay. The king gave good advice, but his own example, by encouraging speculation and dispute, was ill-fitted to promote that peaceable submission of opinion which he recommended. Henry employed in military preparations the money granted by Parliament, and he sent over the Earl of Hertford and Lord Lisle, the admiral, to Calais, with a body of 9,000 men, 2/3 of which consisted of foreigners. Some skirmishes of small moment ensued with the French, and no hopes of any considerable progress could be entertained by either party. Henry, whose animosity against Francis was not violent, had given sufficient vent to his humor by this short war, and, finding that, from his great increase in corpulence and decay in strength, he could not hope for much longer life, he was desirous of ending a quarrel which might prove dangerous to his kingdom during a minority. Francis, likewise, on his part, was not averse to peace with England, because, having lately lost his son, the Duke of Orleans, He revived his ancient claim upon Milan, and foresaw that hostilities must soon, on that account, break out between him and the emperor. Commissioners, therefore, having met at Campe, a small place between Ardres and Guinan, the articles were soon agreed on, and the peace signed by them. The chief conditions were that Henry should retain Bologna during 8 years, or till the former debt due by Francis should be paid. This debt was settled at 2 millions of livres, besides a claim of 500,000 livres, which was afterwards to be adjusted. Francis took care to comprehend Scotland in the treaty. Thus, all that Henry obtained by a war which cost him above 1,340,000 pounds sterling was a bad and a chargeable security for a debt, which was not a third of the value. The king, now freed from all foreign wars, had leisure to give his attention to domestic affairs, particularly to the establishment of uniformity in opinion, on which he was so intent. Though he allowed an English translation of the Bible, he had hitherto been very careful to keep the Mass in Latin, but he was at last prevailed on to permit that the litany, a considerable part of the service, should be celebrated in the vulgar tongue, and by this innovation he excited anew the hopes of the reformers, who had been somewhat discouraged by the severe law of the 6 Articles. One petition of the new litany was a prayer to save us, quote, from the tyranny of the Bishop of Rome and from all his detestable enormities, end quote. Cranmer employed his credit to draw Henry into further innovations, and he took advantage of Gardiner's absence, who was sent on an embassy to the emperor. But Gardiner, having written to the king that, if he carried his opposition against the Catholic religion to greater extremities, Charles threatened to break off all commerce with him, the success of Cranmer's projects was for some time retarded. Cranmer lost this year the most sincere and powerful friend that he possessed at court, Charles Brandon, Duke of Suffolk. The Queen Dowager of France, consort to Suffolk, had died some years before. This nobleman is one instance that Henry was not altogether incapable of a cordial and steady friendship, and Suffolk seems to have been worthy of the favor which, from his earliest youth, he had enjoyed with his master. The king was sitting in council when informed of Suffolk's death, and he took the opportunity both to express his own sorrow for the loss and to celebrate the merits of the deceased. He declared that during the whole course of their friendship, his brother-in-law had never made one attempt to injure an adversary, and had never whispered a word to the disadvantage of any person. Quote, "Is there any of you, my lords, who can say as much?" End quote. When the king subjoined these words, he looked around in all their faces, and saw that confusion which the consciousness of secret guilt naturally threw upon them. Cranmer himself, when bereaved of this support, was the more exposed to these cabals, which the opposition in party and religion, joined to the usual motives of interest, rendered so frequent among Henry's ministers and counselors. The Catholics took hold of the king by his passion for orthodoxy, and they represented to him that, if his laudable zeal for enforcing the truth met with no better success, it was altogether owing to the primate, whose example and encouragement were, in reality, the secret supports of heresy. Henry, seeing the point at which they aimed, feigned compliance, and desired the council to make inquiry into Cranmer's conduct, promising that, if he were found guilty, he should be committed to prison and brought to condign punishment. Everybody now considered the primate as lost, and as his old friends, from interested views, as well as the opposite party from animosity, began to show him marks of neglect and disregard, he was obliged to stand several hours among the lackeys at the door of the council chamber before he could be admitted, and when he was at last called in, he was told that they had determined to send him to the Tower. Cranmer said that he appealed to the king himself, and finding his appeal disregarded, he produced a ring, which Henry had given him as a pledge of favor and protection. The council were confounded, and when they came before the king, he reproved them in the severest terms, and told them that he was well acquainted with Cranmer's merit, as well as with their malignity and envy, but he was determined to crush all their cabals, and to teach them by the severest discipline, since gentle methods were ineffectual, a more dutiful concurrence in promoting his service. Norfolk, who was Cranmer's capital enemy, apologized for their conduct and said that their only intention was to set the primate's innocence in a full light by bringing him to an open trial, and Henry obliged them all to embrace him as a sign of their cordial reconciliation. The mild temper of Cranmer rendered this agreement more sincere on his part than is usual in such forced compliances. But though Henry's favor for Cranmer rendered fruitless all accusations against him, his pride and peevishness, irritated by his declining state of health, impelled him to punish with fresh severity all others who presumed to entertain a different opinion from himself, particularly in the capital point of the real presence. And Askew, a young woman of merit as well as beauty, who had great connections with the chief ladies at court, and with the queen herself, was accused of dogmatizing on that delicate article, and Henry, instead of showing indulgence to the weakness of her sex and age, was but the more provoked that a woman should dare to oppose his theological sentiments. She was prevailed on by Bonner's menaces to make a seeming recantation, but she qualified it with some reserves, which did not satisfy that zealous prelate. She was thrown into prison, and she there employed herself in composing prayers and discourses, by which she fortified her resolution to endure the utmost extremity rather than relinquish her religious principles. She even wrote to the king and told him that as to the Lord's Supper, she believed as much as Christ himself had said of it, and as much of his divine doctrine as the Catholic Church had required. But while she could not be brought to acknowledge and assent to the king's explications, this declaration availed her nothing, and was rather regarded as a fresh insult. The Chancellor Wriothesley, who had succeeded Audley, and who was much attached to the Catholic party, was sent to examine her with regard to her patrons at court, and the great ladies who were in correspondence with her, but she maintained a laudable fidelity to her friends, and would confess nothing. She was put to the torture in the most barbarous manner, and continued still resolute in preserving secrecy. Some authors add an extraordinary circumstance, that the Chancellor who stood by ordered the lieutenant of the Tower to stretch the rack still farther, but that officer refused compliance. The Chancellor menaced him, but met with a new refusal, upon which that magistrate, who was otherwise a person of merit, but intoxicated with religious zeal, put his own hand to the rack, and drew it so violently that he almost tore her body asunder. Her constancy still surpassed the barbarity of her persecutors, and they found all their efforts to be baffled. She was then condemned to be burned alive, and being so dislocated by the rack that she could not stand, she was carried to the stake in a chair. Together with her were conducted Nicholas Belenian, a priest, John Lascelles of the king's household, and John Adams, a tailor, who had been condemned for the same crime to the same punishment. They were all tied to the stake, and in that dreadful situation the chancellor sent to inform them that their pardon was ready drawn and signed, and should instantly be given them if they would merit it by a recantation. They only regarded this offer as a new ornament to their crown of martyrdom, and they saw with tranquillity the executioner kindle the flames which consumed them. Wriothesley did not consider that this public and noted situation interested their honor the more to maintain a steady perseverance. End of section 33, chapter 33, part 3. I'm Drew Nelson in Atlanta, Georgia. Recording December 12th, 2012. Section 34 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I'm Drew Nelson. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1C, Section 34, Chapter 33, Part 4. Though the secrecy and fidelity of Anne Askew saved the Queen from this peril, that princess soon after fell into a new danger, from which she narrowly escaped. An ulcer had broken out in the king's leg, which, added to his extreme corpulency and his bad habit of body, began both to threaten his life and to render him even more than usually peevish and passionate. The queen attended him with the most tender and dutiful care, and endeavored by every soothing art and compliance to allay those gusts of humor to which he was become so subject. His favorite topic of conversation was theology, and Catherine, whose good sense enabled her to discourse on any subject, was frequently engaged in the argument, and being secretly inclined to the principles of the Reformers, she unwarily betrayed too much of her mind on these occasions. Henry, highly provoked that she should presume to differ from him, complained of her obstinacy to Gardiner, who gladly laid hold of the opportunity to inflame the quarrel. He praised the king's anxious concern for preserving the orthodoxy of his subjects, and represented that the more elevated the person was who was chastised, and the more near to his person, the greater terror would the example strike into every one, and the more glorious would the sacrifice appear to posterity. The chancellor, being consulted, was engaged by religious zeal to second these topics, and Henry, hurried on by his own impetuous temper and encouraged by his counselors, went so far as to order articles of impeachment to be drawn up against his consort. Wriothesely executed his commands, and soon after brought the paper to him to be signed, for, as it was high treason to throw slander upon the queen, he might otherwise have been questioned for his temerity. By some means this important paper fell into the hands of one of the queen's friends, who immediately carried the intelligence to her. She was sensible of the extreme danger to which she was exposed, but did not despair of being able, by her prudence and address, still to elude the efforts of her enemies. She paid her usual visit to the king, and found him in a more serene disposition than she had reason to expect. He entered on the subject which was so familiar to him, and he seemed to challenge her to an argument in divinity. She gently declined the conversation, and remarked that such profound speculations were ill-suited to the natural imbecility of her sex. Women, she said, by their first creation, were made subject to men. The male was created after the image of God, the female after the image of the male. It belonged to the husband to choose principles for his wife. The wife's duty was, in all cases, to adopt implicitly the sentiments of her husband, and as to herself, it was doubly her duty, being blessed with a husband who was qualified by his judgment and learning not only to choose principles for his own family, but for the most wise and knowing of every nation. Quote, "Not so, by St. Mary," replied the king. "You are now become a doctor, Kate, and better fitted to give than receive instruction." End quote. She meekly replied that she was sensible how little she was entitled to these praises, that though she usually declined not any conversation, however sublime, when proposed by his majesty, She well knew that her conceptions could serve no other purpose than to give him a little momentary amusement, that she found the conversation apt to languish when not revived by some opposition, and she had ventured sometimes to feign a contrariety of sentiments in order to give him the pleasure of refuting her, and that she also purposed by this innocent artifice to engage him into topics whence she had observed by frequent experience that she reaped profit and instruction. "And is it so, sweetheart?" replied the king. "Then are we perfect friends again." He embraced her with great affection, and sent her away with assurances of his protection and kindness. Her enemies, who knew nothing of this sudden change, prepared next day to convey her to the Tower, pursuant to the king's warrant. Henry and Catherine were conversing amicably in the garden, when the chancellor appeared with 40 of the pursuivants. The king spoke to him at some distance from her, and seemed to expostulate with him in the severest manner. She even overheard the appellations of knave, fool, and beast, which he liberally bestowed on that magistrate, and then ordered him to depart his presence. She afterwards interposed to mitigate his anger. He said to her, "Poor soul, you know not how ill entitled this man is to your good offices." Thenceforth the queen, having narrowly escaped so great a danger, was careful not to offend Henry's humor by any contradiction, and Gardiner, whose malice had endeavored to widen the breach, could never afterwards regain his favor and good opinion. But Henry's tyrannical disposition, soured by ill health, burst out soon after to the destruction of a man who possessed a much superior rank to that of Gardiner. The Duke of Norfolk and his father, during this whole reign, and even a part of the foregoing, had been regarded as the greatest subjects in the kingdom, and had rendered considerable service to the crown. The Duke himself had, in his youth, acquired reputation by naval enterprises. He had much contributed to the victory gained over the Scots at Flodden. He had suppressed a dangerous rebellion in the north, and he had always done his part with honor in all the expeditions against France. Fortune seemed to conspire with his own industry in raising him to the greatest elevation. From the favors heaped on him by the crown, he had acquired an immense estate. The king had successively been married to 2 of his nieces, and the king's natural son, the Duke of Richmond, had married his daughter. Besides his descent from the ancient family of the Mowbrays, by which he was allied to the throne, he had espoused a daughter of the Duke of Buckingham, who was descended by a female from Edward III. And as he was believed still to adhere secretly to the ancient religion, he was regarded both abroad and at home as the head of the Catholic party. But all these circumstances, in proportion as they exalted the Duke, provoked the jealousy of Henry, and he foresaw danger during his son's minority, both to the public tranquillity and to the new ecclesiastical system, from the attempts of so potent a subject. But nothing tended more to expose Norfolk to the king's displeasure than the prejudices by which Henry had entertained against the Earl of Surrey, son of that nobleman. Surrey was a young man of the most promising hopes, and had distinguished himself by every accomplishment which became a scholar, a courtier, and a soldier. He excelled in all the military exercises which were then in request. He encouraged the fine arts by his patronage and example. He had made some successful attempts in poetry, and being smitten with the romantic gallantry of the age, he celebrated the praises of his mistress by his pen and his lance in every masque and tournament. His spirit and ambition were equal to his talents and his quality, and he did not always regulate his conduct by the caution and reserve which his situation required. He had been left governor of Bologna when that town was taken by Henry. But though his personal bravery was unquestioned, he had been unfortunate in some re-encounters with the French. The king, somewhat displeased with his conduct, had sent over Hertford to command in his place, and Surrey was so imprudent as to drop some menacing expressions against the ministers on account of this affront which was put on him. And as he had refused to marry Hertford's daughter, and even waived every other proposal of marriage, Henry imagined that he had entertained views of espousing the Lady Mary, and he was instantly determined to repress, by the most severe expedients, so dangerous an ambition. Actuated by all these motives, and perhaps influenced by that old disgust with which the ill conduct of Catherine Howard had inspired him against her whole family, he gave private orders to arrest Norfolk and Surrey, and they were on the same day confined in the Tower. Surrey being a commoner, his trial was the more expeditious, and as to proofs, neither parliaments nor juries seem ever to have given the least attention to them in any cause of the crown during this whole reign. He was accused of entertaining in his family some Italians who were suspected to be spies. A servant of his had paid a visit to Cardinal Pole in Italy, whence he was suspected of holding a correspondence with that obnoxious prelate. He had quartered the arms of Edward the Confessor on his scutcheon, which made him be suspected of aspiring to the crown, though both he and his ancestors had openly, during the course of many years, maintained that practice, and the heralds had even justified it by their authority. These were the crimes for which a jury, notwithstanding his eloquent and spirited defense, condemned the Earl of Surrey for high treason, and their sentence was soon after executed upon him. The innocence of the Duke of Norfolk was still, if possible, more apparent than that of his son, and his services to the crown had been greater. His Duchess, with whom he lived on bad terms, had been so base as to carry intelligence to his enemies of all she knew against him. Elizabeth Holland, a mistress of his, had been equally subservient to the designs of the court. Yet, with all these advantages, his accusers discovered no greater crime than his once saying that the king was sickly and could not hold out long, and the kingdom was likely to fall into disorders through the diversity of religious opinions. He wrote a pathetic letter to the king, pleading his past services and protesting his innocence. Soon after, he embraced a more proper expedient for appeasing Henry by making a submission and confession, such as his enemies required. But nothing could mollify the unrelenting temper of the king. He assembled a parliament as the surest and most expeditious instrument of his tyranny, and the House of Peers, without examining the prisoner, without trial or evidence, passed a bill of attainder against him and sent it down to the Commons. Cranmer, though engaged for many years in an opposite party to Norfolk, and though he had received many and great injuries from him, would have no hand in so unjust a prosecution, and he retired to his seat at Croydon. The kingdom was now approaching fast towards his end, and fearing lest Norfolk should escape him, he sent a message to the Commons, by which he desired them to hasten the bill, on pretense that Norfolk enjoyed the dignity of Earl Marshal, and it was necessary to appoint another who might officiate at the ensuing ceremony of installing his son Prince of Wales. The obsequious Commons obeyed his directions, though founded on so frivolous a pretense, and the king, having affixed the royal assent to the bill by commissioners, issued orders for the execution of Norfolk on the morning of the 29th of January. But news being carried to the Tower that the king himself had expired that night, the lieutenant deferred obeying the warrant, and it was not thought advisable by the council to begin a new reign by the death of the greatest nobleman in the kingdom, who had been condemned by a sentence so unjust and tyrannical. The king's health had long been in a declining state, but for several days all those near him plainly saw his end approaching. He was becoming so froward that no one durst inform him of his condition, and as some persons during this reign had suffered as traitors for foretelling the king's death, everyone was afraid lest, in the transports of his fury, he might on this pretense punish capitally the author of such friendly intelligence, At last, Sir Anthony Denny ventured to disclose to him the fatal secret, and exhorted him to prepare for the fate which was awaiting him. He expressed his resignation, and desired that Cranmer might be sent for, but before the prelate arrived, he was speechless, though he still seemed to retain his senses. Cranmer desired to give him some sign of his dying in the faith of Christ. He squeezed the prelate's hand, and immediately expired after a reign of 37 years and 9 months, and in the 56th year of his age. The king had made his will near a month before his demise, in which he confirmed the designation of Parliament by leaving the crown first to Prince Edward, then to the Lady Mary, next to the Lady Elizabeth. The two princesses he obliged, under the penalty of forfeiting their title to the crown, not marry without consent of the council which he appointed for the government of his minor son. After his own children, he settled the succession on Frances Brandon, Marchioness of Dorset, eldest daughter of his sister, the French queen, then on Eleanor, Countess of Cumberland, the second daughter. In passing over the posterity of the Queen of Scots, his eldest sister, he made use of the power obtained from Parliament. But as he subjoined that, after the failure of the French queen's posterity, the crown should descend to the next lawful heir, it always became a question whether these words could be applied to the Scottish line. It was thought that these princes were not the next heirs after the house of Suffolk, but before that house, and that Henry, by expressing himself in this manner, meant entirely to exclude them. The late injuries which he had received from the Scots had irritated him extremely against that nation, and he maintained to the last that character of violence and caprice by which his life had been so much distinguished. Another circumstance of his will may suggest the same reflection with regard to the strange contrarieties of his temper and conduct. He left money for masses to be saved for delivering his soul from purgatory, and though he destroyed all those institutions established by his ancestors and others for the benefit of their souls, and had even left the doctrine of purgatory doubtful in all the articles of faith which he promulgated during his later years, he was determined, when the hour of death was approaching, to take care at least of his own future repose, and to adhere to the safer side of the question. It is difficult to give a just summary of this prince's qualities. He was so different from himself in different parts of his reign that, as well remarked by Lord Herbert, his history is his best character and description. The absolute uncontrolled authority which he maintained at home, and the regard which he acquired among foreign nations, are circumstances which entitle him in some degree to the appellation of a great prince, while his tyranny and barbarity exclude him from the character of a good one. He possessed, indeed, a great vigor of mind, which qualified him for exercising dominion over men, courage, intrepidity, vigilance, inflexibility, and though these qualities lay not always under the guidance of a regular and solid judgment, they were accompanied with good parts and an extensive capacity, and everyone who dreaded a contest with a man who was known never to yield or forgive, and who, in every controversy, was determined either to ruin himself or his antagonist. A catalogue of his vices would comprehend many of the worst qualities incident to human nature: violence, cruelty, profusion, rapacity, injustice, obstinacy, arrogance, bigotry, presumption, caprice. But neither was he subject to all these vices in the most extreme degree, nor was he, at intervals, altogether destitute of virtues. He was sincere, open, gallant, liberal, and capable at least of a temporary friendship and attachment. In this respect he was unfortunate that the incidents of his reign served to display his faults in their full light. The treatment which he met with from the court of Rome provoked him to violence. The danger of a revolt from his superstitious subjects seemed to require the most extreme severity. But it must at the same time be acknowledged that his situation tended to throw an additional luster on what was great and magnanimous in his character. The emulation between the emperor and the French king rendered his alliance, notwithstanding his impolitic conduct, of great importance in Europe. The extensive powers of his prerogative and the submissive, not to say slavish, disposition of his parliaments made it the more easy for him to assume and maintain that entire dominion by which his reign is so much distinguished in the English history. It may seem a little extraordinary that, notwithstanding his cruelty, his extortion, his violence, his arbitrary administration, this prince not only acquired the regard of his subjects, but never was the object of their hatred. He seems even, in some degree, to have possessed to the last their love and affection. His exterior qualities were advantageous and fit to captivate the multitude. His magnificence and personal bravery rendered him illustrious in vulgar eyes. And it may be said with truth that the English in that age were so thoroughly subdued that, like Eastern slaves, they were inclined to admire those acts of violence and tyranny which were exercised over themselves and at their own expense. With regard to foreign states, Henry appears long to have supported an intercourse of friendship with Francis, more sincere and disinterested than usually takes place between neighboring princes. Their common jealousy of the Emperor Charles, and some resemblance in their characters, though the comparison sets the French monarch in a very superior and advantageous light, served as the cement of their mutual amity. Francis is said to have been affected with the king's death, and to have expressed much regret for the loss. His own health began to decline. He foretold that he should not long survive his friend, and he died in about 2 months after him. End of section 34, chapter 33, part 4. I'm Drew Nelson, recording December 7th, 2012, in Atlanta, Georgia.